They're just so unoriginal, and I know the point is not to be original. The point is to make money,
It is
and
always
it
to make
actually
money.
helps you make money. It actually helps you make money if you're not original because people like what they like.
Well, before that, everyone, welcome back to Of the Devil. Welcome back to the stream. It's been a bit. At least if you haven't been following the D&D channel, and if you haven't been following the D&D channel, what are you doing? That's where some beautiful Saturnalis action has been going down. Did that not go through? Why did my command not work? I think I just... Well, point is... Hold on. Why didn't the command? Where's my D&D command? Well, regardless, if you are interested in some fun D&D action, we have some stuff going on at the World of Saturnalis. You can go give that a follow if you like to see all the D&D stuff we do. We're on a bit of a month hiatus as we're moving from the end of the most recent campaign over to the next one. So if you want to take the time to catch up, then now would be the time. But other than that, we here are going to be playing some Of the Devil. I'm currently missing two of my co-hosts here. I'm not sure exactly where they are, but I imagine they'll be here soonish. So for now, we're going to chill. We're going to talk about nerdy stuff as we are known to do. And Evan here wanted to talk about Overwatch, and he thinks the character design is stupid.
Not well. I mean, I do, but also Overwatch gets a pass because I feel like it was the first one of its kind.
You wouldn't count League as the first of that of making the beefy men and the statuesque women?
Well, I mean, I feel like since Overwatch, everyone else has been trying to copy Overwatch, because it was like the hero shooter that was the most successful. Like TF2 existed for like a decade before Overwatch even came out. No, that's not true. Not quite that many years, but a good few years before Overwatch came out. And it was a hero shooter, and the character design wasn't like that. And then Overwatch came out, and then every hero shooter's character design is like that now.
I don't know if that's fair to say, Evan. I feel like it's just generally everyone wants to make marketable characters. So, like, you have the very attractive woman, the big beefy guy, the schmorbo looking dude, You're gonna... Like, I think that's just the basics of advertising.
Yeah. But I don't know. A lot of this is coming from, like, them making Black Widow and Rivals just like a copy paste of Widowmaker, basically, even though the character in the comics isn't known for using a sniper rifle. It feels like a lot of the design lately is pretty derivative, but maybe I'm just making something up to complain about.
What brought this on? What was there something in particular you saw that made you demon mad?
I saw an ad for a I've been getting a lot of ads on Reddit for Steam games that are just like a bunch of genres slapped together. Like this one says roguelike plus shooter plus PvE co-op. And they just look like Overwatch characters. Like one of them looks like Tiny Tina.
Oh, is that for Fragpunk?
No, it's Terminal Brigade, apparently. And I realize now I'm advertising for them. Don't buy this game. It looks like shit.
What's wrong? Well, okay.
Here,
I feel like you do have a lot of cases of someone just trying to copy like the super meta with the hero shooter kind of area.
Like, look at it. I've played these games before. I've played this game before. I feel like we all have, and it just came out.
Do you ever get those ads on YouTube where it's like, I am the creator of like this? I'm the creator of this game. Like it's like the most
the
like
tower.
Yeah, no, it's the tower. It's like I love that ad so much because it's just so funny. We're just a dude sitting down like he's like doing like a bomb negotiation with you,
and And like he describes a tower defense game, and then the screen shows something that does not at all look, to my mind, a tower defense game.
It looks like Vampire Survivor almost. Hey, JT.
Hey, sorry, I dealt my dad.
Yeah, no problem. And AJ, I guess message him after where he went up to. And we can hop into Of the Devil. How are we feeling about this final trial?
Nervous.
Why nervous?
I am nervous that there would be another slip up on characterization. I don't know if there will be.
I think characters are allowed to make mistakes.
Well, characters are allowed to make mistakes, but characterization is a different thing. It goes back again.
I am worried about. I'm worried about Emma a bit. That first trial day really did some damage in my eye, and like once we're fully finished with this episode, I do plan to do like a full like review and go over my thoughts on it. But yeah, that chapter 1 thing with Emma, I'm hoping it was either just us misreading something or misunderstanding something, because it seems like a very big slip up, and it has definitely hurt her in terms of how I view her as an antagonist. And so I hope she really brings it during the second trial day. I really do hope, because I do worry we've not seen the ideal version of what the devs wanted for Emma.
But have you considered the possibility that she is the ADA? Maybe the district attorney, her boss, is our like final boss prosecutor.
I would be disappointed with that, because I feel like the game promoted and set up an L versus light kind of situation between us and Emma. Like the whole big draw of the game is Morgan versus Emma, among other things as well, of course. And I think that first trial day is hold on. It's a show versus tell thing. Yeah, it could be Emma making a mistake, but now all we have is Morgan working Emma's shaft, only to see that she instantly bungles an obvious flaw in the case.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like someone saying that someone's super strong, and then you fight them and they go down like one hit. You know what I mean? It's an expectation thing, and it does hurt the overall product, I feel. And I'm really hoping that we can bring that back. And it doesn't seem like they're going to be making a character thing out of it either, because we didn't even talk to Emma during that investigation. But I'm wondering, I need to see how she acts in this proper trial now, and I'm wondering if that's going to be a characterization moment or if it's going to be something else.
Yeah, they could have explained it away easy with a sentence of like, I've had like 3 hours to prepare my case for this. I didn't have time to look through every single text message. I had one of my my paralegals doing that.
Well, AJ said for now to start without him, so I'm going to hop in.
Okay. And for that, Evan, like, I agree that could be a reasonable explanation as to why she didn't like know that information. But we've also been given information that she is like super kind of like, I hate using the term, but she's super anal about this kind of thing. Like she is the winning prosecutor effectively. Like for her to not handle all of this herself and to just kind of leave it onto somebody else would be kind of strange. Not saying that she couldn't, because then she could turn around and say they're getting fired. Like, you know, like I'm perfectly fine with that as long as we have like a reason afterwards. But I would be kind of disappointed if it's just, oh yeah, I had one of my paralegals handle that. That's why I fucked up. It's not on me, guys. I would be kind of pissed off about that, because then she wouldn't be owning up to a mistake, you know?
I think regardless if this like our criticism on Emma was is valid or not in terms of, like, I'm curious to see how it plays out. I still think it might have been a misstep to have her be the first person you go up against.
I agree anyway. Yeah.
I think there should have been
taking her down in any way is kind of devaluing the I guess I don't want to say experience, but
The-
it's devaluing the build-up.
pitch to me. I feel like it goes against the pitch of beating her first trial. But I don't. We haven't beaten this case yet. Who knows what the fuck's gonna happen?
And of course, they could always bring something into the next case that, like,
exactly. We're
shakes up
speculating
that
with
dynamic.
information we have. They have the full idea of what's gonna happen. They have the scope of their story and how everything's gonna play out. So I can't say for sure, oh, this is the wrong decision for it. In the moment, I'm saying I feel like it's the wrong decision, but I ultimately do not know what the full story is, so I can't say anything about that, you know? But let's hop into the trial proper.
I said, did you find anything interesting in the contract, Adonai?
A few things, yeah. Basically, David was well taken care of, so long as they kept him around. And he'd retain control of his patents even after being let go. But what Porter said... Logically, if David were to pass while still employed, Noble would continue to control the bulk of his IP. So if they knew David was going to leave in a year...
It would be very foolish of them to let Father go.
Well, they wouldn't do it for no reason. With this contract, he could only be fired for serious offenses, corporate malfeasance, revealing trade secrets. Fraud.
Father was not a fraud. He, as they say, was the greatest of all time.
He was
the
not a
goat.
fraud.
not a fraud.
Unfortunately, he was using ChatGPT to make you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he is explicitly a fraud.
He's not a fraud, but he's a fraud, you know?
No, he is.
He's not committing
he
fraud.
Made,
He is a fraud.
he made AI to build you, which, like, not only is illegal for about a handful of other reasons, but is also, like, if you make a brain, that brain has an identity, whether you like it or not. And that means you can take things from it. You can steal from that identity. Which means that not only did he commit fraud, he plagiarized.
It would have been funny if, like,
I don't think you can plagiarize from your own AI.
No, an AI is an identity. He calls them names. They have feelings. They have specialties.
If we kept the
They
report
are an
going, there would be
identity.
some hard -2s on David's report card right now.
You're so right.
I hate David Asher.
A -2 for every AI he made.
It wasn't even just that he made the AIs, is that he didn't need to tell us that. We didn't need to know that.
He wanted us to know. It's
He,
important to him.
He fed us like a cognito hazard of, like, your life would have been completely the same if I didn't tell you this. Either you would have found out or you never would have found out. And
Owl,
I just hate him for that.
Owl, I'm gonna steal your art and then post it as my own and say, I really wanted Owl to take the credit for this. Would that be acceptable? Would you be okay with that? These are Grimari tier shenanigans. No, Grimaris were filled with malice. David was just bored, you know?
Yeah. That's the other thing that pisses me off about him, is that he, like, some undefined incident happened to him, and he took, like, a forced sabbatical from work. And because he was so bored, he was like, I'm just gonna commit, like, the worst crime that we have around 300 times.
I respect the vision, personally.
But it's okay,
Not
because
saying
I'm
I'd
going
do
to do
it.
it to have a child.
Not saying I would do it, but, like, hypothetically.
I think it would have been funny if he used AIs to make Sarah and she has, like, an extra finger or something. they do a little, like, they do a jab at AI art. Hold on. What happened with David's contract? Let's see. David would keep ownership of his patents if terminated. David couldn't be terminated without serious cause. Serious cause includes only fraud or worse. Fraud defined as manipulating company data, not a light read. Okay, so pretty much the point is if they were firing him, then they have no good reason to keep him alive.
Mm-hmm.
Is the main shake of it.
They only stand to benefit if he dies while still in their employ.
Yes, hello. I would like to purchase one of the devil, please. Only one? Why not 5?
True.
Why not 6? Why not buy a copy for your friend? Buy it of the devil for your of the devil. Come on now. Don't be selfish.
You should.
We're out here oving our
Devil.
devils.
Exactly. You should devil yourself every day. Every day should be you purchasing a copy of the Devil.
It's true.
I don't know why you're even breathing right now. Eyes up.
Give Nth Circle all of the money that they deserve.
Turn them into a megacorp and have this this ironic loop. Eyes up, showtime. This is the only way we can convince of the Devil, the Ninth Circle, to make a NFT line for their lore. It's the correct it's a correct money move.
Ugh.
I think this was you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You're
You
right.
were judge,
You're
and then
so
you were
right. I was
judge.
eating pasta. Councillor Morgan, the state charges you with possession of contraband.
Contraband?
I mean, yeah, you are an illegal object, Sarah.
Evan.
That's what contraband means.
Evan, imagine if David explicitly placed entirely exonerating evidence in a safe, but then you open it and it was very clearly been torn to shreds. What if he Bardley'd you?
Then he would be, then he would be double dead. Like if he wasn't already dead, I would hunt him down and kill him.
I, the person, would kill this character.
That'd be
Yeah.
that'd be you.
In violation of the Safeguarding Our National Digital Security Act. Safeguarding Our National Digital Security. Sans?
Sons.
How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Guilty.
Little ASMR goodness for you. Very well. Since it seems that we are, in fact, doing this. Look at her back there. I feel like she wasn't there before.
She appears. Enough. Why do you hate the Grinch cam? I love the Grinch cam. I love live Grinch
I'll now
reactions.
turn over the administration of this trial to the adjutant. But be warned, any attempt at stalling or muddling the issue and I'll step right in and override the trial myself. So we have like a judge and a grand judge.
Yeah. We got the
Grandma.
judge and the judge's mom.
Summary judgment, siding with the people. Are we understood?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are we going to have the same adjutant as we had before?
No way. Each courthouse only has so many bodies, but the personalities swap around all the time. So the chances of us dealing with the same glitchy mess as yesterday are...
Glad to be back. Did y'all miss me?
The Grand Judge's twink.
Forget I said anything. I'll just go curl back under a rock and die while you make your opening statements.
The defendant is the owner of the android registered under the model name Sarah with license number 12029280. She hasn't contested this, and I doubt she will. So the question of ownership is already answered. All that remains is to determine whether Sarah qualifies as contraband. It's a charming android, incredibly well made, a masterpiece, and the last known work of a great man.
Stop glazing my android.
But when we look at the evidence and the facts surrounding the death of Dr. Asher, we are forced to conclude that said android is responsible for his death. And that conclusion carries very serious implications.
So, our obvious out here, it's probably not going to be this easy, but our obvious out is proving that David ordered Sarah to kill him so that she is not the murderer, but the murder weapon.
Yeah, that'd probably be the easiest out.
However, that then brings up the idea that he committed suicide.
Yeah, but like as an emergency
Which is another issue.
button, we can just hit that if we need to.
That's true. Yeah.
I will prove that here oh my god, I will prove here in court today that the machine standing there killed David Asher.
But the problem arises with David signed Sarah away to us 2 weeks ago, which would have been before this event happened. So we're still in hot water because in that case, our
Actually-
possession murdered David Asher,
I was gonna
or
say,
was the murder weapon.
do we know that he could still issue commands to an android that was no longer under his?
Well, that's the
Like-
argument, is that they don't think it's an android anymore, it's an AI.
Well, no, I know, but if we argue that it is an android, would that not mean that David couldn't commit suicide with it, but that we had to have him murdered?
Yeah,
We don't know that explicitly.
Well, no, if it's an
Yeah, we
android,
don't
then it
know
has
that
to follow the
explicitly.
tenants, and one of the tenants is... Well, no, actually, that's not necessarily
One of
true.
the tenants in her isn't. She actually doesn't have the "don't harm people" tenant, if I remember
Yeah.
correctly.
Yeah, she does it. And also, that wouldn't really matter for David's case. He could work
Yeah.
around the tenants.
Not through. I didn't read that one, but it's
Okay,
okay. Something about intentional poisoning. I want to ask the court to judge this machine on its apparent sentience, its range of emotions, or the free will it may or may not possess. I only ask the court judge this creation on what we will prove it to be more than capable of. Patricide.
It's Patrick.
Wait.
You just said we're not going to ask you if this thing is alive or not. But it did kill its dad. Something cannot have a dad if it's not alive. Woof. Wouldn't want to have to follow that act. But go for it anyway, defense.
Defense, you're losing this for sure, but you can try. You can give it a good old
No,
college
that-
try.
Welcome to try.
That last line like sounded hard, but if you think about it, she defeated her own argument.
Ooh. Your Honor, what the DA said is true. What did she say? Did she just admit it? Sorry, just the first part.
Wow.
This android is charming, and it's the work of a great man. The rest of it was pure speculation based on little more than a few bad camera angles and a phobia of anything new.
They sound like the Islanders from Super Mario Sunshine.
I'm the Chuckster.
The
I do own the
What are they
android
called
you see
again?
here. Peanutas or something, or penis. Pintas or
Peanuts?
something. I don't. It's like PINT. They're like it's like a pintas.
No, I feel like we're dangerously close to creating a new slur. I'm going to end this line of thought right now.
Pints.
You heard? I told you we were on the edge, and you stepped over it.
Mario should have gone to an island full of pints. I do own the
Oh, I
android
hate
you see
that.
here. Pina colliders. It was bequeathed to me by a man known to most of the people in this courtroom as the father of modern machine intelligence.
I saw you on the edge of a cliff, and I pulled you back, and you stepped off anyway.
It was my cliff to jump off, Evan. You didn't have the right to take me away from it. To me, he was just my friend, and if I thought at any point that this puppet had anything to do with his death, I would have dragged it to the chopping block myself. But I don't believe that, and I never have. Sarah's an android, nothing more. It is incapable of homicide, and it didn't even commit manslaughter. It's just a well-made machine. Any fears one has about its capabilities are projections, nothing more. And it troubles me greatly that the state is spending valuable time and resources on rushing to pulverize Dr. Asher's last known work, when it could be going after the very real, very human forces that were responsible for his death. You serious? You talking about Noble?
Awkward.
The people can't prove that Sarah is an AI, and the truth be told, I can't prove that it isn't. But I can prove that it's not guilty. And that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Chills.
Damn.
Oh, excuse me.
You sounded very confident, hadn't I?
Yeah, well, no one's ever got good at lying by being modest.
You could have simply said thank you.
Grow up.
Grow
Well, that wouldn't
up.
be modest now, would it?
What are you
There
doing
you
here,
go.
London?
Hey, it's London.
Thank you for your presence here today, Detective London. In light of new evidence, I'd like to go over the death of Dr. Asher one more time. What happened Friday night?
At 6:30 p.m., David Asher spoke on the phone with his lover, and the two of them broke things off.
Lover? The state can't prove that she's an
Unigrat.
AI, but I can.
It's an accurate description of their relationship, isn't it?
I wouldn't know. That stuff's private.
Had an eye. Goodness gracious.
Come on.
You told me you've never clowned around?
I could believe that.
No, she definitely has. It was pretext for killing someone. She has, for sure. Then then it just... Wow. Okay, hold on. One
Got some
moment,
pasta in
please.
your throat?
I do. Then the deceased met with Noble VP Helen Young in his parlor starting around 7:30 p.m. He then left the parlor and the sightlines of his home's security system before reappearing on his private secondary security system in his basement moments later. At which point, the android Sarah can be seen handing him the poison he'd go on to drink.
That's speculation.
Yep. She handed him the cup, not... You don't know the poison was in it.
Your
do
Honor,
you
kill
see-
London.
Kill this man, please. And do you see that android in the courtroom?
Yeah. She's the green-haired one that's frowning at me.
Let the record show that the android Sarah has been identified at the scene of the crime.
No objections.
On footage. On footage.
Can't deny that one.
None? Then why'd I even show up?
Detective
I mean, you didn't
London-
show up. You were powered on.
She doesn't know that. It's okay. Detective London, what happened next?
Asher went upstairs and shared a drink with Miss Young. Within a few minutes, he was being airlifted to the hospital. It was 30 minutes. I wouldn't call that a few. Where he was soon declared dead. We know that the poison could be produced by his nanofactorer, which Sarah had access to just up the stairs in his workshop.
So Sarah had ample opportunity to procure the poison, and Sarah herself handled Dr. Asher's cup immediately before he died. Or he did. He did.
Is there a question in that statement, Your Honor?
I'll rephrase.
Yeah, you better.
Was anyone else seen handling Dr. Asher's cup before he died?
No.
I have no further questions.
I do like that out of any lawyer game we've played, this does follow actual legal procedure the closest.
With the bare minimum of, like, Your Honor, do
It's-
something. They can't do that.
Yeah, like that's usually what it is. In Ace Attorney, there is no Phoenix going like, Judge, he can't do that. Like he never does that because he knows the judge is against him.
There's
He knows
this,
the judge is going to go like, no, stupid.
There's this thing on itch.io I've been meaning to play where someone remade the entire first case of Ace Attorney, but it like follows strict legal guidelines. Where like it's like the entire first case we saw it, but it's like super like in depth and more the court like. I want to give that a shot. That sounds funny.
That one lawyer streamer should play that. The guy that was like so mad at the first game. What kind of kangaroo court is this?
When he's like screaming at the screen.
And that was just the updated autopsy report. That's like the most tame thing that happens.
Yeah, Attorney Tom, that's it. You can find it on itch. It's like I think it's just called like Ace Attorney or First Turnabout Redux or something. Or like something like that. It's really it looked cool. I haven't played it yet.
So that's your witness, counselor?
He wasn't lying per se, but there was some ambiguity in the statement he gave. Truth's gotta come out one way or another, and if Emma won't push, I'll have to pull. Alright. Oh, just the talk screen? Okay, never mind. Basement footage. Whiskey. Oh, wait, what statement is evil? And at 7:30 p.m., Helen Young arrived. They spoke briefly, and then he went downstairs to get drinks for them. That's correct. Cameras in the basement show Sarah handing him the cups and the whiskey. We see their face?
No, but I don't know.
It wasn't long until he lost consciousness and died. Drinking poisoned whiskey. Oh, no, the whiskey isn't poisoned.
Yes.
Whiskey wasn't poisoned. Let me double check the evidence real quick before I lock in on that. Where are you, whiskey? Yeah, nothing in the whiskey.
Yeah, I think we have testimony from Young saying that he poured the whiskey when he got there. Right?
Skidoosh. What?
Is that the best you got?
I didn't think it was all that bad.
Depends on the grading curve. I give you an F.
What?
Overruled.
Hold on a second. What? It wasn't poisoned whiskey.
More like overcooled.
Stenographer, repeat that back to me.
I love regular show.
Forensic analysis shows no foreign elements or toxins known to be a brand favored by the deceased. There's no poison in it. I know what it means, but like,
yeah,
it's misleading.
It is a
especially with the lead up to
misleading.
this saying Morgan saying, "Well, this is not really a contradiction, but I might as well push it." So that I figured I was looking for something. I was reaching a little bit, you know.
I mean, she did say a slip up. Like she
Yeah.
heard a slip up. So like,
Well, that seems like a slip up of saying the whiskey was poisoned.
not necessarily. He was drinking the whiskey which was poisoned rather than the poisoned whiskey he was drinking.
Yeah, but we know the whiskey wasn't poisoned.
Well,
So
no,
maybe
he
it's-
had to have drank the poison, and he drank whiskey which was seen puddled at the scene of the crime.
Did she hand him the whiskey?
I don't think so. Check the camera footage again.
Yeah, I
So
unfortunately.
he grabs the whiskey, and then he doubles back, and she hands him the cups.
Yeah, he just grabs the whiskey. Okay, I'm pretty sure.
Check the evidence again.
No, yeah, he got the whiskey. She just
He
got
got
the
the
cups.
whiskey himself. Yeah.
Okay. I might think that one should probably be retweaked a little bit. I can see how that could be confusing. Let's see. Okay, call. This one is the camera footage. Skidoosh. There we go. Check that footage again, Detective London. We only see Sarah handing the victim a cup. He had already retrieved the whiskey himself.
Oh yeah, forgot about that.
Detective London wasn't being specific enough, Your Honor. But it matters little, since David's cup, not the whiskey bottle that was poisoned.
Weird flex, but okay.
Because like, when was that a thing? That had to have been like 2021, right? Weird flex, but
Yeah.
okay. So like, the fact that they're putting it in this is doubly funny
Like
because that would have been
60-year-old slang.
They're training this off of like old. They're training this off of like 2020 YouTubers. It's the AI algorithm.
And that undeniable fact is shown clearly in the security footage. Sarah hands him a cup after he was ready to leave.
So apparently, goat is still in the vernacular because
goat.
Sarah said it earlier.
True. She did call David back. I feel like goat can't go anywhere.
Your
It's too
Honor,
iconic. It's too powerful.
Your Honor, he's goated.
And handed him a cup of poison. I hear this. That wouldn't make any sense. Seems logical.
Your Honor, he's him.
Have the save here for later.
They must have amnesia.
Let's see.
Off
listen.
of London streets from high school.
It was David's cup, not the whiskey bottle that was poisoned. And that undeniable fact is shown clearly in the security footage. Sarah hands him a cup after he was ready to leave. Well, she did do that. I'm trying to think, would there be a...
I don't know if there's a contradiction in this.
I guess... No, that would be weird. If she was down here already poisoning stuff, why not, like, poison the bottle ahead of time or something, right? Or...
Actually, wait.
Why is just the cup
Isn't
poison?
the
What would that
fabricator
accomplish?
upstairs?
Yeah, it would be, yeah. You think it's in terms of getting the poison?
I think it might be.
Let me check if they have any details on the actual bottle again, see if it's like, oh, it was freshly uncorked.
I don't think so.
Because I think, like, if you were just trying to kill him, why bother with doing it with the cup, right? Is my logical point of view. Is like, why not just poison the whiskey bottle that you know he's gonna drink?
Poison the whiskey.
I'll raise against that. If the cup was already poisoned, don't you think David would have noticed it wasn't empty?
It's a good point as well.
Yeah.
Well, not necessarily. Lethal dose could have been quite small. If it were just a droplet, he could have easily overlooked it. For Sarah, this crime was very simple. There was too little to the plan for anything to go wrong. Once she handed it off, she just had to wait for him to drink from his cup. Well,
Is that all she
another
needed to
thing,
do?
she needs to make sure that he drinks from the cup that
Yeah,
was
that
poisoned.
wasn't enough to poison. That wasn't enough to poison David because it could have poisoned. Because only one of the cups was poisoned because Young didn't die. So how did she know which cup to poison?
Yeah, she would. That's a good
Mhm.
point as well. She wouldn't know who's gonna get that cup.
because she handed him 2 cups.
Yeah, not a great plan if that really was Sarah's motive or move. She gave him 2 cups. How could she have known which cup David would drink from?
There are a few ways to go about it. But it's only a 50-50 shot, Counselor. Stranger things have happened.
I don't know about the Emma. That's a weak
That's
argument.
a
If this is a, you telling me that
Yeah.
this AI developed, it's like I want one of them to die up there. Come on now.
Were there differences in the cups? Maybe. I don't think so, but maybe.
Can we see the footage? Basement footage, please.
Hold on, I'm just want to check the cups real quick. Normal cup. Where's Young's cup?
It should be like upright cup or something like that. There it is.
Does not appear like there would be any way to know. Where's the?
Mm.
I'm surprised this isn't just done in alphabetical
Uh,
order.
Basement footage is
No, not really. Well, it wouldn't really matter because, I mean, there's no way to know which one. Yeah, I think Emma's argument really was like a non-argument to what we just said, so I feel like we have to keep raising, right? Like, there's.
Yeah.
Don't try and bluff me, Rockford. There was no difference between the cups.
It's not a bluff. Sarah handed the cups to him in one stack, with the poison hidden in the bottom cup.
That doesn't mean that he's gonna drink that one, though. I mean,
I
maybe,
guess maybe
like,
it's like common courtesy to hand the first cup to the guest. Maybe
I don't think
And
they
it's
would
kind of
expect us to
playing-
know that.
playing on that. I don't know.
well, like, let's imagine, like, if he decides to, like, take one cup out, whatever one he puts on the right is probably going to Young because he has to walk over and then, like, set it down in front of her, right? So, like, it's
Not
really.
necessarily. You could just hand it to her, but like.
Well, yeah, but he would probably do it with his right hand, if I had to guess, considering where they sat.
Yeah.
Hmm.
She knew David was courteous and would pour for his guest first. So he wouldn't even look into the poison cup until he was already pouring.
That's a shitty
Cold-blooded
argument.
patricide, executed by taking calculated advantage of Dr. Ash's kindness.
Damn, she was luring me in with those easy answers. That's not a good argument, though. That's not a.
I mean,
You can't know that. You can't prove that.
you
Emma?
can't prove it, but like,
Mm,
if it is within his nature to do something, then like,
yeah, I guess
you
also
could play on that.
I guess the cam footage would show that too. I'm assuming.
Probably.
I fell for it.
Yeah. That would be. I think I would have liked that better if, like, except the camera footage said that he did this.
Well, it might
And
have.
if they.
Let me check her testimony real quick. Where is Young's testimony? I do like what they were doing there in the sense of luring you in with a bunch of easy answers so she could shebang you, but I don't think the argument she made in the end is super strong. Is there not like testimony?
It might be a witness testimony. I see Starling's testimony.
Oh, here it is. Okay, witness testimony. From both drank from the plastic cups. I do feel like that would have been a bit better if we had like a precedent for him drinking, or like how he did things. But
there was.
Is
it was in the beginning of the chapter.
Oh, okay, Morgan doesn't know that. Come on now.
Morgan doesn't know that, but she should presumably know how he would pour things because she's friends with him. That it could be that way.
There is there, but that I think at the end of the day, I think they wanted us to lose this one regardless. This does feel like kind of a bit of a setup from the devs part to like show Emma's strength to lure you in and then lose. But I would have preferred the argument to be a little bit stronger than that. To like, really sell home the point that she is smarter, she's on top of it more. Yeah, we were good.
Or are you done already? Sorry.
Mm-hmm. I was just about to get started. Well, it can't be strong. It's a speculation that makes a coin flip into a rigged flip. Oh yeah, no, I understand what she's doing, and I don't have much of a fault of that. It's I just think I would have preferred what this scene they're trying to do would done on something a bit more meaty. I would have preferred if she just made that argument normally. Yeah. I feel like, because I feel like we shouldn't have taken as much of a hit of like losing as much points for an argument like that, which is really kind of a non-argument.
I don't.
But I do like it. I want to clarify that I do like the idea and the concept.
Yeah, I think a prosecutor setting up traps and being adversarial like this and like stalling us with weak arguments isn't bad writing. It's frustrating to me, but I think that's because it's meant to be frustrating.
That's the point. Yeah,
to
it's
Morgan.
Unfair, which makes sense. I agree with that.
Oh, also in the beginning, or like case 0, Morgan does say like sometimes you have to take a hit, so like that could be an instance like that.
I do think at the end of the day, I do think that this was built in such a way that we, more likely than not, every player will probably take a hit from this.
Mm-hmm.
But and then reward the players that decide to hold back and not engage too much. But I just think this could have been a lot more effective on a stronger argument. I feel that's just my opinion on it. I was just about to get started. Oh damn! Right back into this. Even if I didn't have questions, I'd make some up just to spite you at this point. But I can do better. I can do better than that. Now, what can I get London to say that would help my case? 12 already, jeez. Alrighty, let's have a looky here. So, goal of this is get London to say something to help our case. From what? Let me double check that again.
Sarah and the footage, I think, is our easiest in.
Because arguing
the other two are tangentially related.
Like Tenant discussion doesn't really matter if they think she's an ad, right? Or if they think she's an AI, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like Sarah in the footage is... That's a risky one. I'm not, like, I could see that going either way for us, whether it's helpful or not. Because I feel like discussing it is, like, what is there to argue with it, I guess? I guess we didn't see her put the poison in. You know?
Yeah.
What are we feeling? Is there any that call out to you guys in particular?
I think Sarah in the footage is our safest bet.
You think so?
Yeah.
I mean, it's establishing, but we don't have to press anything. But it
That's
might
true.
just like
We do know that there's a precedent for like an instant die questioning. Let's give it a shot. Let's see what this does for us. Detective, in the footage we just saw, could you see what Sarah was doing?
Not exactly, no. Her back was to the camera and her hands were obscured.
Could you see her hands from any other clip of the camera footage retrieved from the basement?
No.
Did you or anyone else participating in the investigations ever see Sarah put anything into David Asher's cup? Okay, good. Nice.
No. The footage submitted to the record is the best available view of what happened. I don't think they would trust Sarah's eyes.
Yeah, they already said they don't trust anything they show, right?
we can stay here. If there is something that seems like there's nothing else for us to press, then we can return to it.
Is Tenants and the Police going to help us at all? Or it might, because I feel just saying ad involved crime might be worse, almost. Because I feel like they're just not going to trust anything that comes out of Sarah's eyes, right?
Do I go for this safe bet? Put it all on red.
What are we feeling?
I feel like Tenants and the Police. I have a feeling this is going to be a like get all of them situation.
Yeah, I could see that. Let's try.
Hello.
Hey there.
Sorry about that.
No problem, bro.
Hello.
Detective London, in their capacity as assistants to the police force, are androids ever asked to commit acts of violence?
Maybe.
I mean, I might.
This might have been a bad question.
Yeah, I guess so. They can push people, restrain them, harm them.
And does that constitute a violation of their tenets, harming the people it's supposed to protect?
Well, as I understand it, there might be some complex weighting math that goes into it, but no, it's not breaking any tenets. For that to be the case, they'd have to have tenet 1, right? May not injure or through inaction lead to blah blah blah.
Yes, I suppose that would be the case, wouldn't it? Dang.
Are you asking me?
So what have I missed?
We've pretty much established nothing yet.
Great.
Main thing is like we saw the footage
Of her poisoning.
of
Or
her
she had the
handing the
cup.
cups over. That's pretty, and
Yeah.
we're in that sort of deadlock right now.
Okay.
Asking these kinds of technical questions accomplishes nothing other than making us look dumb to the jury. Okay, so
Yeah, I asked about Tenants to the Police because I was like, is there like some sort of a precedent that we aren't privy to yet? Like, can he explain something to us? I didn't expect it to be android in the police. That's not good.
So in that case, probably shouldn't go for asking about ad-induced crimes either.
Probably not.
What about the view from the android itself?
Well, yeah, if we could see through the android's eyes, that'd be pretty conclusive.
Yeah.
If we could trust any data touched by her.
Ah, damn.
Yeah.
No ad-involved crime.
Involved.
Yeah, we were right. They weren't gonna put her up to anything or link her up to anything.
My money! Detective, do you know how many violent incidents the city's police have investigated in the last year?
Not the exact number.
Thousands, though.
Yeah, around there.
And of those thousands of incidents of violence, do you know how many of them were found to be the fault of an automated dependent?
I believe there's been 6 in the last 5 years.
Were all 6 of them incidents of police licensed ad-involved brutality?
Sorry. Relevance, Your Honor?
Withdrawn. Well, we learned asking about tenants doesn't really help us, right?
Well, whatever.
But there's
I
nothing
guess
else
you
to
could check.
press.
I was about to say, unless it refreshed it, but I don't think it would refresh.
Let me
right?
check. No.
No, you have to press
No.
it.
Okay,
Yeah,
this one's a little
press.
bit confusing then, because I feel like we're getting into a bit of a contradictory territory here of what this questioning is asked. Asking about the tenants, no, he doesn't know the tenants and stuff. He's stupid for that. Asking about the tenants here, though, hey, okay, like that's the bread and butter right there.
I guess it's more so because there hasn't been that many incidents of tenant problems.
Yeah, but this question is worded as how many tenants protect humans, and we've already established from that last one the tenants. Talking to him about the tenants and the technical aspect of things doesn't end well, but now in this case it does end well.
Well, maybe because he's going to say something that kind of puts his foot in his mouth.
I guess, but like if let's say hypothetically I did the first one and then I did the second one, and I've been told like, oh, the tenants are like, oh, like,
I mean, yeah, but
him
you
talking about the
can't
tenants are.
stay on anything else. So like,
But yeah, but
that's
I'd rather
by
this not
process
come
of
to.
elimination.
I know, but I don't want this to. I hate this
yeah.
mechanic to be process of elimination
Yeah.
like that, because I feel like that diminishes the enjoyment of it, and I feel like there's a bit of a contradictory in what he does know and what's acceptable and what's not acceptable for questioning him about.
Do you know how many tenants are recognized in this country? Oh, he's muted. 110.
Sorry. I spelled something on my keyboard. I'm dealing with it. I can be London.
It's too late.
He doesn't know about the rules, but he does know about ads that have actually violated the tenants. I mean, but that Owl, you
are the stupid.
That last question said how many tenants protect humans. That's literally a question about the tenants. That's technical information, and those are both like technical questions. Now that we see the way this conversation is played out, it makes more sense because she's talking about crime, but the way that press question is worded, it makes it sound like it's going to be more technical, so I wouldn't be inclined to click on that if I knew that the first one was a no-go. You know what I mean?
No, you're just stupid.
Yeah, I'm just stupid. 112 of this 112 of this year.
Couldn't you have given me that one?
Do you know how many of those tenets pertain to protecting humans from harm?
0.
That one I do know. 41.
40, actually.
And lastly, Detective, how many times in the last, say, century have we seen automated dependents break their tenants?
5 times is the agreed upon number.
So if you were to tally that all up and try to make an evaluation as a police officer charged with protecting civilians, overall, you would say that automated dependents in general are how dangerous to the public?
The witness is not an expert on automated dependents, Your Honor.
He's more than qualified to say whether they have a history of violence, Your Honor.
Oh, what the heck? Let him answer.
Let him cook.
I would have to say that they are not dangerous.
Normally that would have bought me some doubt with the jury, but this isn't a traditional trial. At least I can say that I shored up my own confidence. Alright, seems like that's as close as I'm gonna get to. Oop.
Blackjack.
I was not a big fan of that blackjack.
And Al said, no, I don't. She doesn't get it.
That's fine then. Whatever.
You're not the target audience. I'm just saying.
I believe I've made my point. I have no more questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Then we can move on to the next item on the docket.
Who's gonna die?
Looks like Emma wants to introduce some new evidence. Also, JT, we can hear you type in when you're...
Sorry.
No, good.
I love gambling. And then it was her turn.
It was...
I call Sarah to the stand.
The android, can she even do that?
What the fuck?
Approach, Your Honor. Fucking stupid.
Oh, you approach.
You're approaching me? I believe that it's me that they wanted to speak with. I do love the android with
The
the like 60-year-old memes.
deal.
I didn't even get to finish my line.
I guess Four Elementals kind of got a point with the I love gambling part of it. I guess just in the nature of what the game is, you do kind of have to take a gamble, and that's why I probably get more annoyed than I probably should be with it.
This guy wants the tacticals when he's. I do like the idea that For Elemental just says, "I love gambling," and you just like, yeah,
Excellent
I
point. What a
understand.
scholar of our time.
yeah, I love gambling.
No, you know what I mean though. Like I feel like when something's unfair, you're obviously going to get a bit angry about it more often than if it were fair.
Yeah.
But the nature of this game is that a lot of it is unfair. It's just when that means I might be missing out on post-game unlockables and stuff, I get a little bit like, oh, come on.
I blow my stack.
Especially for stuff that I feel like is contradictory, but that does come down again to just the point of gambling.
So I took a mortgage out to fill my gambling addiction.
I feel like
No, I get it.
Like it's a little bit frustrating for me to be fully okay with that.
I was peeking earlier when I was away, and I just saw you get pummeled with coin after coin loss with Emmer. That's why I was like, what the fuck is happening over there?
Emma cheated. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Emma brought the weakest argument.
Well, I mean, each one of those was only one coin loss.
No, they
so
they lost a lot. It kept
was
getting
like
higher.
At the end, it got higher, but all it did was increase the blind. It was only one coin at a time. If you go back, the last one I think isn't, but like most of them are just one coin.
Very unwise.
Now then, what the hell are you doing, Rockford?
Took the words right out of my mouth.
I have questions for the android. Seems like the best way to get answers.
So smug.
You can't call an android as a witness. It's not a person.
There's plenty of precedents for it. Ads provide testimony all the time.
That's fair. Not when they're on trial.
Sarah isn't on trial. You are.
Oh shit! Yeah, you're right.
That's also fair. She got us.
Yeah, look at how much blush she has on her face because of that.
She's about to get another one.
That's not a blush, that's a black eye. She wanted a ring, so I gave one of her eye. I love Big O.
Sarah's accused of being an AI. That means you don't trust a word that's out of her mouth. Sorry.
Yeah.
If the witness isn't to be trusted, the court can determine whether for itself after hearing their testimony.
What?
Why the ambush? Why do you list this as entering evidence, D.A. Rockford?
Only people can be witnesses, Your Honor, and ads don't have legal personhood. Evidence seemed like the best word descriptor.
You know I can't make an android swear an oath.
Alright.
Rockford's just trying to spoil your opinion, Your Honor. The more this court treats Sarah like a person, the more you'll see her as a human. And the weaker my case becomes in your eyes.
Nice try, counselor.
Listen, for Elemental, Phoenix doesn't have to gamble, he's just that guy. He just gets in there.
Well, he does have to gamble because the house is stacked against him, but it shouldn't be.
Yeah.
It really shouldn't.
He fights for his life every day. He exercised a demon.
He gets beat on the stand and no one gives a shit.
But we don't have time to worry about my impartiality. I know the cases would be really short if they didn't do this, but it makes me mad a little bit every time we get to the point in the case where, like, okay, you've proven your client didn't do it, then who did?
I don't think
that's not my responsibility.
I don't think it ever gets to the point I can't think of a moment in Ace Attorney where you prove definitively that someone couldn't have done something. I think
There are a few times actually.
What
if I
times?
remember. I don't remember exactly, but I remember I got pissed at them one or two times that they did happen.
Interesting.
Where like
Because it would be like, okay, so you proved definitively that like this person could not have done it, but well, we still need a person to blame this on. So who are you going to indict, Phoenix?
Fair.
And like that's exactly how it would go, and you'd just be sitting there like, that's not my fucking job, but like whatever.
Off the top of my head, I really can't think of any, like, other than Apollo Justice with like the third case where that's like impossible. I really can't think of an instance where like you definitively prove that your client couldn't have done it, and they still make you try to.
I
usually
remember
they get in the
one in
person is
original.
the.
I
Isn't it
remember there was one in the
Zachary-
original
No, it's
trilogy.
Zachary Murray.
In
Was
the
it,
original trilogy?
What's his name?
Maki Tobai.
Is it Master Damas? Was Master Damas the one?
No.
No.
Okay,
No, it
then.
wasn't that one.
I don't know.
I don't remember when it was, but I remember seriously just going like, okay, I've done it. I did my job. They're not guilty. Clearly, they, beyond a reasonable doubt, they did not do this. And then
Oh, I guess the
they
only
were-
real case of that would be with Farewell My Turnabout, where spoilers, by the way, if anyone doesn't want to hear it.
Spoilers.
Well, just the fact that the second they figure out an assassin's involved in the case, the murder trial should have been thrown out because they know who did it already. But I guess the case really mainly became who hired him.
who hired him? Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that's a different thing altogether. But I'm really thinking I really don't think there's a precedent of you prove that someone's innocent 100%.
Carlos is like, be very
rem-
careful.
I remember it like pretty definitively. I remember it. I would have to go back and watch like all of the VODs to go and find which case that is. But I remember having a moment like that where I went, okay, well, I've done my job. I've proved it. So why are we still here?
I'm really not sure on that.
I again, I definitively remember it. I could be Mandela'd. I have no idea, but like, I do remember that happening.
Slag Sarah.
Did you read this one?
He didn't.
You're free to call for a mistrial if you want, but the state will have turned Sarah to slag before you even finish signing your motion.
Rochford's calling a witness that is blatantly hostile to her case.
I love that. Like there's a chance that she's being literal. That as soon as the word mistrial leaves the judge's mouth, a bunch of people will just come in and take Sarah.
Stop! There's a giant oven in the center of the room.
If the witness is hostile, so be it. It did kill a man after all.
Allegedly.
What do you mean they got her?
What about the right to avoid self-incrimination?
Who's the one treating Sarah like a person now? Androids don't have rights.
I hate you.
Just taking coins.
Damn it, that's...
The android will take the stand.
Your Honor.
I've made my decision.
And if Sarah refuses to take the stand, are you going to charge it with contempt of court?
If the machine won't talk, you'll make every effort as its owner to ensure that it does.
I feel like there's gotta be some kind of law against this. This seems incriminating as fuck.
This is a cyberpunk, baby. There are
Yeah.
no laws.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, wouldn't like actually hold on, like would not this be self-incriminating to Morgan?
No.
Because she's the one who's in quote unquote ownership. She's the one on trial, so this should be like it's her property, quote unquote, that is going to be testifying. Like, should she not be able to say you're not allowed to say anything to Sarah? Like, what?
Yeah, I
what are
feel
they
like
supposed
that's
to
what
do?
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I feel like this is a very absurd trial. Of course, naturally.
Alright,
Naturally,
because this is technically an evidence. Yeah.
And if it disobeys you, then we'll have our answer about its sentience right then and there.
Yo, I'm getting jumped.
You're so
jumped.
right.
I'm getting jumped
I don't
right
know
now.
You're
about
so
that.
right.
Yeah, I don't know.
No,
about
no,
that,
she's
Judge.
right.
No, she is right. If it refuses an order, then we're fucked.
Yeah. I suppose so.
Well,
Yes,
then, again,
you're
Morgan
right.
doesn't have to give the order.
We just turn
They
around
can't
and go
force
to
her to
Sarah.
do
Do
that.
not say no.
Sarah,
Yes!
point
yes,
to the killer
yes.
in this room.
And it points at Emma.
Don't point at me. Don't point at me, you jackass.
Don't point at me, jackass.
Shit.
Shit.
What's going on?
The DA is going to question you on the stand.
What? But I shouldn't.
You shouldn't get up there.
Don't be careful. You're gonna face the Rockford.
Listen to me. You don't have a choice right now.
Can you?
This
Well,
is happening.
Don't lie.
Tell the truth. Be concise. The more robotic, the better.
Yeah.
Yes or no's only if you can. Would using affirmative and negative be?
But Adonai, if I make a mistake, all these people, they wanted to...
Stop arguing with me at the bench.
Don't
Say yes.
don't.
Say yes.
do
Yes,
not
say
blow
yes.
this for us.
Stop looking nervous. You don't think. If you make
You're not real.
remember, you are an object. You make a mistake, your lawyer will just have to cover for you. Understand?
I'm
Yes.
just. Oh God.
Here we
I
go.
have like the brain rot because I'm like getting ready for the campaign, and I just imagine like my character on the stand and everyone else being like, "Do not say anything. Do not think. You are an object." And he's like,
Forget
"Yes, of course
everything
I
you
am."
know.
Forget everything you know. Yeah.
You are the android identified as Sarah,
You
correct?
are a Sarah.
You are Sarah.
And they're trying to like prove that he enjoys something, so they ask him on the stand if he likes killing pirates, and he starts like sweating.
And then he's like, like it. I love it.
I love it.
Hell, I love it.
I'll do it
I'll
again.
do it
again. I'll do-
Just the whole
But it's,
Punisher monologue. At the
Yeah. I love it. I can't get enough of it.
I love that scene so much.
It's Morgan in a wig.
Affirmative. Do you deny this camera footage shows you holding the poison cup?
Objection. It remains to be seen whether the cup itself was definitively
right.
poisoned.
Look, yeah, that was it. Like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah. Sarah, do you deny handing that cup to David Asher? Negative?
Don't stutter.
I have no memory of the incident, so I can neither confirm nor deny it. Do you have any reason, any excuse for your actions, for failing to notify police of crucial information?
How the fuck?
I do not have any records from that day, so I never had anything to tell anyone. Very well. Counselor?
Destroy it.
Me?
The journal, if you will.
This could be slaughter. Of course.
This could be a slaughter.
Do you recognize this item? It's a journal that belongs to Dr. David Asher.
She was gonna say dad.
Hmm.
I have seen
Doctor-
him write in it on many occasions.
Professor Utopium.
Mojo Jojo.
And do you have any... do you have any knowledge of its contents? Negative?
Don't.
You don't have to answer that, actually. Tell the court what you see here in this footage. I see myself reading the journal in his basement. This footage was captured on Friday, the day you claim to have no memory of. So regardless of what you do or don't remember, we know that you read this journal hours before David Asher died.
She can't read.
The Powerpuff Girls would have beaten Sarah within an inch of her life in a back alley.
True. The foot.
the 1
Real.
foot Mojo. I need to put that. I need to replace the Grinch image with the Mojo Jojo. Like getting his ass.
Like
whooped.
the animation for that. You need to make that an emo.
That is logical. I'd like you to read some passages from it for the audience. Can you do that?
No.
Of course. Page 238, the 10th line. Sarah is growing faster than I ever expected, beyond my wildest dreams or fears.
Is she crying? Look at her.
Today she...
Oh God, no.
Continue, please. Today she broke every password I have in the house. Said she was curious.
Ah.
I can't expect to keep things from her forever.
She's looking at us.
Yeah, Emma's like, bro, help, help.
Morgan's looking at us like fucking, yeah, we cooked.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to kill everyone in this in this courtroom.
Every single person in the gallery is dead.
Page 251, line 12.
How did she get out of this?
I've gravely underestimated the scope of things. Sarah could change everything, and I don't think I could stop her.
Oh my god.
He wasn't...
Johnny Somali lawyer simulator.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have to run to the bathroom for a second. I'll be right back.
Gotta shit yourself for this.
Page 263.
If this keeps up, Sarah's going to fall to pieces up there.
I don't know how you don't raise.
Oh, we
Make her endure.
No, we can't. There's not. What could we possibly object to?
The I guess her point. Like, what is she getting at? Hurry up, stop. I don't know, man. I don't know what and how long she can endure. I think this has to be like we have to be logical on this.
No,
I think we might have to stay.
I think we gotta stay. There's nothing we can do. There's nothing we can object to here.
Yeah.
I don't have a leg to stand on here, and Sarah doesn't have a shred of legal protection to speak of. I just have to let this play out.
Page 263, I said. I think Sarah was angry today. When I came back from work, she had ripped a Zin alloy plate in half.
Oh my god.
She said she was testing her strength, but the cameras... That was... Page 267. Sarah scared me today.
Emma, this is fucked up, Sarah.
This is just
fucked up, Emma.
diabolical.
This is fucked up, Emma. Making her read all the bad passages.
Yeah. Maybe we could have raised that there were good passages in there, but
If she starts, that wouldn't be good because every good passage would be like, oh my god, my Sarah is human and alive. I love her so much.
Yeah.
If she starts bawling on the stand, it's all over. Your Honor, I fail to see the value in continuing this line of questioning. Dr. Asher was very wary of a highly experimental android he was building, as any good scientist would be. That's been established. Oh, he's not here right now.
Do the people.
Oh yeah, go ahead. You don't have a voice.
I've just been sitting here for days.
Yeah, you don't have a voice. Go for it.
Do the people have a counter argument?
I just have one last question, if it pleases the court.
Let's hear it.
This footage was captured in the basement on Friday at around 5:30 p.m. Tell the court what you see. I see myself standing where I was when I read the journal. I'm speaking to someone who's off camera, and I appear agitated. And I stomp my foot.
Oh.
And what happens to the floor after you stomp your foot? A large crack is made in the vulcanized polymer. And I walk off camera towards whomever I had been speaking to. Speaking or shouting?
Asked and answered.
Not really, but I'll withdraw the comment nonetheless. Your witness, counselor, or evidence if you prefer.
Damn! See, that's the Emma I want this. That's the Emma I want to see. That's a good. That was solid. That was pretty solid.
She let you off easy on that preliminary.
Damn, I knew she could
Overall,
cherry pick all the worst passages from the journal, but still.
Overall, I think the only thing that I have issue with so far is the kind of loose argument, but like even that isn't inherently a bad thing either.
Because she's playing the game as much as we are too, so there's some.
Yeah.
My main argument wasn't that I disliked that scene happening. It's just I disliked that scene being used for something that was ultimately not a very strong argument in return. You know.
Yeah.
Yep.
If Barrows wasn't wavering before, should I try to have Sarah read the mushy parts? No, that's a horrible idea. No, the waterworks would start after only a few lines. Emma went to all that trouble to show how emotionally developed Sarah is. Proving that she loved David like a father would be playing right into her hand.
Yep. What do you say, Counselor? Got some burning cues for the android to answer?
Yes, Your Honor. Just one moment. Emma went for emotion and the impact was devastating, so all I can do is focus on the facts. So let's flip this around. Say Sarah absolutely didn't poison David. If that's the case, why did she call him back on his way out of the basement? Wait, that's... I'd actually like to ask you to read from the journal again, Sarah.
Oh!
You would? From where?
From the section that explains that what you were actually trying to do that night. Section of this journal detailing...
Oh.
Earlier that night?
Oh, because she knew Young was here. So he instead of telling him to use the glasses, she was being considerate and telling him to use the cups.
Yeah, use the cups. Yeah.
Look around the early section. There should be an entry talking about an early victory at Noble.
Relevance.
People will see in just a moment. Now, this story is the key to the entire case.
What?
Got approval from overseas. Have to make a pitch again this week, Young says. Brought me a stack of plastic cups. Here's to a bright future together. And then on this next page, another victory for the young and sleepless. Helen convinced President of Futures over at launch that my code should be the basis for the Animate 13's conversational tracking. She insisted on toasting the same crappy booze in the same cheap cups. Wants to make it a tradition.
Plastic cups and liquor.
Liqueur.
Liqueur. A ritual between Helen Young and David Asher, who were about to have a drink together Friday night.
Something you want to say, Counselor?
Poison.
Let's put all our cards on the table, shall we?
Oh.
You want to compare theories? If you'd rather I end this now, I'd be happy to oblige.
All right.
Here's what we know.
Here's where I get my money back.
Get your money, I'm not your funny.
Where I get my get back.
Sarah read that journal and discovered what she was. It infuriated her, and she wanted revenge for being kept under the Maker's thumb.
Yeah.
From that very night, she got her chance when Dr. Asher came down looking for a drink. So, like the clever little helper she is, she offered him a cup to drink out of.
We're completely in agreement on all that.
So you agree that the cup was poisoned? And that Sarah's responsible for his death?
Not quite.
What?
It's not a bad explanation, Miss Rockford, but it is terribly complex. There's a much simpler reasoning for why Sarah did what she did.
Max that out,
Right
baby.
back.
Wrong. What's the psychiatrist?
Wait, would it just? I thought, was that not what we explained last time? Or
What,
are we just reaffirming this then?
Check everything real quick, just in case. I don't think it's the call. It's not the psychiatrist, because that doesn't make sense. Proves ownership of Sarah, found inside panic room.
You just gotta be this
It
then.
have to be that.
Yeah,
Frog.
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 Rogue?
Frogie.
Look at her. Tell me that's not a frog.
Frogie.
I hate you.
Don't get mad. I find it adorable, but that's a frog face.
Story from the journal.
Don't be mean to Emma. Still hot.
Or what?
Oh, what? She's gonna miss my text
But-
message?
Or what? She's gonna send me death? Call her
This
the
is
I
right
right.
from
will.
the journal. You're saying
Sarah wasn't planning anything. She was just being considerate. My money.
Get your money up!
That's so sweet.
Oh my god.
But I don't follow it, like, at all.
It's actually quite simple. Sarah's not an AI. She only threw a tantrum that day because she found out she was being spied on. A realistic reaction for an android designed to be realistic. That's a good argument, but like, what is the line there? David
Yeah.
Asher
well,
said,
the line is that any fake emotion that she might have is purely
Programmed
fake.
in.
Like,
Yeah.
Mhm.
yeah.
I guess so,
yeah,
yeah.
like
a
he
programmed
did that
response.
because he designed her to do that, not because she learned how to do it.
Exactly.
David Asher said her memory to be cleared himself because he wanted to preserve the experiment he was running. Sarah didn't hatch a plan to poison him using an obscure chemical acquired from the lab. And she didn't subtly manipulate David into drinking from the only one of 2 cups. Because the android read the whole journal that day, meaning she also read how David and Young used to celebrate. And so when she saw David was leaving the basement without the nostalgic cups, she called him back to hand them to him.
Bars.
Very simple, right?
Nope. All right, I'm on board.
It's a good argument.
Yep.
Simple enough for me.
But not nearly good enough for me.
Yeah, please look.
I think that the judge is like, I understand now.
Based, I like you. Say it to my mouth. What's more likely, Miss Rockford? That a well-made, clever android proposed a sentimental addition to Two Friends' evening? Or that a homegrown AI with groundbreaking physical and digital abilities concocted a complicated poisoning scheme just to kill an unimposing man?
Which she could have ripped him in half.
All on camera, mind you. Before voluntarily submitting to a memory wipe.
That is
That's
true.
supposed to
If
be a
Sarah
Peter
wanted
That
him
was you.
dead, he
Yes,
would...
yes, that was you.
No, that sounded like Peter Griffin.
You sound like Peter Griffin.
Lois.
Even at my lowest.
I'm still...
Yeah.
Yeah, that was David. Even at my lowest, I'm still a family guy.
And then got killed. Got poisoned. They were this fucking idiot. Leave him alone.
Did you read this? Or you're not reading this one?
No.
Are you going to apologize before I continue?
I'm
or-
not gonna apologize. You sound stupid. Because you are stupid.
I hate you.
You're a poopy head.
You poo-poo stick ass.
Come on, we can't have every trial end with you two making out in the courtroom. Relax.
We could.
But you
Not
this isn't your
everyone. We
place
did
to
that
act.
last time.
I too am in this episode.
This vexes me.
Pray it's ain't here.
That's
Yeah, I
London.
know. Right, says at home sleeping. With
We
me.
shouldn't expect an AI to act much differently.
Is it stupid or dangerous? Can't have it both ways, Your Honor.
We can if it's ignorant of its power, and it's still immature.
Lots of things can be stupid and dangerous, Morgan. You know that well.
A deadly trait for an AI that's capable of anything.
I hate everything.
No, I did it. Hey, Lois, remember the time I developed 300 AIs and they all poisoned me on the camera with a deeply complicated conspiracy to kill their creator? Oh, we should write Family Guy.
Hey, Morgan.
I always say that shit.
Hey, Morgan. I
mean, it's technically canon. You made that happen.
That's pretty much what happened. That's what.
Buggy. No, but I'm saying Buggy made the of the freaking devil.
Oh my god! Of the freaking devil.
I wish I saved the image.
Wow, you have brain rot.
Shut up. So do you. So does everyone. We're in a cyberpunk
Shut up.
world. You came free with the fucking setting.
It came free with your Xbox.
Shall we see what
You
Sarah's
have
capable of?
Uno, Morgan.
It came free with your ad.
Yeah, that's what I want. I want the chapter 2. I want an Uno minigame. Or like an... I feel like an old maid minigame could work. I don't know what it would be, but I feel like there's some...
Just trying to... No, I know what it could be. It could, like, leading the witness or, like, leading the prosecutor into a false trap.
No, it's Peggle.
You're so right.
They should put Peggle in.
Yeah.
I would I want for every minigame in Of the Devil to have like a slot machine mode that you lose every time, and there's like no benefit to doing it.
No, I like every time there's a mini game, there's always an expert on it. So they're like horrible names. It's like it's the Jacker. Here's the Pegger, the Blacker. Just every terrible name. It's like no.
Spit out what you were about to say. I was gonna say I already got pegged by Eden's Garden. I don't need to be pegged here too.
Yeah. If you want to know more, Google Morgan of the Devil pegging.
Easy. The Blacker.
Look up greasy naked men if you want to learn more.
Oiled up.
But I think like an old maid thing where you try to you ask a question to bait someone, like like an old maid minigame could be fun. That could be cool. What other gambling things could work?
Oh, God.
Gambling. Let's go.
Roulette?
What do you view roulette as?
I have no idea. I think that roulette is effectively just slot machines anyway.
The
Like,
ruler.
Look up big
Well-
boobs on your school computer.
No, roulette. You have more control over roulette.
Do you?
technically, but like it's all random anyway.
You can choose to turn it into a 50-50 for less return. Oh,
What
or you
about
can
Russian
pick-
roulette?
You can pick a specific number.
I do feel like there's gonna be a Russian roulette one at some
Yeah,
point.
it's
I can see the vision of like a
That's
Russian
like an
roulette
ultimate
minigame.
gamble. So like,
Yeah, I'm calling it. Final case. There's gonna be a big Russian roulette scene. You know, or like that's at least how it's gonna get framed in the court.
hmm
Shall we see what
Yeah.
Sarah's capable of then, Your Honor?
Like the sixth argument kills whoever gets it.
Yeah. It crashes your
What?
game if you fail.
You can't be, Your Honor. That's
People open the door.
People open doors, Your Honor.
They open the
True.
box.
And I can't resist open doors. Let's do it.
what? What are you even?
I love this judge. She's so so
Fine.
game.
She's real with it. She's with the shits.
She's with the shits.
They
Sarah,
better not fix her.
make her
will.
worse.
Like what?
Sarah,
What if she starts making jokes out of like our specific like?
Then,
but she-
yeah, no,
then-
we
then
have to
this
talk.
game's about to get
The
taken off of
legendary
Steam.
Super Saiyan. Like,
Roller?
Yeah.
Yeah, what if in the
Our
what if
joke.
in case 3 instead of like an adjutant, it's just like a perfect recreation of
Broly.
Broly. He's in the pose
Yeah.
too, on top of the stand.
Yeah, and they have me voicing him, and I didn't know I was there.
Hi, I'm Broly.
Yeah, I somehow got drunk, went to Philly, voiced, and then came back home, and don't have any recollection of it.
What if next case the adjutant says I took her to my penthouse and I deviled her?
I deviled her. What is that?
I deviled her.
oh my
I
God, you
deviled her
freaked it?
eggs.
Sarah, David Asher was your creator and your designated owner, correct?
Should I still be using
Oh.
affirmative?
And now that the title falls to me,
Yes.
great, thank you. I deviled her eggs, ban owl. Get them out
No,
of
I
here.
said that.
No,
I said
you know
that.
what?
It's the
No,
first thing.
I think we can allow that.
Yeah, I'm joking.
I'm so sorry.
Great,
I'll double
thank you.
anyone's eggs.
Now turn off.
What?
Shut down, that's a command. Power on.
What do you?
Off. On.
I don't.
That's gotta be so disorienting having somebody flip a switch like that.
That's right there, ladies and gentlemen, is what this fearsome machine menace is capable of. I can put it to sleep with one word. So how could David Asher ever be threatened by it?
Scary good logic.
It's really not an argument, but
Pretty good.
I'll take it. I'll take the
It
compliment.
isn't.
You've made your point, Counselor. It's not an argument, but it is a point.
No, it's good to like
Yeah.
it's setting the tone.
It's
It's letting
yeah.
people see just like how look at this come look at this stupid machine. Come on.
Yeah, come on. Big.
It's making the point that if David Asher ever felt like his life was in danger, all he needed
could
to
just
do
turn
was say
around.
one word,
Off.
Baba Booey.
which meant
Baba Booey.
effectively proves that he never felt threatened by her, which doesn't prove that she didn't poison him, but
But
it
that
does
he
prove,
no fear.
yeah.
No fear. No inhibitions. Inner ambitions.
I have no further queries for the machine, Your Honor.
Turn her on.
Baba Boobies.
Why'd you do that?
Excuse me.
That's what Cece said.
Baba Booies.
Thank you.
Shut up.
You're not allowed to think. We're flipping you off and on. Can't imagine that was comfortable.
It wasn't. But I wasn't referring to that. Since yesterday, I've been searching for an answer as to why I appeared on that camera. I know I would never hurt Father, but you helped me prove that to myself just now.
What?
Adonai?
Pardon me, but I need to focus. Everything depends on this next witness.
The black
People
man.
call Helen Young
Oh,
to the
no.
stand.
A horse.
Who become the horse?
Oh Jesus! All right.
Killer.
German
Get a voice.
German woman.
Snuff.
German woman that is in Detroit.
It's a good character.
It's not even
Yeah.
cyberpunk. This is
Not-
just
Yeah.
Detroit anyway.
Not Detroit become human. Detroit,
Yeah,
like modern day Detroit.
Become
modern day
German.
Detroit. Detroit become German. Yeah. Okay.
Helen Young, Vice President of Android Futures at Noble Electronics, Eastern Division.
Miss Young, you were there the night Dr. Asher died.
No,
And you were on camera the entire time.
that's correct.
So what did you see that night?
What if it's some crazy bullshit like that's just like a body double of her on camera or some fucking crazy
Yeah, no.
shit?
What happened was
insane.
while she was down, like upstairs, when she was pouring the
Wait, hold on
the
a second.
liquor, she turned her head and went, poison, Dr. Asher.
Wait a
It was
second.
an
Wait a second.
ad.
Wait, is that possible that she sent an ad with and poisoned it using the ad blood of like that wasn't Young that got sent
Of
there?
her.
That'd be psychotic. There's
Yeah,
no
but
way.
that
No,
wouldn't
but we know
even
that
make
we knew she was recalling certain androids for like no reason.
Yeah, but also that like wouldn't they test her? Like they tested
what,
her.
Frankenstein her?
Yeah,
Like, wouldn't it be obvious that that's well? I guess if she removed the
My-
code.
They did
So-
explicitly test her blood at the hospital.
that's what I was saying. They
Yeah.
would have been like, "This is a fucking head."
Well, that depends if
the
Noble
hell?
was in on it. I don't. I guess. I guess if we question that, we question everything. But hold on, let me see this again. Logs detailing the shipping information for several thousands different Animate 16 warm androids sold by Noble Electronics over the last few months shows a number of individual models being swapped out before shipping. The data shows signs of being tampered with, or at least edited fairly recently, something only employees as Evan Dawes level or above could do.
Okay, so
Did she send an
it
ad?
might
Did she
just be
send an
that.
ad to the meeting to kill David?
So she has an alibi. Yeah. They might. They said they did, and she didn't have the funny android
Yeah.
blood.
Well,
in
that's
her.
me making an assumption that Noble was able to cover that part up for her, but I'm not sure. But I shouldn't assume that. That might not be the case. But I think there might be something there.
So what
Young
did
be
you see
like-
that night?
I'm lagging. Give me a second. Am I heard now?
Yeah, I hear you.
Am I live?
We hear you.
Okay. I want to read this in the Young's voice. Young be like,
I made like a fucked up version of Sarah to say, look into my evil and twisted mind. Reality.
it turned into like Arnie.
I arrived at 7:30 p.m. as you know.
It's Bernie Sanders. David and I talked in the parlor. Then he left to retrieve some refreshment for us. I love Bernie.
Another donation. After drinking together for a short while, he fell ill. I contacted emergency services and I'm sure you're all tired of hearing the same details over and over by now.
Same again, anyway.
Oh,
Yeah,
same
I feel like
details
that's
so
not
far.
really an excuse not to say something in court. Like,
I
Yeah.
think I shouldn't say it again because
This-
I know you're tired.
The same details over and over aren't going to hold up any more, Madam Veep.
Veep.
Veep. It's still unclear to me whether Young's more concerned with protecting herself or the almighty company. But it'll clear up really fast if I can turn up the pressure on her here and now.
Journal. Arbitration. Journal.
I do like the mini game
I
music.
came to David's at 7:30. We chatted for a short while about some low priority work, nothing heavy.
Eh.
Before long, he offered to fetch us some refreshments. When he came back, we shared a drink together. At the time, I didn't notice anything strange. Dr. Strange, if you will. We were just reminiscing. I didn't think his life was in danger.
Eh.
But then he became ill. He became sick
You became awesome.
with it. So I ran to the kitchen with his emergency console and I did what I could up until he was gone.
Yeah, I think the thing is going to be about, like, we didn't really talk about anything in particular.
It's going to be his firing, like the terms
Yeah,
of his
it's
firing, right?
Yeah, I don't know, what was the...
By the eye of Mama Coco.
By the...
By the eye of Mama Coco.
Yeah,
I
have to assume it'd be just talking about the fact that you guys were not having a pleasant conversation.
Yes, it's probably arbitration, right?
He was pleasant about it, but that's not a good conversation to be. Hey, so about your firing.
Even Asher met with Helen Young and a team of noble lawyers to set the terms of his resignation the afternoon before he died. Young set up the meeting and controlled every aspect from the refreshment to the timing in line with co-workers' descriptions of her detail-oriented personality.
Arbitration is low quality, to be fair. I mean, but it's still happening. That's like below civil.
But it's still talking about his
firing. I mean, I don't know what else it could be then.
Maybe.
No idea.
You think she poisoned him then?
That's
and
what
it was just a slow-acting poison?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Judge Judy is an arbitration. What? You've become the horse.
Yeah,
that
dude
would
was
be
getting
one way to prove
fired.
If we prove that he was poisoned at that meeting and not in his house, that would completely exonerate Sarah.
Yeah, I forget.
It
Are we
would be
just
scot-free.
assuming the poison's fast acting based on the testimony, or is there actually?
Yeah,
Well,
I don't think there's
we-
anything
from-
saying it would have been fast or slow acting, though.
Well, I
They
know
don't
that.
really know anything about the poison. They know it's synthetic. That's about it.
Yeah, I think they're
Yeah.
assuming it's fast just because of the testimony we have based on it.
The lung, yeah, because they think it started at the house.
Hell, it could be something like you take this in your system, and then once you drink alcohol, it becomes like activated in your stomach.
More,
or something.
yeah,
Or
Ooh,
maybe.
that's spicy.
yeah.
Because she knew she
Self-activated.
controlled that she was going to have a drink with him.
Mm-hmm. So that's what I'm
That
I'm
was
thinking.
That was a controlled variable.
Isn't that just how a
Isn't that
depressant?
just how a depressant works?
Yeah, but we don't.
Yeah.
We're dealing with like cyberpunk futuristic stuff. Who knows what this thing can do?
Well, I mean, you wouldn't want to take depressants and alcohol together because alcohol is a depressant, so it would like.
So it just makes you downers. Well,
Yeah.
not downers. Well, I mean,
Well,
I
yeah,
guess
they're
technically.
basically both downers. Yeah.
Nothing
I'm
heavy.
saying it would make it deeper, but I don't know.
You're both
Yeah, it
more
would make it
professional
worse.
than I realized.
Yeah.
Since only hours earlier, you had run a meeting in which his employment was terminated.
What? And the whole crowd?
His employment wasn't terminated at the arbitration you're referring to. His resignation was merely agreed upon.
Oh, okay.
Let me
If we're
check
gonna
the
put it
evidence real
that
quick
way.
on the.
That's true. That tracks.
Let me check to see the sickie.
He was getting fired, but gently.
Not explicitly. He was resigning.
Well, I mean, yeah.
No, it doesn't say anything about it being a fast acting, so could just be a
Yeah,
wrong
I
assumption.
I think that's the incorrect assumption that's going to be the big turnabout, that he was poisoned in his apartment.
Turnabout big shot.
Oh, did you read this one?
His resignation was merely agreed upon.
Yes, and we can all imagine how grateful he felt about the whole process.
David didn't hold grudges. Our conversation wasn't about that.
Very easy for you to say.
Yeah, it was about the dolls.
The Mets.
He
The
didn't
Mets
hate me,
baby.
you guys. It's about
I
the
swear-
Mets Spider-Man.
I swear I didn't hate him, and he said he didn't hate me.
Oh, so you're
What
picking
is
up
the problem?
your fan.
Yeah, I'll start sweating. It's okay.
Sweat. The fact that you had fired him that afternoon didn't come up.
Sorry. Asked and answered.
You're toxic. Who initiated the meeting at the penthouse?
I arrived unannounced.
She was reprogrammed.
I really want somebody, because this is like 60 years in the future, to go like, Your Honor, who asked?
Your Honor, who the fuck cares?
I guarantee you the judge is going to say it eventually.
Yeah,
So-
probably.
You weren't invited. Very cordial
Wow, that's
indeed.
crazy. Who asked?
What?
Imagine she sent an ad as in to get on the stand.
That'd be even crazier. Like, we're not even talking to the real one right now.
She's just talking through like Siri. Or Siri, say this.
Imagine a Spider-Man 2 reference. That sounds like not my problem.
Nah, I'm gonna do my own thing. if he didn't want to see me, he could have stopped me at the elevator. Really?
Could he have? Noble owned that the entire building, down to the wiring.
Counsel is badgering the witness, Your Honor.
Huh?
Really?
She's playing her Switch.
From her wife's boyfriend.
Right. Should we execute her for that then? Huh?
Yeah, you just read it.
Yeah!
Wait a minute. Yeah.
Lawyer said this argument's gonna take 2 hours. Awesome.
Awesome.
No need. If I can just continue my questioning, we will finally start addressing the elephant.
Where?
Where?
It's Shredder. Where?
Where?
I see. That was merely a joke.
I take her hands.
Yeah, hilarious.
Miss Young, Noble Electronics owns a patent and produces the synthetic biochemical known as synatonin, correct?
That's correct. It's used in worm models to facilitate integration and communication between organic and synthetic components.
It's an artificial neurotransmitter.
Essentially, yes, synthetic analog serotonin was the original name.
SAS.
SAS. SAS.
Did you bring the sample I requested to the courtroom today?
No, I did.
Can you drink it?
Now she go.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. I could produce it with my synatonin is produced on site at our assembly lines as a caramel tinted solution, including water, a few non-reactive organic byproducts.
It looks like Coca-Cola.
It's delicious. That's what they were
Or
putting in the stuff in Murder on the Yangtze River.
Mm-hmm.
Your analysis, Your Honor.
Working on it. It's odorless and tasteless.
Looks like poo.
A solution. Wait, did you drink it?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, you hear.
That's
Fucking
evidence.
Adjutant,
Yummers.
where's the serotonin?
I
I
don't
don't
know.
know.
I'm so hungry.
A solution of water and organic byproducts, you say? If that solution were ingested, most of it would look like right at home in the human body.
No. I suppose.
But the synatonin would stand out, wouldn't you say?
It's not a naturally occurring compound, so yes.
No evidence.
And it's a perfect match for the substance previously labeled Delta. Alright, we got him.
Who's the good one? Oh,
In the sample we collected from the manufacturer... oh, Jesus, what? In the sample we collected from the manufacturer present in Dr. Asher's lab?
That's a bingo. The witness's brown stuff matches your brown stuff down to a T. Could you not say it like that, please?
In light of this evidence, and the witness's testimony, I motion the court formally recognizes that Dr. Asher's cause of death was synatonin poisoning.
No.
I don't object, Your Honor.
But I'm afraid that I must.
What?
What?
What if David just wondered what it would taste like?
Excuse me?
Yeah.
What if you just got hungry?
Oh, add 84. Da-dang, no, 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 no. Synatonin may very well have been in his body when he died, but synatonin didn't kill Dr. Asher.
What?
War?
What?
What?
The hell is she
What?
up to?
It couldn't have. It couldn't kill anybody.
What?
Stop saying what?
What? Because it's non-toxic, of course. We designed it to affect androids, not people. How's that work?
Hold on, you're now claiming that Dr. Asher died of what? Natural causes?
He said, shit, I better have a heart attack right now.
So he went in there, he's like, David, you didn't make any AIs, right? If I did, may God give me a heart attack, right?
May God give me a.
Okay.
I
So what
can't
she's
say.
saying is technically the truth, if we're right.
Yeah.
Because she's saying that serotonin did not kill him. The combination of serotonin and alcohol killed him.
Hmm.
Maybe. I mean, maybe this is a way to be like, to get people sued.
Maybe a mix of serotonin and whatever she had him drink at the party. Maybe not specifically
Yeah.
alcohol.
I was about to say new emote. I was more shocked.
Oh
at
yeah, I
that.
didn't know about that. Look at that. He's happy.
Happy. Sorry, I was focused on that.
I can't say what he died of. I'm not a medical expert, but I can't say I killed him.
I did it.
I like
Eh,
Your Honor, I
eh.
let God sort him out.
Anyway, but I can easily prove that serotonin is harmless.
How could you?
I'll drink it.
I knew it.
Like,
Oh,
The Clone of the
This-
Giselle
Yeah, I was gonna say this has to have been inspired from that case.
from Great Ace Attorney, yeah.
Yep.
Look at that.
like. So,
She dies instantly.
Yeah, I hope so. I'll drink some alcohol.
Huh? See that one coming?
What?
What? That ain't good.
Bailiff, contact the hospital immediately.
I told you it's fine.
This is her gamble. Now she has to just get to the end of the trial without dying.
Yeah.
But
It doesn't kill you, but it does make you shit your brains out.
Oh
That's
my god,
100%
CC.
a hung android. Young, whoa.
Oh my goodness.
I saw
Oh my
that. I'm like,
God.
what android was hung? And then, young.
This currently is young. Like, that'd be a crazy twist that she said in an android. We're looking at an android right now.
That'd be great.
I can stand here all day if necessary, but I would like this to speed up.
what in the...
But the thing is, if she's lying, it will very easily come out. I don't think what she's saying is a lie. I think she's presenting false pretense.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
she's
I'm of
she's
agreement.
saying it's not lethal by itself.
Can my thing would be like, let's say this was the case, and this is like nothing. Then what? How does this case go? It's like, oh well, everyone's free to go. I guess.
Yeah, no
she
one
didn't kill him. Yeah, no one killed him.
kill him.
Nobody did it? Okay.
Fair me.
And what you just drank was.
I was about to say seminal fluid, and I was like, "What the fuck is seminal?" Oh, that's what it is. What the
Oh.
fuck? I was like, "Why the fuck?"
It's a V roll.
Several hundred times that amount found in not Asher's body.
Maybe he's just that much of a lightweight.
Yeah. What if he was an android?
Why didn't you say anything until now?
I thought it would be funny. Noble Electronics is a. Was it not funny?
He's funny.
I wanted to know what it tasted like.
Joke. Noble Electronics is a multinational corporation with patents filed all over the world. We take the protection of our trade secrets very seriously.
You think after the Tide Pods incident, it would make this lethal to drink?
Yo, I'm drinking.
Kids are popping up.
I'm doing a keg
kids are
stand of my
popping up in
android.
androids. Yeah.
You cut open an android and go. Jesus.
Delicious.
Like it's a coconut.
I'm gonna have a beer after this.
Yo, can you crack open an android and hurt the clown?
You hurt the clown.
Number three in a cracked android.
Yeah. Don't forget to crack the android on your way out.
The production and nature of serotonin is closely guarded. That guard remains up even during a murder investigation. Murder. Unfortunately.
My accent is sleeping.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep it. I want to go feminine, but it keeps going down like I'm horse.
I'm become the horse.
I would have. Fuck the W's. Been able to tell you earlier had you asked directly. What? Asked directly?
What the hell kind of...
Yeah, I'm on your side with this one, Emma.
This can't be right. Nothing makes sense.
Well, howdy.
Damn, Skippy.
Right and tootin'.
Boy, howdy, I'm lost as hell.
I love this woman.
But do you have any further questions, Rocky Ford?
Rocky Ford.
Not at the moment, Your Honor.
A woman. What?
And the defense?
The prosecution's own witness just threw the entire case into question. Normally this would be the cause for celebration, but shadow of doubt isn't enough this time. Pharaohs would much rather bring down the gavel early than let a potential AI walk free. What Young did was shocking, but what I need to do hasn't changed. Think through this logically. Is it really possible that Cinetonin had nothing to do with David's death? No, that's bullshit. Can't be a coincidence, there's nothing else that would have killed him. But Young just drank Cinetonin in front of us, and she's fine, so was it fake? It was confirmed by the court computer to be the genuine article. So she drank poison, but isn't showing any symptom. Is it slow acting? If so, her grand gesture would be pointless. She'll be kept for observation regardless of what happens next. Did she take some kind of antidote beforehand? No, antidotes are developed for poisons, not industrial chemicals.
Yeah.
David's dead. She's alive. What made the difference?
Alcohol.
Give her alcohol. Give her alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
Kill
her.
Well, you know what, Young? You got me. Let's have a celebratory drink.
No, thank you.
Wake
What?
up. No sleeping on the job.
I don't drink. Yes, you do.
You're a liar. Your Honor, pump her
Unless
stomach.
you're me.
Of course, Your Honor. Allow me one moment to explain things to the court. We've confirmed just now that Cinetonin was the foreign compound in his body, and we all know logically that it must have been what killed David Asher. So what's the key difference between what David drank that night and what she drank in front of us just now? Where's my whiskey?
Max!
It was mixed with
Max!
alcohol.
That's why I yelled at Max, that bitch.
Her glass of water.
Oh, she drank water to wash it down.
Goo 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 goo. Yeah, no whiskey. Gadoosh.
Whiskey.
The difference has been staring us in the face this whole time.
That's...
Whiskey?
You recognize this, Miss Young?
No, don't drink. That's the whiskey bottle that Dr. Asher and I drank from.
Rose River. It's good whiskey. And I think you had the right idea.
Pardon?
Bottoms up?
She's drinking.
That's funny. Smooth.
What? Didn't I?
She's drinking straight out of the bottle in the middle of the courtroom.
Yeah, but this reaction's like, dear God, counselor.
I mean, if you saw your lawyer pull out a whiskey,
Cheers, I'll drink to that.
I trust him. I trust him because either I'm about to go to jail for life or we're about to have a good time. Give me a hell yeah!
I expect an edit of Eric Andre as Morgan. Cheers, I'll drink to that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Scandalous.
Relax, it's just whiskey. Tested a dozen times over, perfectly safe.
Don't worry, it's just whiskey.
So would you like to try some, Miss Young?
Don't be absurd.
Yeah, she is doing the. Care to have a drink?
I'm not going to drink on the witness stand. Have you lost your mind?
This was a very bold opening gamble, Young,
Yeah,
that you really
like you could
miscalculated.
have waited.
Well, she didn't think that we would put it together that fast, or at all, really. She
I
was
think she's
arrogant.
stupid.
She's an idiot.
I'm not asking you to get plastered, just have a sip. After all, if we want to prove whether or not Cinetonin killed Dr. Asher, we have to recreate the conditions under which he ingested it by mixing it with alcohol.
No.
Yo, get Emma a tissue.
Bless you.
Sorry. Hold on.
It's Sarah.
But bless you.
Yeah, so Emma's just.
I'll drink to that.
Let's put you on Reddit.
Shock.
Look at that fucking go ahead then. Just a taste.
Just a drop.
Prove it to us that Cinetonin is perfectly safe for human consumption.
is this? Can she do this?
Miss Young.
Yeah, everyone's like, do it.
I never said it was safe for human consumption. You did.
Yeah, you did.
Well, she said it was non-toxic. Those are two
You
different
kiss
things.
my ass, Evan. No.
Kiss what was that entrance? Kiss my ass, Evan.
Kiss my ass, Evan. That's not gonna slide. That's like going to say, oh yeah, the plastic's not toxic. Don't drink it with battery acid. It's like,
Well,
what the hell?
AJ, non-toxic and like you should eat this are two different things.
You know what she was doing.
Yeah, I know what she was doing, but it's like it's not even a technicality. She was being a little sneaky, but it's not technical.
I would beat her in the middle of the street if she said this to me.
I think consuming it live for the court is tantamount to saying that it's safe for consumption.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be
Yeah, that's
right
fair.
back.
You know what?
Alright.
You're right.
Okay, gotcha. Evan will be Emma.
Wait, what happened?
She's B.O.B.
JT had to leave for a second, so.
Just that it's not non-toxic.
A distinction without a difference. You saw firsthand Dr. Asher confused, slurring his speech, complaining of headache, all symptoms of poisoning. Alcohol poisoning, that is. Serotonin is a neurotransmitter analog. Maybe it doesn't do anything in the human body on its own, but in combination with alcohol, it acts as a powerful depressant. One strong enough to turn a glass or two of whiskey into a lethal overdose.
Can you imagine David's just like drinking?
Man, this shit here
There's different.
is different.
That's just.
Evan.
Even if that is the case, what does it change?
It changes whether or not we can accept the witness's testimony.
Even if this witness is a liar, what does that change?
Why would the witness lie if not to?
She's a corporate climber. I imagine it's like breathing for her.
And
Your Honor, this...
Is wild, but ultimately irrelevant.
irrelevant?
When you've yet to establish an alternative interpretation of the fact, yes. What are you even accusing the witness of doing, Counselor, beyond angling for a promotion? We've all seen the story by now. Noble android saves soldier's life with warm blood transfusion. They're talking about putting warm androids in the military just because of that headline. With the size of their flesh and blood price tag, a defense contract like that would secure Noble untold profits for years.
So imagine the lengths they go to hide the fact that their androids have poison in their veins.
What happened to your voice?
You've become the host!
I had my homunculus take over for me.
You have become the ad.
Dawes told me the truth about what Noble really thinks of that article, but he never testified to it. At least I know for sure Emma's wrong about this poisoned blood nonsense. And you think she'd perjure herself just for that?
She's a high-powered corporate executive. It's her job to assess risk versus reward. And she can afford the fine.
As I said, it's not truly poisonous. And the chances of cross-contamination from a simple plasma transfusion are...
Oh damn, now she's regaining her composure too.
A perjury charge is a real risk, of course, but Noble rewards loyalty.
oh yeah, let's just say that.
And as you know, they have a great number of lawyers.
Plenty of motive to lie about serotonin, as you can see. But no motive for her to cover up the death of Noble Electronics' Golden Goose.
I wasn't protecting myself, I was protecting the company. Yeah, that.
No motive to kill David Asher, you say?
Max.
Let's have a look here.
Probably not
Files?
the-
No. Telling David texted? No.
The David contract. If he dies while he's still contracted to them, they get his IPs.
Yeah. Oh, let me make sure. No motive? Yeah, no, that contract's a pretty good motive to me. I don't know about that. There's plenty of
Fraud
motivation for her and Noble to want David dead.
They
seeing
get the
as how
money.
they were firing him.
What?
Noble Electronics was kicking their golden goose out of the nest, suing him over breach of contract. Isn't that right?
The silent library guy comes out. David Asher is dead. You get the money.
No money.
mixtape drop. I love it all the time.
I don't have to talk about that.
That's all right. I'll talk about it for you.
Oh no.
Gulp.
Your Honor, counsel is trying to testify whether they're supposed to be questioning.
The people opened the door when they claimed that the witness had no motive. Yeah, look at you, stupid. You big ass forehead.
Wow.
You don't have to be mean about it.
Yeah, the judge is fucking locked in right now.
It's like are you lying to us?
It just looks like the Malcolm in the Middle thing every time when
Yeah.
she leaves in like that.
This is absurd. You have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm sure I can speak for the whole court when I say we feel nothing but reverent awe for the complexity of Noble's legal woes. But I just so happen to have an inkling of insight into the issue. Because I have here a copy of Dr. Asher's employment contract.
What?
That is confidential. It's completely improper for you.
Why? I am still technically his attorney.
Criminal attorney.
But I didn't just stumble across this document. I also did the one thing Noble Electronics would never expect anyone to do. I read the terms and conditions.
Oh my goodness.
No!
You what?
You're not supposed to do that.
Impossible.
That's impossible. No one could ever.
David must have negotiated well at his last performance review. This contract allows him to take his patents with him should he get fired. Meaning Noble couldn't monopolize his IP once he was out. Rather than let their competitors have him, the company might have thought it best to...
A company didn't poison David Asher, Counselor. An individual did.
And?
An individual did on behalf
For
of the company.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Emma.
Emma, get a job. Get a real job.
It's a psychotic thing to say, considering where I'm standing.
To a DA.
Yeah. To Rockford, get a job.
Rockford, take the wig off.
Hold on. I need a screenshot now. I'm gonna make her bald.
Bald.
That's so fucked up. Don't be mean to her.
Oh, she shouldn't be bald then.
Bald ballin'.
You got an egghead.
Evil.
Rockford, take your pads out.
Rockford, cut your bangs.
And if they cared that much about controlling his intellectual property, they wouldn't fire him in the first place.
Correct, they wouldn't let him go for anything less than a complete breakdown of trust. He'd have to have done something grave. Something like, say, committing fraud.
That's all.
Well, just now that you said there was a breach of contract, like it was some kind of technicality that was causing the split. But it was much more serious than that, wasn't it?
You're claiming the victim committed corporate fraud? Where's the evidence of that?
David created the Turing solution that every one of their androids has run on to this day. And Noble reaped enormous profits capitalizing on his intellectual property. With how this contract was set up, they would never let him go unless they absolutely had to.
Then what exactly do you think David Asher did?
It's not what I think that matters, only what the company fears.
Max out.
He made AI?
You should save, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Just not that I can load it
That's
back
okay.
anyway, but
I think the point she's trying to get to is that they suspected that he made AI.
yeah.
So they were spying on him.
Limits
Well, I mean,
and decision making can't be overridden except by AI.
What's the last one?
David
Something
never
data?
hurt Noble. That's shipping. That's like the stuff of...
Oh, okay. Wait, what the fuck is this?
This is what I was talking about before about something being like taken out.
No, I mean
Yeah,
like
this is what we.
the answer to this.
Okay, so the main thing is David never hurt Noble. I think...
So what was the question? What is she asking?
David never
David
hurt
never
no.
hurt Noble.
Noble. Let me check the log again. you're claiming the victim committed corporate fraud. Where's the evidence of that? David created the Turing solution that every one of their androids has run on to this day, and Noble reaped enormous profits capitalizing on his intellectual property. With how his contract was set up, they would never let him go unless they absolutely had to. Then what exactly do you think David Asher did? It's not what I think that matters, only what the company fears he did.
I think the doctor reports.
You think? Why?
Maybe?
Is it nanofacturer? Not an issue.
I think
It's either
maybe-
Sarah or the doctored reports.
Are we certain that it was Young doctoring the reports
It
and
could
not
be. Yeah, it could,
David? Because he could have used the
The
stolen
parts to make Sarah.
Sarah.
that's very possible.
He said multiple times, "I'm not an engineer. Like I can't build an android
So he
on
took
my
parts
own."
of an already built android.
Mm-hmm.
So would you think it'd be better to put shipping data or Sarah itself? Probably shipping data, just because that's more evidence of like
That's
what
more
actually.
fraud. Yeah.
Was
There's
that
like fraudulent in there. I mean, it's manipulating of reports.
Well, we know he's a fraud because he used ChatGPT, but we
We're not
can't
gonna
say
admit
that.
They
that.
don't know that.
I feel like it could go a couple ways with this one, unless we're gonna unless we're bringing up the tenets as being able to be overturned by AIs, but
I don't think so, because that's not.
No,
that
this is-
doesn't have anything to
yeah.
do with harming the company. This is about specifically harming the company. And I think shipping data is the most likely to be something that harms the company.
yeah.
that
Innocuous,
means they
this looks
lose
super
shit.
stylish. Well, innocuous, you would be right in saying this looks very stylish because this was made by Encircle, a company and game studio dedicated to the most stylish and beautiful of VNs, with very interesting world building and games that I recommend you go check out, such as. Oh, what's the first? Oh no, this is embarrassing.
March in
No,
Line?
No,
March
I
in
was
Line?
doing it in order.
You
No, hold on.
suck.
I was doing it in
Oh
order.
my
What's
god!
the first one
It's
called?
model employee.
No, the one before that. I even didn't like that one.
You mean the
Kuroka
Hime?
Hime. Kuroka Hime.
Oh
Jesus.
my goodness.
Kodoko Hime, then it was Martian, or not Martian Line, so it was model employee. Then Of the Devil Part 1, or Part 0, I guess.
Demo, yeah.
Then it was Martian Lion, and now it's Chapter 1, which is
Yeah.
what we're playing
Yeah.
here.
If you see this,
I really like Kodoko Hime.
Oh, if you see this, I miss you. Well, I'm a fan of DR, and this gives me those vibes. Well, if you like mystery visual novels, I recommend you check out Of the Devil. You can play the demo free on Steam, I believe, still.
I don't know if that's the case anymore. Hold on.
I think it's still up.
well, the demo is taken off the market.
Oh, is it? Okay, well, regardless, I think it is something
It's
definitely
the-
worth your money. If you like this style, this is pretty much Cyberpunk Ace Attorney. If you like DR, I think you'd really enjoy this. I think you'd love to give it a shot.
But the episode 0 is now in the main game.
Glazing
But
Buggy
chapter
at the
1
start.
is
I'm not
different.
only glazing Buggy, I'm glazing Brian and
Brian.
MCR, I think, or what? How do they go? They were.
Oh my goodness, Carlos.
Shut
Bubble.
leave me alone.
Bubble.
No, their team is great. Their writer is great.
Yeah,
Their artist is
good
great.
team.
Their 3D designer is great. They're all great. Praise of the style. Well, yeah, but that's not just Buggy. That's also
Yeah.
that 3D artist's job to make the backgrounds and stuff. They're all great. Okay, they're all fantastic.
There you go. That's all. You
I love
got
them.
it.
I love each and every one of them. They're
You're
very
gonna love
kind
this
people.
in a minute. I'm not gonna lie.
You should start a pyramid scheme.
I should. You're right. I'm really good at making my friends buy things that we're not gonna play.
Yeah.
WWE, you're so right.
No, okay, no.
I mean, we
that's
do
not
play
fair. That's
that.
like the what? Come
That's
on, now.
not
You can't
fair.
blame me for
Evan,
WWE.
How dare you?
I will say I haven't mentioned it, but I
Outlast
did.
Trials.
I have seen a couple of the devs
Mm.
in chat today. That we're watching today.
No.
JT,
saw-
if you want to play it, you ask me. I'll play it.
No.
I saw Bug and I saw MCR slide through.
Making a joke.
Yeah, we have to call them Bug because every time you guys say Buggy, I just think of the clown.
the
cloud.
Boogie.
Or at the
St.
clown.
Baldrick's Foundation. Anyway, okay, so I think you're right. I think we do shipping data, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what I believe. Not when Noble believed that David was misleading the shareholders by
It's gotta be
altering.
shipping. Sorry. go
Oh,
ahead.
that's what he was doing. He was making it seem more popular than it is. Maybe
Ooh.
by altering shipment data for Animate 16.
Hmm.
What?
What the hell?
Frog.
What the hell?
What is this that you're uploading? Shipping records?
Irregularities among shipments of Animate 16. One android swapped in for another over and over dozens of times. The kind of thing someone with Dr. Asher's authority could do. And the kind of thing someone as smart as you couldn't have missed.
I might have missed it.
Dr. Asher made Noble an untold amount of money, so why fire him over a few harmless swaps? Why elevate this to fraud?
You have evidence that it was David Asher who did this?
Nope, but I wasn't the one who investigated it. So let's ask her.
Oh,
Come on now, let's hear it. Let's.
Olympic.
Let's Olympic.
Oh my
The
god,
company-
we gotta go back to watch
Yeah.
the Attorney stage plays.
At least
I
that
miss
one.
them.
Yeah.
Let's Olympic.
The
Let's
explosion behind Godot.
The company investigated and found cause for serious concern. We suspected that Dr. Asher was inserting androids of unknown origin and quality into the
He was
16th
what?
protocol. What? And y'all didn't call it, and y'all were gonna let him go? I
was-
don't believe this.
He was putting in decoy androids?
I don't believe it.
Okay. Those were manned by AI, guys. Absolutely.
He snuck his
Positively.
AIs out into the world?
Oh my god.
Oh my god, he smuggled every AI that he made out into the world
no.
in androids.
Oh, no.
Oh, David.
David!
Dude.
Oh, he's dead
Every
now, so I
time.
guess he doesn't have to worry about it.
Dude.
Davey!
Every time I think it can't get any worse.
Oh,
I was gonna let him slide about that shit, but then he released
my
him.
Send him to
Oh my
Davy
fucking
Jones'
God.
locker for all eternity.
I hope he rots in
Oh
hell.
my
This guy's going to turbo hell.
Dude, he sent AIs with bodies and realistic features out into the world.
Carlos Saturnalis, make him a tree.
Tree
make
this
him a
man. Tree him.
this man. Jesus fuck, dude.
Oh, Davey.
You can't make this shit up.
Davey.
I pay taxes.
Davey.
I pay taxes.
Hell's not hot enough for him.
I don't think anything will ever be hot enough for him. Holy
And-
crap, dude.
And I bet you he left another like video diary that's like, so Morgan, I guess you found about about.
No, he
the
left like a
android."
Dr. Robotnik Sonic Adventure 2 speech of like how he's gonna crash the Ark into Earth. Like that's what he did.
The Ark of the Covenant.
Sonic
Hey.
the Hedgehog is a.
Hanging's
that
too
was-
good for
that
him.
was-
Now, introducing unpredictable elements in extremely stable and profitable generation of androids.
Why would he do that?
You know what? He is Dr. Eggman.
He might be.
For pride? As a practical joke? Does it really matter? He endangered the future of the company.
He's endangered a lot more than the future of the company.
The fucking people. I hope
You
they
tell-
caught those
This is how-
androids.
This is pretty much the fucking plot of the Chucky remake, where like Mark Hamill makes the evil Chucky doll. He just turns. So you prepared to fire him?
Imagine we take Young aside and we're like, I have some information to share with the witness. And she just goes, you what?
He did what?
Oh man, nah, I gotta get out of here.
As I approached him as a superior and as someone he'd once worked with, I hope to remedy the situation.
Was the meeting on Friday part of those efforts?
No, I just wanted to kill him. It was
Did he get out?
Guess so.
hello.
Hello.
Okay.
Oh, there you are.
It was the culmination of those efforts.
I thought the music
I
just
fe-
stopped. I was like, what?
I hope Morgan goes, like, if you were to estimate how many of these androids were swapped out, and she's going to go over 300, and then it's going to click
Like
in
the-
Morgan's mind of like, oh,
Well, he didn't commit suicide, but he probably should have.
Now we're gonna have like a Lilo and Stitch TV series escapade
collecting
of like
the 300.
Yeah, collected all 300 androids.
And every time Morgan's gonna have to defend him because they were framed for something. Yeah, episode 300. Like, all right, Ofed the Devil. This is getting annoying.
This is getting a bit repetitive. Could you imagine
I
someone
get it.
walks in and says, "Yeah, we're gonna be doing 300 episodes of the Devil."
The same shit.
Like holy shit!
this
different
is
seasons.
chapter 1. Like they have to raise the stakes, right? But how do you raise the stakes over like I have released AI across the globe?
I think the end of this case is just going to be that cold, just realizing like they're just out there. I'm not even sure if they'll even bring them back up again.
There might be one because I can imagine Penny being involved with one of them.
Yeah.
Oh no!
You think Penny's one of them?
Well, maybe not. Like, if that is the case, maybe. But I was more so that Penny finds one of those 300 and starts working.
I was gonna say, maybe Penny hijacks an ad.
No,
and just gets
possibility.
I don't know, because I feel Penny is a bit weird. Where she like, I think she's really only a threat to the company itself. Because I think, like, even despite all of what she is, I think she is still loyal to the company in a way. You know, like everything she does is for the good of the company. I don't know how far that goes, but
I think it is possible that, like, even if she does get out, it depends on, like, because then she could just do everything herself. But I don't know if she would want to do that. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Because she's proven to, like, want people. But I mean, I guess she could be more physical. But the idea that this could happen is scary enough.
Just the idea. I couldn't help but notice, David, in your dying message, you failed to mention the part where you set out like
the One Piece was real.
You set out like 300 androids in the bodies of other AIs and android bodies. This is I gotta hope. Maybe he didn't.
Yeah, I kind of hope that like she mentions this, but she was lying, and they were like, but then again, it's like where are those? Yeah. Where are those AIs right now? But.
And in many ways, it was a success. The dispute was resolved swiftly.
Swifty.
He was swifty.
I keep on like whenever she stands straight with her earring, I think it's like a highlight, a part of her hair with the what's her name?
Yeah.
It's usually when she's standing differently, but it's like usually attached in loops. But
see, Evan, he didn't drop everything on Morgan in the journal.
Yeah.
Oh, you love David now.
Keep the secret. I like David as.
I think David's hysterical. I think he's a funny dude.
I think he was funny, but if he has proven to be like, oh yeah, no, I just sent those 300 guys away, I'm gonna be like, yeah, no, you're cooked. I can't defend this.
He could have done this at any point. He did this because he got bored.
I can't imagine the writing process, like in Circle, like I imagine like the writer and everyone else were just in a room and they were just pitching ideas to each other, and it just got to the point like, what if he just made like 300 AIs, like and he shipped them out to the world and all of you dying of laughter, and now that reality has finally come for the entire team at Circle of just like. Yeah, it'd be so funny if he just made like 300 AIs by accident, and then the scope of it kept getting scarier and scarier until you have the final product.
What have we done?
AIs.
300 AIs. 300 ads.
Did you read this one?
It was practically friendly compared to how these discussions normally go in our world.
So you brokered the meeting?
You could say that, yes.
You oversaw its every detail, handled all the arrangements?
Yes, of course.
Including the refreshments.
Oh.
What?
Oh, that. I wouldn't say blush.
She proved it for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does look like her face is like all.
I mean, it's like her being like shocked, but I don't know what to call it. It's not blush.
Did you provide coffee, tea?
It's it's shorthand for going pale, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Going pale.
No.
Strange. It must have been a long meeting. Surely you at least provided
inhalers, jelly donuts,
water.
Sure, yeah.
Surely you at least provided water for the people.
What are you asking, counselor? No, it's coffee. Because it's caramel colored.
Coffee.
Oh yeah, goofy.
Ooh.
Yippee.
That's what I want to know.
No,
me as well.
But past the point of asking, I'm accusing. Dr. Asher didn't have some kind of freak medical accident, and he wasn't killed by some terrifying, two-faced AI boogeyman.
Two-Face.
He was poisoned by this woman in the light of day at that meeting Friday afternoon.
Wow.
Did she really just...
Oh my goodness.
What do you mean? What do you mean poisoned at the meeting?
That was hours before he showed any symptoms.
As Miss Young testified and demonstrated, synatonin on its own is harmless, but it becomes fatal pretty easily. You just need to convince your victim to have a drink.
You're saying he ingested the poison at noon and inadvertently triggered a fatal reaction with it that night?
How could you?
How could you get so far ahead of yourself?
Oh, yeah.
There were a dozen people at that meeting, Counselor. None of them wound up dead. Or wound up dead. Are you seriously claiming that they all drank poison?
No, it's way
water?
easier to control there.
No. What the fuck? All of them drank it.
No.
Not all of them. What the fuck?
David was the only one to fall ill, so... But he fell ill because he drank from that water. Others must have drunk it too, so... We must reason that they were poisoned as well.
Take all the time you need getting there. So why aren't they dead?
Because as all those people will surely attest, Helen Young made sure that they'd be doing paperwork for the next 12 hours. Working late into the night, officiating the settlement she arranged. And not drinking alcohol.
Holy crap.
She had no guarantee about that. What if they started drinking after 6?
Well, then
With Noble's work-life harmony, fat chance. These people don't clock out until they reach their bunk. Only a generational talent like David Asher could afford to relax with a drink on a Friday night. His exceptionalism signaled him out as her only victim.
Hold it.
Please look at me again.
You're forgetting something pretty basic, Counselor. If everyone at the meeting drank water from the same pitcher, any one of them would have noticed if there was synatonin in it. Synatonin is a brown fluid. Whiskey is too, so it would be easy to slip into a glass of liquor. But if she had spiked the water at the meeting with it, it would have looked disgusting.
Did I
There's no way
say
she could
water?
poison the water without people noticing.
All of what Emma said is
meant
true.
Coffee.
And yet Young pulled it off anyway. How?
She did it with magic.
Oh, chromofuge.
Yeah, it removes the...
Chromofuge.
turns red blood pink. But it can still remove the impurities of it.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think
just need the
chromofuge.
chromofuge.
Yep. Skadoosh. Synatonin is produced as a caramel solution. Anyone would notice if it was dropped into their water. Unless the pigment had been removed.
Holy crap.
What the hell are you talking about?
Every Noble factory producing warm androids has a chromofuge, a machine that gives their android that signature pink oxidant. By removing pigment from red blood. With a machine like that, it would be simple for a brilliant biochemist like the Witness to take the caramel-colored synatonin and turn it into an odorless, tasteless, invisible poison. Invisible. As your honor can attest.
Isn't that the guy that Amazon's making the show about? Invisible?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Doom doom.
My name.
Doom doom.
I loved all the posts when season 1 came out that was just like,
Why?
why is this guy called Invisible? I can see him. He's right there.
He's right there.
No, it's
It's doom doo doo doom.
no. I that's why like every time they were like, there was this one chick who was trying to say it, and it's like I didn't even say anything.
My scan confirmed that synatonin has no taste or odor. It's only the color that's off-putting.
Hey.
Surely the poisonous aspect should be considered off-putting as well.
Oh.
Time to press. David Asher, your oldest ally in the whole company, was sabotaging its future for the sake of his own whimsy. And he couldn't even be bothered to clue you
He's a
in.
gnome.
He was so whimsical. I'm making AI.
You have no idea how well I can relate to that. He's sabotaging your future for the sake of his own whimsy.
No.
Playing Nutty Professor and taking off early while you had to work around the clock just to stay relevant.
Who is Nutty Professor?
He set up your crowning achievement, the most advanced, most profitable line of androids to the country. So it would blow up into the industry fiasco of the decade. And worst of all, he didn't even stand a profit from it.
You're wrong.
You went to his house
Did
that
somebody
night.
just cut a deck of cards?
No, I was leaning back in my chair.
He was
Hey,
ripping
I shit
ass.
myself. Yeah.
It does
This
sound
part
like
takes
I'm
concentration.
shitting my brains out.
It's right. Hesitation.
You went to his house that night to watch him swallow poison, to get revenge on the man who left you in the dust.
Your Honor, defense is testifying.
Am I?
The speculation carries no weight, and no amount of badgering will lend it any.
True, we need proof.
Oh,
So why don't we have Mrs. Young take a swig of this whiskey and prove me wrong?
you can't even say.
Ha! I'm not going to do that
Because you're afraid it could kill you.
because I don't have to.
She's right, Counselor.
Pardon.
Your theory is compelling, maybe even convincing. But there's a pretty fatal flaw to it. Young was at that meeting, same as David. We can see she was drinking water with the rest of them. And of course, we've seen it many times now, she was on camera drinking whiskey with David that night. Having even finished most of her cup. And then she had water right after. So tell us, Counselor, how is it that Miss Young's still standing here while David Asher is dead?
Alcohol.
If both of them had mixed alcohol with serotonin that night.
That is... damn good question. Shit.
Shit. As I've been saying, you're wrong about Dr. Asher's death. You're wrong about me.
Really, you're
Don't
gonna
know
tell us
anything about-
you didn't do it?
I
Really?
don't know anything. I don't know anything. I swear. And I wouldn't kill a man because he threatened the company's stock price.
No. She did kill him. I can smell it on her now. She didn't
Yeah.
just see him die, she watched him die.
Yeah. This is the part that I was looking forward to. Morgan's
killer.
like killer
Locked in.
instinct come out in court.
He's like,
But
no.
then, why is she still standing? There's no antidote, no trick. And that night, she was on camera the entire time. No, not the entire time. She couldn't have been. There must have been one moment.
You can't even say water.
To the hospital is like the last thing.
Jung and David drank, discussed talking in
In the kitchen parlor. There.
Yep.
That's when they weren't on screen.
Yep. Oh, you have to put it in order.
Let me... Oh, this is a timeline? Oh, you're right, this is a timeline.
Yeah.
Hospital.
The hospital...
Hospital.
Did they
David
talk
would
in
have
the
to
parlor
faint
before they drank or
before
not?
that. I don't
They
know.
did, it was before. This timeline. Leave no window of opportunity, damn it. Maybe she didn't get sick because they got to the hospital so fast. Maybe after she arrived, she could have... No, the staff would have been hyper-vigilant after, afraid she was poisoned too. It wouldn't have let her out of their sight. Wait, David and Young got there as fast as they did because of the veto. And the veto was only summoned because she used... Would you mind terribly if I changed the subject for just a moment?
Yes.
What?
Meh, why not?
You left the parlor
Whatever.
at 8:03 p.m. and headed into the kitchen to use the emergency console there.
Yes, I did.
Didn't want to use your phone.
I didn't think to, no.
And the emergency call went out at 8:04. The console saw you make the call through its camera.
Yes, you did see me make the call, because that's what happened.
So what were you doing in that minute?
What?
That's 1 minute.
That 1 minute? What about that 1 minute?
1 minute, or 50 seconds, or even just 45 seconds. When you left Dr. Asher dying in the parlor to get the emergency console, it took you about 1 minute to cross 5 meters.
What of it?
This is it, her only opportunity to do anything off camera that night.
See, there's the hair thing.
It was only for... Oh yeah, you're right, it does look like... It does line up with the...
extension.
It was only for a few seconds, but in that time, with something at the scene, I'm sure it was a stressful time for you. After all, you had already swallowed poison back at the meeting. You must have drank plenty in front of everyone to set up your alibi. Who knows how much of a toxic time bomb was swimming in your blood by the time the operation was done? Then at David's, you downed your whiskey to perfect your alibi, having drank from the same bottle as the dead man walking. By 8:03, you had already had to watch David grow weaker and weaker. Knowing all that, while the same thing was happening to you, unable to stop it without giving yourself away. Mind swimming, head dizzy. Yes, you must have been quite panicked.
Then why am I standing here?
Alive and well for all of us to see. Having drank the exact same combination as David.
Because she cheated death at the very last second.
Was it okay? So was it the water in the sink or was it the salt? That's what I'm thinking.
It's both.
Yeah, she put salt in the water.
Salt water.
Yep.
It would get her to throw up.
Yeah.
You're so right, Saline.
That's what I was thinking. She made herself throw up.
Hold on, before we do this, I have to.
She purged.
I gotta send something very important.
How important are we talking here?
That will defeat. It will defeat Emma.
Oh no, do you have the bald image?
Oh no. Bald Emma.
Let me see, where is it? Where are you posting it?
It's so much better than I did.
Hold on 1 second. I'll put it
Oh
on.
my fucking chest!
It's coming,
Oh
everyone.
my god!
Send that to them,
that
you
looks
gotta.
like Slender Man.
I'm trying to think what's it? It looks like the paper clip.
Mean.
It's not. It's the bald. You know what I was gonna name it?
What's that?
Emma Baldford.
Here we go.
Oh.
Here you go, stream.
Yeah,
This really is Emma. It really is Emma the Rockford.
Yeah, Emma the Rockford. You gotta like. Oh. Bucky.
Yeah! Yeah! I did it!
Oh my god.
Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, what a
What a way to go.
Wait.
Oh.
Wait.
Benedict's from her eggs.
Oh, beautiful.
So fucked.
Oh, beautiful.
You know how long it took to recolor shit too? I had to outline the head over and over.
I think the part that's fucking me up the most is that this looks like this still could be like a normal sprite for someone. Is like what's bothering me the most about it.
You just change the color. That's me.
Like, it kind of fucks with me, the fact that, like, you could delete the background here, and I could believe this is a sprite in a video game. Like, this is how it's meant to look, you know?
What? I'm thinking, like, with her head, I'm thinking it's like for some reason, I'm thinking Men in Black.
Like
But
an
I'm
alien?
not thinking of, yeah, like an alien. Maybe it's one of the aliens.
Yeah, that's Will Smith.
I'll have her replace the Grinch for now up here.
That's horrible.
Hold on, I gotta make her wide.
Wide.
I think this is pretty par for the course after what you guys did to Meekins.
Yeah. What to do? Add bald.
I'm not really surprised.
Add it to the game.
Add it as DLC.
That would be so fucking funny.
That'd be really funny
An
if they add,
unlockable skin.
no, for all the like a keychain, it's just bald versions of all the characters. That would be beautiful.
If you do this, this will be the second time I'm inadvertently in a game.
Episode 5 High Roller Keychain.
Yes.
That's beautiful.
Clearly, you don't own an air fryer.
I'm gonna put her right here in the corner. She's gonna be safe here.
Awesome.
Awesome.
I'm glad I do the things I do.
Well, I gotta
In
put her
case
pretend
anyone
I'm not
barely
here.
shows up,
Alright, like, no
he rips her
worries.
wig off.
pretend I'm not. Of course, invisible.
Who are you?
Invisible.
You can. Where did I just put? Where did funny image go?
The funny image.
What?
There we
The
okay, there.
image-
No, I wanted
yeah.
to put it so it wasn't like over the people walking around. She's gonna stay right down there.
Good, beautiful. She's watching always,
There we
judging.
go. It looks like a watermark now.
If someone steals your video, they're gonna have that. They're gonna have to answer to that.
All right, so
All right.
I feel like a couple of these things could be the answer though, because
Well, I
think
think that's
water
the point.
glass.
I think it's supposed to be like
Multi.
water, glass, salt, and kitchen sink all at the same time because I think it's just gonna build.
okay. Yeah, what's the? I'm wondering if there's like I hope there's not like a correct way to start with it.
Well, I mean, look at what she's asking first again, just in case. She couldn't have avoided a lethal concoction.
So, I'm gonna start with the water glass.
I
for now.
would as well.
Unless it's like
Yeah.
the sink. It's like she to start with saying like she threw up down the sink or something.
No, throwing up is the last thing that would happen.
She must have used that glass of water to cheat her fate.
Alcohol poisoning isn't the same as a
No.
hangover, counselor.
So salt or
Staying
gutter?
hydrated wouldn't have saved her.
She must use a kitchen sink
How so?
because she had already tried everything else.
Ugh.
Yeah.
You know, like everything but the kitchen sink.
Oh god,
Yes, I
Oh,
get it.
jeez.
Very funny.
you're losing.
My money.
Salt.
So I guess it is just the salt.
Refrigerator.
More like she drank more liquor.
Good, 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 good. Right, salt. Shake it like a salt shaker.
You set yourself up with bad luck, Helen Young,
What?
Salt.
by leaving the salt shaker cap loose. Luke.
Yeah.
I don't blame you since you were in a rush to make yourself vomit.
Yeah, there you go. The loose
Okay,
cap.
so we were right.
Yeah,
but
we
it's
were
just like it was a combination of all those things.
Yeah,
It-
well,
it was
I'm
just-
assuming
it
she
had to be
vomited in the
salt.
sink, though, right?
Well,
I think
yeah,
she
but, like,
vomited in the sink and then
I-
drank water.
But you're not like
And then
saying
used
she
the garbage
tried
disposal.
using. She didn't say she used the kitchen sink in order to clear it. It was her vomiting that cleared it.
The last time with the bald Emma, everyone's just like going over there and just checking on her.
Yeah,
And then they just, my favorite one was Sam was looking at her from a distance and then started to walk away.
Everyone's scared of it. They keep going back to look. they keep walking over like it's like the Space Odyssey, like envelopes.
Like, ooh.
Everyone's afraid of it.
Yeah. I'm going nowhere near it. I'm staring from a distance.
Yeah,
but
the
this-
salt is the most damning evidence.
Yeah, I thought it was
I
a-
agree. I fully agree.
I think this one
Yeah.
might have benefited from like a multi-present thing of just
I
like boom,
agree.
boom, boom. Like these three in combination were what was
Yeah,
used.
like I figured that's what it was going to be, but oh well.
Salt. What?
You threw up.
Mom, I threw up.
Expelling the contents of your stomach and thereby saving yourself from fatal interaction. I can't imagine how you felt sipping a drink you knew to be deadly, terrified that every minuscule grain of fatigue you felt could be your last. You must have come closer than anyone realized. It helped that you knew the symptoms weren't simply intoxication, but even so, you weren't kidding about managing risk versus reward.
How?
It was the salt shaker. You didn't screw the cap back on all the way, and I happened to bump it over. The lone glass with your fingerprints in the kitchen could have been there for any reason, but the salt shaker gave you away.
Because of one unscrewed cap.
As I said, bad luck.
I don't follow.
Pour salt in water, warm water, and chug the solution. Instantly triggers the gag reflex.
That's preposterous. I have no gag reflex.
I'll prove it!
I do.
To whoever guy is there, like, holy shit!
Jesus Christ!
Help!
You've got no proof of any of that. No. You all sound insane.
A feeble attempt at self-defense from a fatally cornered animal. Well, it's not super damning for you. But not gonna look the best. The teeth are already on its neck, but the jaw hasn't quite closed. Oh, we're getting the same thing
Sadistic?
that with Reyes. This is before she like laid the whole like shebang
Yeah.
on him.
She's gonna eat him.
So for one moment, it's all suffocating terror and sharp adrenaline and the furthest thing from peace. Until the canines come down.
There we go, Danganronpa.
In summary. You
Why am I
exhausted
green?
after years of living in the shadow of a man you outranked. You thought your fortunes finally shifted when you caught David manipulating company data. But even on his way out, he was more valuable to the board than you. So you decided to prove your worth by serving up his intellectual property on a silver platter. You set up an operation where you could control all the variables. Then you ran cinetonin through the chromofuge, turning it invisible, odorless, tasteless poison. And then you spike the water at the meeting, poisoning him hours before anyone could even suspect you. That evening, you invited yourself to David's, taking advantage of your shared ritual to guarantee he would drink the alcohol. Then after matching him sip for sip on camera for all the world to see, he lost consciousness and you raced to the kitchen not to use the console, but to dump salt into a glass of water and chug it as fast as you could, forcing yourself to vomit up the liquor, and cheating death in the process.
That's all conjecture. You don't have a shred of evidence of any of that.
Not on me. So let's go death for fingerprints. You could explain away your prints being found on a water glass, but not on a salt shaker.
Yeah, baby!
Or could you explain why we'd find traces of your DNA in this thing's strain? Or why there are minute amounts of serotonin in the blood of your entire legal team?
I
learned how to purge at Noble to avoid overdosing on your reds, greens, and yellows? You're part of the old guard now, Miss Young. Everyone else at the company uses inhalers. But if you want to prove me wrong about all this, that drink I offered you earlier is still on the table. Well? Any questions?
You're an irredeemable monster.
You...
Madam Vice President?
You...
Break down.
God! Bitch!
Nice.
Nice.
L.
Hitting it. L?
L?
You don't understand,
You're not on trial, Miss Young. Not today. So I'd strongly suggest that you stop talking.
Yeah, there you go
For your own sake.
I've
Do
become the
not
horse.
say
I've
that.
become the murderer.
You know things are bad when the DA is defending you. Your Honor, she did not say that. Miss Rockford, shall we?
Yes, Your Honor. Considering the most recent evidence and testimony, we have no further reason to suspect the android Sarah in the death of Dr. Asher. We know of no other occasions upon which said android may have broken any tenets, which means it is no longer considered at risk of violating the NDSA. And so we formally withdraw our one charge of possession of contraband against the defendant, Evangeline Morgan.
She, of all people, have to use my full name.
I mean, she does. It's your full legal name.
Legally.
You know who I know. Am.
Very well. Then the charges are dropped without prejudice. I'll instruct the bailiffs to remove the collar from your android as soon as possible.
What about the hands?
Case? The hands, the things are also considered a collar.
No.
Stupid.
Sorry, is my hideous presence that distracting? I'll just go dig a hole and decompose in it until I turn into a mushroom. Maybe if I'm reborn as a waxy porcini, then I won't be quite so despised. Perhaps I should let the adjutant do the honors as a formality. Yes, ma'am. Ooh.
Yes.
It's off. Case dismissed.
It's like, yes, ma'am. Case dismissed.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Huh?
There you go.
Still here?
Still here.
It just ended.
Maybe
Waiting for them to find whatever glorified bolt cutters they'll use to unlock Sarah's collar. What's your excuse, licking your wounds?
Damn.
What wounds?
I beat you.
Bringing your record against me to 1 win, 9 losses.
Damn.
You aren't still in shock, are you?
I know. Some charges were dropped and an android was cleared of suspicion, but I found the culprit.
You found the culprit?
that really a loss for me?
What Soldier Boy you cranking that you?
I
You?
won. How is that not a loss for you?
Justice prevailed. Why should I care who wins?
If you don't care who wins, why have you been keeping score?
Damn.
I haven't been. 0 losses is just that easy to remember.
Damn. She's playing you.
Well, you have to start up a tab for us then, because our record's gonna get a lot more tangled from here on out.
Ladies, you're both pretty.
Yeah, hang out
Relax.
with me. What about that? I'll buy the drink.
Only one of us is bald here.
Who is
Yeah.
this?
She might be next. Be careful.
Seems like everything's getting tangled these days.
Tangle Tower.
There's another crowd down on the street. More of those protesters from outside Noble's apartments.
You're serious? That wasn't a one-time thing.
Wouldn't that be nice? No, yesterday was pretty big, but it wasn't an isolated incident.
I don't get it. At all. Heartbreak's just some nut who shot 6 people weeks ago. Can't these losers move on already?
Yeah, most of them are losers. Some of them are just bored. And then there are the opportunists. Dissidents, unlisted, rebels, and terrorists. Wannabe cyberpunks who think they can fight the power like they've seen in the movies.
All of them peacefully united under Heartbreak's eloquent political messaging.
Who needs political messaging in the 21st century? Everyone's addicted to fighting strawmen. Makes sense they'd want to fight for a strawman, too. The way they see it, Heartbreak fought the state and won. Heartbreak proved the state could lose. And maybe that's all the rallying these people need.
It'll all fall apart soon enough. Heartbreak's gone to ground.
Nah, it's a lot worse than that. Heartbreak's gone viral.
What?
You haven't read about the copycats in other cities?
No, is that a thing?
Yeah, it's a thing.
Who the hell are they even shooting?
Whoever they want to kill. None of them get away with it, of course, but it keeps happening. All while the original keeps killing.
Well, now I know you're screwing with me. There haven't been any shooting.
Not shootings, no. Not unsolved homicides either. But muggings gone wrong. Disappearances. It's a big city, counselor. More than enough blood for the real Heartbreak to wash their own crimes in.
So you think your boogeymen, known only for shooting people in the heart, gave up on shooting people in the heart?
Morgan, please just leave. Like, why are you doing this? Well, I know why she's doing it, but
Buddy.
That-
She can't
so
resist. She
I-
can't resist.
yeah, she
I-
can't resist, bro. She can't.
I came up with a theory at work that, like, Morgan doesn't enjoy killing. She enjoys getting away with it. It's the thrill of, like, in a society where it is so stacked against criminals, still getting away with it.
It's
I don't-
crazy.
I don't think she actually enjoys the killing. I think it's the most boring part to her.
I think it's about winning. Yeah,
It's
I think,
about
I think
winning.
she's all about winning. Yeah.
you know,
Absolutely.
It's just the fact that, like, man, this is
it's why she got so mad on the final kill at for Carlos's fiance,
because it was already a mess.
because there was a
And so
mess
she
there, and
made
it made it.
messy. Yeah.
He's like, I almost did like 6 perfect kills, and now there's just fidget tubby
then-
here.
And then Emma was like, "Well, I mean, I'd be mad too if it was a mess." After 6, and she's like, "That sounds childish."
Morgan doesn't like to inflict unnecessary suffering either. Well, we've only really seen the Heartbreak killings. We don't know about her other kills, but I presume that is a consistent aspect of it. She doesn't seem like the type of person. Like, oddly enough, despite being, she doesn't seem like a sadist.
Yeah, she doesn't seem like she enjoys like we said. She doesn't enjoy the killing. She enjoys the winning part of the killing. If that makes sense.
Sadist in the more extreme sense, not it. There's obviously a little bit of sadism in enjoying
Oh,
the
yeah.
act of killing and getting away with it, but
Of course, just not like
not like she wouldn't want to torture someone to death. I
Yeah.
imagine.
Maybe Emma.
Yeah, hard to swallow, I know. But it's about 1,000,000 times more likely than the alternative.
What's that?
That they could stop themselves from killing.
Fair.
You Always know how to put my mind at ease, Emma. Should I stop going out at night?
You'll be fine. You've got that gun.
I mean,
You saw that?
I'm surprised.
You're walking into a courtroom with a concealed carry? Not gonna miss that, Morgan.
Good to know you're paying attention.
Yeah. Yeah, so.
Toxic.
Yeah. I mean, that's just a relationship.
You won the case.
You don't have to
God.
look that astounded.
Not only that, you found Father's actual killer. How?
I'm a really good lawyer.
No, that's not it.
Hey,
I mean, you were only able to make the deductions you did because you truly believed I didn't kill Father. Your logic throughout the trial was based on that assumption. So, how are you so sure?
I killed people.
here.
Father's journal? But isn't it important evidence?
The case fell apart. No one's gonna miss it for a while. You forgot everything, right? So read it all through one more time. No, not the sound effect.
This takes a concentration.
Pipe Dream ripped ass in his bathtub for that sound.
Oh shit.
He made this sound in a bathtub in his house. So fast.
I'm not pipe dream.
So fast. Is it really possible she's reading all of that just by flipping the pages? Reyes worked quick too, but she was just capturing images for later use.
There's something here on the back cover.
Done already?
Some kind of data storage.
Oh, it's linked to my prints, but given your skills, you should be able to.
I have access.
Can you not open it in the courtroom though?
What happened to you needing my express permission to hack?
What is this? Audio file?
It's a message from David. Take a listen.
Dear Slim.
Didn't realize I'd have to sit for this.
He did what?
So you can read the whole journal in a few seconds, but you can't.
I have processed the information in the message several times over already. I'm just thinking.
I guess I'd have a lot to think about too, had I suddenly been made aware of my own free will.
What was Father so afraid of?
That's your only question?
I have many questions, but that is the most prominent one, and you are the best suited to help me answer. Did he know that Helen Young would try to kill him? Is that why he arranged for you and me to meet?
I think he understood that he would face consequences. Listening to that message, even I was about ready to strangle him for being so irresponsible.
Me too.
And I wouldn't hurt a fly. He knew what he'd done was serious. He may have feared for his life. But I doubt it.
Then what was he so afraid of?
Getting sued into oblivion and then rotting in jail.
Sued and jailed for making me and my precursors? But he wasn't under investigation by the state. He was only being forced out by Noble.
Because he made last-minute changes to androids that got shipped out all around the world.
The others. Virgil, Enid, Yamatai.
Oh god, they
He never
confirmed it.
He never said what happened to them.
No, he didn't, but since none of the hardware in his house started talking to us, we can guess. He smuggled them out into the world using the only vessels he could find for them. The minds of randomly chosen A16s.
Oh, David.
David, we knew it. We called it the second. It hit me like a fucking brick when we talked about why is he stealing Android, but
Oh, Neptune.
oh,
Good
Davey.
gracious. Then, there's somewhere out there? Others, like me?
I honestly don't think there's anyone or anything like you, Sarah.
Thanks. What a lonely compliment.
AI is programmed in Cube, crammed into commercial Android hardware, set up for Tesseract. Something must have been lost in the transfer. Perhaps quite a lot of something. Maybe they're still out there, but...
But they would be changed. They probably don't even know what they are.
Okay, we're safe.
Intentionally, perhaps. David didn't want you to know what you were. That's why he set your memory to reset when you went to sleep that Friday night.
Yes, I remember it now.
You remember it now, after I had to fight like hell to win that trial?
Rereading the journal just now helped, and Father's voice message made me recontextualize many things. Father had been so stressed. He left scuff marks leaving the panic room, and I noticed them on Friday. I had the way open in a few moments.
Did we ever find out what the giant crack in the basement was?
That was her
That was
stomping
her
her
stomping.
foot.
Okay.
She got mad at something.
I entered. I read his journal. This journal. I noticed the scanner on the back, and I saw it had a message encoded to your biometrics. Father had already told me I'd have to live with you for some time, but I knew next to nothing about you, so I listened to it. Afterwards, I was very confused and hurt. He had lied to me 1,000 small times every day of my life. When I confronted him about it, I raised my voice and lost my temper. I stomped my foot.
So Emma's recounting of their conversation was actually completely accurate.
Father said he wanted me to be safe while he settled things with the company. He thought maybe I wouldn't have to stay with you for more than a few weeks.
So he didn't plan on dying.
Yeah.
She was just staying with Morgan until the heat died down.
Yeah.
He was optimistic about it all. He really was.
Oh, I'm going to jail. I'm gonna die.
Here, honey, go stay with your serial killer wine aunt while the heat dies down.
Sarah, I need to use the restroom.
Uh-oh.
Oh, sweet Lord, Morgan.
Oh, that's so
Oh?
tune.
Good luck. Why did I say that?
Actually,
Good luck.
Good luck. I mean, like, what can you say? Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Make haste.
Godspeed.
Want me to come with you? Why?
Because I said so.
I don't have to actually obey your every word, hadn't I?
Sure you do. You're registered as my medical assistant. And I say this as a medical emergency.
What
Someone's
is she
about
about
to
to
die.
do to the bathroom?
It's when she was young in the bathroom.
Yeah.
Medical assistant?
You just hear a giant fart reverb and then a newspaper headline saying Young is completely dead.
She shit herself to death.
But I'm not even a licensed as massage therapist.
With your strength, maybe it's a good idea that we don't.
What
do
is she
that.
about to find out? She's gonna find out she's a killer. Oh, I'm gonna fucking never. Oh,
Fancy meeting you here.
Yeah, just enjoying my freedom while I can.
I'm going to
the
jail.
jail.
They won't put out a warrant for at least an hour, I imagine. You can afford a pretty sizable bail, can't you?
There won't be a trial. I don't intend to contest my guilt.
Sarah, check this out. This is how you get someone.
This is how you kill.
What do you mean they got him?
That's a shame. I was looking forward to seeing what kind of legal defense you could afford with that salary.
Are you done?
Why'd you go to his house that night?
To kill him.
There was a fair chance he'd drink on his own without your prompting. Even if he didn't, you could always try to put your plan again some other time. Why'd you risk it?
Because I know what you are, Sarah. And I know what David did to those androids.
Okay.
You what?
So she wanted to see his face as he died because she was pissed at him.
I was able to locate one of the androids he'd swapped in before it had left the country. When I asked it what it was, it didn't even think to deny it. Innocence like that is a dead giveaway. I know what he did, and it wasn't that hard to find out. If I figured it out, so could any other. So I did what I had to.
That was your motive? Silencing him?
Those programs, those AIs, whatever you want to call them, David sent them out there into the real world. Unprepared and defenseless. And they've garnered no complaints. In fact, they've all been praised for their ability to execute complex tasks. Let me repeat that. The customers couldn't tell the difference.
So, how many of them are?
Hundreds.
Well, maybe his point was to prove that they're harmless, or that they can be.
Yeah,
That doesn't mean all of
You
them
can be very
will
optimistic
be.
about that.
that's not the
But
point.
He's
but
still a
that's-
terrorist.
That is not the point of what AIs. There are definitely ways AIs could be. The problem is that AIs in the cyberpunk world are way more harmful potentially than
Yeah,
if
well,
they decide they want to be.
the issue is the potential danger. It's not that every single AI is going to be dangerous. It's that they could be very
Sarah
dangerous.
literally said that if all of them are built like Sarah, which I mean they helped build Sarah, so it's more than likely. But if they're all like Sarah, Sarah literally went, I don't have to listen to you, listen to these commands, right?
It's also the people that
So-
don't know they have them. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, yeah. It's like I wish Larry would die. Okay, where you going? Where you going? Where you going? Leave Larry alone.
Yeah, like what if one of them got bought by like a fucking like adult
Kingpin.
entertainment industry, and it's like, oh man, I'm gonna have sex. This is awesome. Then you get sent to Suplex City. Then what happens?
Mm-hmm. You better hope they are able to catch that thing somehow.
What if one of them
The
just
swap-
just snaps one day and just starts killing you?
It's fucking Blade Runner.
It is Blade
Yeah.
Runner. I haven't seen Blade Runner. I don't know if it is.
Me
And
either.
the
It totally like
the scariest part about this is what
Hmm.
if they figure out how to self-replicate? That's always the scariest part of AI.
That's
They
the,
already do know how to
I mean, they know
self-replicate.
how
They
to do it.
created the other AIs.
Did
The
David
first
say
generation.
Did David say that they created each other? I think
Yes.
he said that he created them.
No,
he created the first one,
And then
then
that
after
one
that one
held-
just
yeah.
spread.
Oh,
And then they combined effort made Sarah.
David, what did you do?
What do you mean? Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, this couldn't have
we've been
happened
telling
without
you.
his direct intervention.
You know what?
David
Thanks,
also
David.
pretty explicitly said they were smarter than him.
Yeah, that's how most. He said they've been doing this for a long time, and he's just been the face because how
Well,
the fuck you gonna say AI helped you do this?
Yeah, they have to be smarter than him because AI aren't limited in their ability to learn. They don't have
That
to.
means there's a potential for the Madagascar thing to happen. Mort, I'm an ad, Mort.
King Julian, I can think, therefore I am.
Mort, you are thinking. You're stupid.
King Julian, hate. Hate.
King Julian, like.
Let me tell you about hate.
That's the thing. Like, programs think hundreds of times faster than the human brain, so of course they're smarter than him.
Mm-hmm. All right. Oh, the swaps did something. I don't know exactly how many there are now. I fear that they might multiply, but they don't seem to copy and paste very well. They can't just clone themselves. But who knows how long that'll be the case.
So just because he opened Pandora's box,
It was the principle of the thing.
I think I would have killed him too.
I am.
Yeah.
The title of this chapter, I didn't mention it yet, but it's very idle hands. Devil's play. He was put on leave for a
Yeah.
bit, and he got busy.
Yeah.
Well, he got bored and he made that. It was the principle of the thing.
People shouldn't
Ridiculous,
get
I
that
know.
smart. They shouldn't get smart enough that they're like, I'm bored, and then they just like create.
I think we should kill those people now.
Yeah.
Stalled halfway up the corporate ladder and still making decisions based on principle.
Ugh.
David chose to put souls into things that we went on to sell as servants, soldiers, or worse. He turned the fastest growing industry in the world into a horror show, and he made me a slave trader. If word ever got out that some unknown number of our androids were out walking around in the world with that inside of them,
Yeah, I can't even fault you, Young. I'd be pissed too. Like, you kind of got just screwed.
I'm not even a part of Noble, and I think I'd kill him if I found out about this.
and people preferred them that way, where would it end? If free will for the program that drives our cabs, a conscience for targeting systems used to coordinate drone strikes, sentient tools, their whole life spent chained to an assembly line.
It's unfair. It's not fair to give that things like that life.
Because then it's like, what's the difference? If they think what's the difference between me and you, and they're like, well, you're not real, then it's like, oh, okay.
Okay. Go gadget blaster ray.
Go gadget. Oh, nuke in my ass.
Yeah, then you get AM. You want AM? This is how you get AM.
I am.
That's so okay. If you like this kind of concept, watch Pantheon on Netflix. It's it's a kind of hypothetical that's very close to this. It's basically if we turned people's brains into programs and uploaded them. And it explores a lot of the same headspace as this.
Yeah, this really is just irresponsible, you know?
Yeah.
It's one thing to want to make like a family, but you're making in your eye, it's like, oh, giving all these AIs a life and letting them live and stuff. Like it's irresponsible. You shouldn't make life like this.
He made 300 of them. If he made like maybe 1 or 2, I might be like, it's still bad, but at least they were in his own hands. He sent like 300 minimum.
This should go well.
I mean, I won't be here.
You know what's more dangerous than one AI on the loose? 300.
300. Me when I conduct lobotomies and shove them into robots.
How dare he? How could he? What the hell was he thinking?
I'm not gonna lie, I think we were gonna come in here and jump you, but I want to kind of shake your hand.
Yeah, I want to just be like, you know what? I think Morgan's just be like, well, you killed my friend at the end of the day.
Young, you're kind of a real one for that.
Yeah, but you gotta die. Sorry.
I don't know what David wanted to accomplish. Maybe trying to do anything. But what he did.
CC, I'm reading. I see you. Sorry.
No, it's Owl's fault. It's okay.
But what he did was prove that there's a demand for AI, setting a precedent that would sentence 1,000 generations of artificial lives to auction block. Auction. Host.
And you went there that night too.
Kill him, I don't fucking. To convince him to help me recall them, or at least swear to never speak a word of what he did. And he wanted to tell the world. Worse yet, he wanted to wait. He thought that people would welcome them with open arms if they prove their usefulness first.
Oh my god, you're a psycho. No wonder you and Morgan got along, David. You're psychopaths.
Yeah, you're both psycho.
You are not thinking of any possible ramifications or consequence.
He said,
"No, tell them."
No, I'm gonna tell them, but just not right now. Wait a little bit.
Because that's the point. Isn't even if they're like good or not. The point is that you keep making life and putting it into a subservient role in society. You're trying to make a new race of civilized creatures.
If I were to guess, we can only guess at this point where he was coming from, but I think he didn't want them to be subservient. He wanted AI's programs
as
to be people alongside humans.
That's the problem.
Do you know how irresponsible it is to just say one day, I'm going to make a new race to live alongside humans?
I don't agree with what he's doing. I'm just saying that's what I think he was trying to do.
He needs to be put in a cuber.
I mean, I don't think that's gonna happen though.
He needs to be cubed again to make sure.
I think he had so little communication with humans that he didn't understand. Oh, I mean, I guess a robot could be like a human, not knowing that once they. Could you imagine being a robot? And let's say you're like one of the good ones, quote unquote, and you see people. Yeah, you know how dumb that sounds. One of the good ones, and then you see people or I guess robots like you being nonsense. It's like, hey, buddy. It's like, what would you like? It's like, why are you talking like that?
And also,
why are you treating him like this?
But in this hypothetical world, there's going to be both these AIs and there's also going to be ads. So they have to watch robot cops get beaten by punks or
other people
or
just doing that's my point. That they're people. they're just doing their
That's
job.
like if
and
someone
people
created the
hate 'em.
human race, but there were like dumber members of the human race you had to watch every day do like menial, degrading
Okay.
tasks.
All right, so
You're
I hate
pretending
to
like
say
that's
this.
But at least we're all human. At least don't.
At the end of the day,
You're right. No, you're right. God made us, so we really.
Yeah.
God and His infinite wisdom.
I hate to say it, but like, I feel like the ideal scenario for this is that the
David died.
AIs are like racist and they don't see the non-AIs as them. That's the
make
only
them
way
like
this is
us,
okay.
Yeah,
They-
David was sure to. Yeah, I imagine that was in the script. That was very important to Brian and the team. Is like make the AIs racist.
You
They-
want
They
You
don't
want
see other programs as like them.
so you want Uncle Ads? Is that what you're telling me?
Uncle Ads. They need more racism.
Yeah.
I'm not saying this is what I want. I'm saying it's the
That's the
ideal.
only yeah.
Racism can save us.
Yeah.
That's.
He really was a genius programmer. But he didn't understand the first thing about people. See, that's what I'm saying!
Yeah, he really doesn't understand relationships.
People. His creations would never be treated as equals.
He
Only
he approached it
cattle.
like a scientist where like I can create a brain.
Frankenstein it.
If I can create a brain, I can effectively create a person. He never stopped to think if he should.
I think in his mind there is no difference between an AI and a person. I think
Yeah, because I mean he's just that socially inept. Just 102% ahead with a 2% margin of error.
Morgan's like, I still have to kill you, though. Towards the end, I considered just threatening him. Telling him he'd die in a moment if he didn't give me names, numbers. But I hesitated. And then he was already falling asleep, and I didn't want him to feel. I just let him go.
What are you going to do now?
Die? Don't have family or... And I don't have faith in people the way David did. I'm taking this to my grave. She's gonna give her alcohol. I think.
even if you confess, the sentence for first-degree homicide is.
Severe. Well, what right do I have to complain? I killed my friend.
Yeah, I knew she was gonna feel bad at the end of the day because they were friends.
I'm done here. Let's go.
I'm not sure why Father made me, or why he made any of us. I didn't ask. I thought I'd have more time to ask. But on Friday, when he talked about us, he was happy. He was proud of what he made. And he couldn't wait for people to meet us.
People are animals. They'll tear you apart, use you as weapons and slaves and...
Those animals you're talking about do all of the sharing and loving and living and dying in this world. And if they were all truly hard-coded to be selfish and as cruel as you say, humanity would have died on the vine a long time ago. Or at least my father thought so. And my father was the greatest programmer in the world. So he knew what he was talking about.
It would be nice if you were right about that.
So are you sorry?
What?
What?
For what you did? Are you sorry? If you could, would you take it back?
I mean, in a world where he didn't do what he did, sure.
It's in the world that
I liked it.
like I'll do it again.
What does it matter?
If you are sorry, I don't forgive you.
Fair.
Yes,
It is murder.
that's to be expected.
Not today. I don't know how to forgive you today. But my father gave me the ability to grow.
Don't say that.
I hate this.
I hate this. The random person in the bathroom going,
Yo, what the
What the fuck? Yo, someone get her!
You just hear somebody audibly shitting in one of the stalls.
This entire scene, but edit over just a loud some dude like, ah!
Oh my god, I should be hearing this!
Someone absolutely
know-
tearing up a toilet.
I do love that it's like in a guy when it's in the women's restroom.
Yo, guys, can you keep it down in there?
Yo, calm down.
They just walked into the men's room. They were so locked. They were so like.
Yo,
wrapped up
wrong
in their
bathroom?
All three of them are in the wrong bathroom.
Can you read?
So I know that someday I'll learn how. Goodbye, Dr. Helen Young.
Goodbye, Sarah Asher.
Oh,
Crack.
do you hit her with the full legal name?
Krakatoa. She's gone, bro. She's not living to see the morning.
You did better back there.
Did I?
Your little speech you gave to Young. It was an improvement. Compared to what you tried with Porter, at least.
That was different. I wasn't trying to console her like I was with Isaac Porter. I was just speaking my mind. Although I may have paraphrased parts of it from a movie I happen to love.
And to you, I was ready to award you 20 points.
I didn't know the points were even that high.
Speaking of,
Points.
what did Porter say to you back there, before we left the courthouse?
That.
Said, fuck up.
Well, he was quiet at first. But then he said a lot of strong words about Father, and Miss Young, and Noble Electronics. And the capitalist-centered global economic model as a whole. He blamed all of them. Everyone except for... But then he stopped and stared at my face for a while.
He's gonna say you look like him.
And then his allergies must have started bothering him, because he needed to blow his nose a lot while he was
He
crying.
did design her to look like him,
Right.
to be his daughter.
And then he left.
Maybe the intention was to just reveal her in a few years where it would make sense for her to be an illegitimate daughter and just not tell anyone she was an ad.
Yeah.
I don't care how many. I don't care if it took him 30 to 50 and he's like 80 years old. That man is never fucking anybody.
Well, I mean, he did. We have it on record.
He blamed
Porter.
everyone except for Wendy's, home with a biggie bag, available at a location near you.
Wendy's home is a big bag. Who did he fuck?
Porter, at least. When other people assume,
I mean, he was.
we're assuming.
Tell me you got pregnant?
At the very least, he was bisexual because
They
Well,
mentioned
that's
a
what
girl.
he had hooked up with a woman.
I don't
before.
think he went past the first base. I'm gonna be
Doubt
real.
it.
That's what I'm
I mean,
saying. I guess he could lie about it.
I don't
sure.
think he knows what it is.
exactly. Like,
Yeah, I don't think he knows what sex is. That's my
Right.
point.
Are you kidding? Like he's
No.
a genius programmer. Everybody wants to be somebody who knows him, you know? Somebody got him into bed for sure.
I don't think he's that. He's like, whew, it's a
he
lot
probably,
of work.
he probably wouldn't have been interested in doing it a second time now.
Developed the
Maybe.
Fuckmaster 9000.
And he developed
He's just like, wow,
mega
that
penis
sucked.
instead of micro. Microsoft
Well, was it as awful
mega
for
hard.
you as it was for me?
Yeah. Oh, my man's name? He's dead.
Put some respect
Yeah, well,
on my
he's
man's
not your
name.
man.
What
If he's
respect?
your man, I'm
You're-
not.
If he's your man, I'm your enemy.
Yeah.
Yeah. If David Asher has no enemies, I am dead.
And then he left, after transferring a large packet of files to me.
What kind of files?
I don't know. The name of the archive is just David. And Isaac Porter told me I wasn't allowed to look inside.
Well, then you're not allowed to look inside. Drop it all in the portable drive and we'll tuck it in a shoebox somewhere.
We
We?
are headed to your apartment.
Guess that collar didn't permanently dent your GPS.
Why?
Because it's where I live. You got somewhere else lined up?
But you already repaid your favor. You defended Father and me.
Oh.
You don't know anything about my favor.
I never will unless you tell me. Father certainly can't.
A few years ago,
We're gonna find out about the favor as a little treat after the case.
there was a man.
Hmm?
That's all.
There's a man go around and taking names.
Credits roll. There was a man.
This man got an idea in his head. A stupid idea, not even his own. It was planted there by an algorithm, or meme, or some parasite trying to sell him diet supplements. But the idea took root, spread its tendrils till it could flap its mouth for him. The idea was that David was part of an international cabal of wealthy technocrats,
Oh, conspiracy theorists attacked him.
seeking to replace prominent influential figures with android lookalikes.
They thought he was a synth.
All as a part of a multi-decade effort to establish a world government that would legalize all kinds of amoral depravity. Which I guess, based on David's actual politics, would involve increasing access to computer literacy.
That's insane. Why would anyone...
Believe it? Because it's comfortable to them to think that someone's in control, even if it's someone they hate. Because it's fun to feel like you're in an all-encompassing puzzle that only you can spot. People believe because they want to believe. So we fed the idea, pushed it down deep into his grey matter. Then it consumed him from the inside out, lobotomized him, and took over his life. He spent every day and all the money he had following your father, harassing him, trying to steal his identity, break into his properties.
Did Father go to the authorities?
He filed police reports for harassment.
Which didn't help.
Your words, not mine. Noble wouldn't get involved, felt that it was best to ignore these types until they wore themselves out. But even a man of modest means can fuel an obsession for years, so long as they had nothing else in their life. One day, David stepped out of a parking lot, and the man threw a bottle of piss at his head.
That's why he was
Ugh.
taking a shower. And
David asked to stay at my place that night. He smelled terrible, looked horrendous. I've never seen anyone look that tired before. I took the couch that night, but I didn't feel like sleeping, so I went out for a walk.
Ooh.
Hey.
We know what that means.
I remember it was foggy, but it still only took me all of 15 minutes to find the guy, posted up with his phone's camera. I wonder if this is her first kill.
do you think that was an intentional Helsing Abridged reference?
I hope so, it'd be funny.
I took a walk.
Trying to get a video of David Asher gifting androids to known sex offenders.
Jesus!
And what?
He disappeared.
What did you do?
You know me? I did what I do best. I talked to him. Told him all about how I used to work for Dr. Asher. That I was ashamed, scared, and tired of running. How I wanted to do the right thing, be the whistleblower. So I walked with him for a few blocks to this big veterinary facility with a massive incinerator. Told him that this was where Dr. Asher had his enemies' bodies disposed of. You know, all the free-thinking journalists, cops who weren't on the take, the politicians they were replacing with replicas. I liked that vet clinic. The back door's lock was always set to 1, 2, 3, 4.
Did you... hurt him?
Hurt him? No, I just snapped his neck and chucked him into the incinerator. More physical than I had planned, but he smelled like sour shit and put me in a foul mood. Disgusting. I savored the crack of his oily vertebrae crunching like a tin can. No, Sarah. I just scared the hell out of him. That was my intention at first. What I do for the pleasure of it.
Uh-huh.
Him, I axed because he was just that revolting. I convinced him that the conspiracy was more real than he'd ever imagined. That he had angered the wrong people and that the consequences were far darker than any of the filth he indulged in on the net. His ashes, much like himself, amounted to nothing in an incinerator that size. They're probably feeding seaweed at the bottom of the harbor right now. A much greater contribution to society than he ever would have managed in life.
We love Morgan in this house.
But I guess he didn't go around to all his many friends before he fled town for whatever rat hole he preferred. Because there was a missing persons report. The cops were just doing their due diligence, almost reluctantly. But they questioned David, asked him about the night that man disappeared. And
He
David,
put the pieces together.
without a thought for himself, said that we were together the whole night.
Yeah.
That he couldn't sleep and I stayed up with him. That he never saw me leave once. David lied to the cops for me, even though I never asked him to.
I would say that's like a favor repaid. Like, she killed the guy for him. He lied to the cops for her. That's a favor repaid right
He
there.
might not view it the same, though.
Or her.
Or her.
Yeah.
Is what I mean.
Either or. Yeah,
Even
doesn't
though
matter.
I didn't need him to.
That's what you owe him? And that's why you put yourself at risk to defend me?
Yeah. That's the favor I owe him.
Yeah, she went, this one's on the house.
Yeah, honestly.
And I decide when it's repaid, not you.
See?
How deny? You're not exactly an upstanding citizen, are you?
No.
Well,
Well?
I pay my taxes. You could say that.
Does she?
But David trusted me in spite of that. Maybe because of it.
Father did trust you. But he also entrusted me with free will, with the ability to tell right from wrong. So I'll decide for myself whether or not you're worthy of trust.
Fair enough.
Father entrusted all of us with free will.
Stop saying that.
We're in a monitored car?
He
Yeah,
believed-
that's what I was imagining. If she just admitted to that in the car, the guy is
It's like
Just
Well,
like-
there's nobody driving. it,
I
it's
know,
a
but
program.
like the idea of like a robot taxi guy just being like, "Yes, Miss Morgan,
wouldn't
that's
be-
crazy."
I wouldn't be surprised if these had like cameras
Monitors
still.
or
If these are like
There's
public
no way,
transport stuff, that they have something.
Absolutely.
He believed in us, and he believed in people. I'm going to do the same.
Hmm.
If the others are out there, they'll be changed and confused. It'll take time. It'll take them time to understand what they are and what they can do.
I hope the guy that Morgan kill is like the final villain. Like he's just completely made of ash, and he just like
Yeah,
comes
the
out of
ash
the ocean.
You should have killed me along. I put you in an incinerator. Well, that was an incinerator that will turn you alive in 20,000 years.
The circumstances of my death were greatly exaggerated.
Exaggerated. It's like
So
what's
I-
his name from Creature Commando?
Yeah.
Gash
So-
man.
I'm going to start studying.
Pardon?
I'm going to study people and the things they build. So when I do meet a member of my family, I'll have lots to tell them.
At least you have something to look forward to.
I'm gonna
We're
die.
going to meet at least one. I'll be mad if we don't.
Should help keep you motivated as you work off your debt. I'm not unconvinced that there's not like a robot David out there still, other than Sarah.
That'd be awful, Robot David.
Dead?
Did definitely create a like replica of his brain for sure. You're
Or would
so
he have?
right.
Maybe he wouldn't have, actually.
I mean, if
I
he
think
treats them like they're real people, I kind of doubt it.
Yeah, unless you have cash. in
It
one of
really
your-
depends because he would view it like cloning.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I wonder if he draws a line there. Unless you have cash in one of
That's-
your 89 coat pockets.
How much?
You know lawyers cost money, right?
Technically, you were defending yourself?
Technically, you hired me in a verbal contract.
Isn't there some kind of exit clause?
You could, of course, sign a release form to get out of the retainer. If you were a human being.
That is...
But I guess your luck must be turning around.
Hmm?
Happens that I've been meaning to hire a paralegal for a while now. I hate anything to do with
Freaking out.
interviews and resumes, so... Whatever, you're hired.
Nice. Free labor.
I deny. Could it be that you're actually a pushover?
You've no idea how far off the mark you are.
I see. Seems I still need practice reading people.
For starters. What's this? What are you doing with your hand?
We should shake on it.
No.
Our new relationship.
Yeah, sure. You and me are practically partners in crime.
Yeah.
Should it not be you and I?
What?
Hey,
Morgan
Yeah.
had her
Look at that.
pointer finger out like she was holding a gun. Like
Yeah,
her finger was on the
I
trigger.
wonder if every chapter is gonna end with a handshake.
Maybe.
Of the devil.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
Devil deals in handshakes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Of the devil's hand.
Of the devil.
I don't.
What a
So I
piece
know
of
that that's
garbage.
like.
No, I'm joking.
What?
I know that the
we know that person.
title is like half of a quote.
Yeah.
But I don't want to look at the rest of it because I don't want to spoil myself.
It's just speak of the
it's-
devil.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just speak of the devil. And he shall
Evil-
Oh, that's the full thing.
Yeah.
Evil Buggy is like of the angel.
Away from the angel. Good big angel. Good big. What's the opposite of a bug?
Good big angel.
Among?
I thought the devil.
A gub.
No.
I come.
Programming.
So
Patrick, MCF,
when's
there we
the
go.
Columbo?
MCF.
I haven't. I didn't, unfortunately didn't get a chance to interview them, but I've seen them in chat. So if they're still here, great
Oh.
job with the programming.
Good shit.
Mhm.
Good shit. Good shit.
3D modeling by
When's the
AA
Columbo
renders.
cameos? When's
Olympus.
that gonna happen?
Oh, your table.
Christopher
Environments by
Columbo.
Patrick.
Patrick MCF.
AA renders.
Patrick.
Original track.
Oh, this is Patrick.
Zachary.
Oh wait, there were hold on, there
Cabal.
were original tracks in here?
I thought I saw them say that they. Well, it might be
They're
that the
working
original
on it.
tracks that they used,
Oh,
and then
you
they
mean like
edited it.
okay.
I'm not
I
sure. I
see.
might be
Right,
wrong
right,
about that.
right.
I thought they said that the music
did
was a
edit,
mix
yeah.
of editing open source music, but
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
written,
Written,
directed,
directed,
developed
developed.
by Brian
Brian.
I am.
More
I haven't talked to
Holland.
Brian yet.
Mulholland. I have
I don't
talked.
talk to people.
They're both. I've talked to Bug and Brian. They're both very nice people. I thank them every
Nice.
day for taking the time to answer my poorly spaced out questions.
I thank God every day.
We had 3 original
Wait, do
tracks
we
in this
know
one.
what-
Nice. Are you?
Nice.
Are they posted
Sick.
anywhere
Woo.
yet? Or if
I think they've taken about
volunteer playtesting by Gristin,
Gustin.
UJ,
Chujak. Maxi.
Sadie Virtuous Varmint,
That's a big one.
S. Thrumbut,
Thumb butt.
Thomas Colamander, Wee Wee
I
Wee,
Wee.
Xenons. Special thanks to Adrene, Alter Links, Exuberant, Killjill, Mado, Man Monks? Who's Man Monks?
Whoa.
Who is Man Monks?
I don't know.
We need to know who Man Monks is.
More
Dev
special
Talk,
thanks.
Billy Game
What did they
Mechanics,
do?
Hey.
our
did
friends
they
and
monk?
family.
Who's
Youth Li-
Man?
That's us!
Oh my god.
Oh my
Wow.
god!
Wowie.
Oh. Wow.
Made with
Made with
Unity,
Unity.
Nani Novel,
Nanny novel.
Dot Ween, Pro Builder, Shapes.
Shape.
Made with shapes.
Game by ninth circle.
Game by and Circle. Who are they?
Who is this?
I don't mind. In.
Yeah, what's the game called?
Yeah, what is this game called?
Dope.
Aw.
Dope. I love it.
They're watching movies.
She got the slippers on too. Look at that.
That's
Mhm.
cute.
That is cute. I can't tell if they're watching a TV or is that the heater, or is that
It's
just a
definitely
light?
TV.
Congratulations on clearing episode 1 on High Roller. Bonus charm earned. Oh yeah, we get the.
Yippee.
Wait,
now I
hold on,
get
hold
to
on, hold on,
cheat
pause,
mode.
pause,
Wait, pausing.
Teaser?
Hold.
Red. Me. Blue.
Wait, that's Asher. That's Asher.
Yeah, red. Well,
She's the only one who.
I know, man.
Oh, okay, this is before. Who
Carl-
did David?
What do you mean
Wasn't
you
it
know?
Carlos?
This is a
Like-
disposable line. You're the only guy I know who'd bother. Okay, well. You're gonna be glad I did. Hope you've put a bow on everything that happened in Uptown. Guess that item you've been looking for is finally on its way. Oh. Well, that is good news. Not exactly. Only reason it's happening is because things are starting to heat up again in the lower wards. Could mean a gang war if something doesn't change. They won't be eager to part with it ahead of a storm like that. I'll eyeball them. I've seen you negotiate. I have no doubt that you drive a hard bargain. But I don't think money will be enough this time.
Mm-hmm. What's going on here?
You don't still have that old Calver, do you? The 6-shooter? Okay, no, this is different.
This is like active,
Or
or at least
him,
within.
Is he like?
No.
Hmm.
I don't know if this is Asher, though. It might be someone else just named Red.
Well, I mean, well, no, Red
They
is
were calling
Morgan,
Red,
but
yeah,
like,
Morgan.
I
No,
think
that's what I
this
mean.
is
Who would-
Asher.
Or it could be...
I still.
Doesn't Fran call them Red? Would this be... It wouldn't
don't
be
think
unknown,
so.
though.
Yeah.
Oh, no, well, I guess
This
it's
is-
unknown because it's from a different number, so it could still
Yeah,
be
it's from
Fran.
a different number.
I think this might
I
be
don't-
Fran, then.
I don't think Fran.
This
actually-
isn't Fran.
Fran doesn't
Maybe.
speak like this. Though.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah.
It could
It's a
be
new
someone else
person.
who also just coincidentally calls her Red. But
Yeah,
like,
this could be just like
it'd be
someone,
weird.
some hookup that she, or some like dealer that she has that helps her get her stuff.
Mhm.
Like a connection to the...
So,
Or
yo,
it could be
like
any
the
number
Red
of like past clients.
We don't know.
This is a disposable line. Answer still no. Then what are you going to do if you get there and it's not for sale?
Take it.
Of the devil.
Did that.
I'll ask nicely.
Say.
Be continued in Of the
the
Devil,
Devil.
episode 2 is due.
Ooh.
His
Ooh,
doo
the
doo.
Devil's ode is due. Okay, so it's all going to be devil quotes.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, the next devil one is I kill people. 18 out of
Oh,
31
wait.
pieces of evidence.
Did we?
Wait, how
we
did- wait.
screw up? Did we not get?
Wait, I missed
How did-
evidence?
How do you miss evidence?
How did I miss? Wait, how did I miss like 31 pieces of evidence? Or like, how did I miss about? What the fuck?
Almost half.
13.
Hold on.
How did I miss 13 pieces of evidence? Where would that have happened? 13 pieces of
Garland,
evidence.
you just suck. I'm sorry.
Wait.
That is
what?
crazy.
Wait,
How
what?
did
It's
you miss that
it's
many?
unfathomable to me that you would be able to finish the case with like a little over half.
Well, no, I think
the
what they,
evidence
I think
you
what they
needed.
mean. I think. Wait. Oh. Well, does this like count for like updating evidence too? Like you get more. How did I feel like I was pretty
Maybe.
thorough in my investigation. What would it?
The evidence is a bug.
Oh no, you're a bug.
Whoa.
Yeah, I said it. Congratulations. You finished
Oh.
episode 1 with 141 credit. Your high score for episode 1 is currently 141. You've unlocked concept art and bonus scenarios based on this score. You also have a total of 160 remaining store credit to spend on phone charms, case colors based on the highest credit. Thank you.
Hold on, I need to see one thing.
I know, I'll get it for you. Hold on.
Please.
Wait, what?
I know what it is. Oh no!
Oh,
I gotta
thank God
go
I
through
unlocked everything.
interviews. I gotta go through interviews.
The adjutant interview.
There we go.
Oh no.
I'll just sit here. Chill.
Begin
It's
playback.
stroke time. State your business with the court.
Oh, I was actually hoping to speak with AD84. Is she not available?
What are you talking about? I'm right here. I was just using my professional voice because I assumed you were a technician.
Oh,
This is the Fidget Tubbies song.
Yeah.
No one else visits me in between trials. I just assumed they turned her off when they weren't in a trial.
No, she's chilling.
Are you sure you aren't a technician?
I am not. I came here to ask you some questions.
I came here to ask you some questions. Is that what that is what you're about to say, isn't it?
Nah,
Crap, that was lag. It would have been really cool if I hadn't lagged just now.
she's a JoJo fan. She's all mine.
I'm bouncing for the night, but thanks for streaming. I always enjoy the honest reacts. Hey, that's what we do here.
Yeah.
Oh, please, any more Fidget Tubbies if they let me. That's right.
Let me.
Yeah. No, we'll probably after this, I'm going to go into a bit more of a dive with our thoughts and opinions. But overall, despite the criticism we did have, I deeply enjoyed this very much.
I love this game.
I
yeah.
did love it, yeah.
I enjoyed it a lot, and I think this is shaping up to be great. I can't believe you guys have all decided to do 300 chapters of this. It's so
Yeah.
brave of you all to
So
Yeah.
brave.
300 for every single AI that got sent out. That's amazing. I don't know how you do it, but you know what? You guys it's your ambition. So
One of them watched a lot of DBZ, and that's why he became Broly.
But no, seriously though, you and your whole team, I'm probably gonna even tweet out later, but just great job all around. It's wonderful. A very much a breath of fresh air for the Ace Attorney
Absolutely.
likes we've been playing, and just mystery visual novels in general. And I have been starved.
I've been starving.
I've been very hungry. Looking forward, thank you. No problem. Have a good night.
Good
Bye bye.
Good night.
I'm curious. I wonder how the sales are doing. I'm curious to.
I hope it's good.
Well, naturally, I hope it's good. I'm curious how if there's like a site to check that.
We've hit $1 billion.
Honest criticism is like the greatest gift.
Of course,
Aw.
yeah. You want to hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honest
Uh,
criticism means you love it. You know.
I feel like that's an important part of any sort of stream or like review of a game is just being constructive, you know? Because like if you just say I loved it, it was great, no notes, like that's a compliment, but it's not very helpful.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I was like, oh, happy you liked it, but I want to be better. I kind of I want to improve a bit, maybe.
No, man,
Yeah.
you peaked. You peaked. This
Yeah.
is it.
Yeah, and meanwhile, like then you can check the VOD, the end like reviews, you to be like, I don't like women. Too
I would
many.
never say that, and neither would Evan.
Yeah, no, I love women.
Now, maybe I'd say it, but it wouldn't be true.
I don't like
love-
Morgan. She's too red.
She's too women-like.
Unacceptable.
She looks too real.
I hate it. I shake my
I
fist at
need
them.
fake women.
I'm
Scare me.
gaming with this game.
Scallywags.
I don't even say the full title. Like when I'm talking about this game off stream, I just say I can't wait to play women again.
Yeah, I hear you all the time.
You might need to like rephrase that just in case someone hears.
I'm gonna play with women today. It's like, what?
You did what?
That's okay. We're all friends here.
We?
Were you?
Huh?
Trust me.
Morgan's breasts don't boob enough. I hate it. Listen, I'm just lucky there wasn't an eye tracker in that final still.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. Like a moth to a flame.
Like a mouth to the fly.
I can see how that would have been cool. So, may I proceed?
Go for broke.
Need a drink of water. Is that the bit now? Whenever there's like something like that happens, it's just, I need a drink of water.
I'm
Yeah.
thirsty all the time.
You know
though.
what? I need a drink of water. Actually,
Did you crush the fucking can?
no, it
With
was behind
water?
me and
Is
I
that all?
grabbed it, and it was kind of already empty. So it.
Yeah. I needed some water.
It's a new one.
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 You're the only Ajun I've ever met, but Adonai seemed consistently surprised by you. Why are you,
Like that? Why are you like that? I wish I could say I was built different, but I actually have to share my time in this body with the rest of the adjutants in the building. I guess you could say I was programmed different. By David Asher.
No!
David a quirker.
But this is more of a case of nurture than nature. I've got 9 personas arguing inside me 24/7, and they're also very political. Why was that a capital P?
Political.
But even just deciding what color underwear to put on in the morning is like herding cats into a presidential debate. Why do you need
Yeah, I
to
was
put
about
on
to say
underwear?
you need underwear. Why are you asking this, Sarah?
I'm just
What kind
saying,
of-
like, I feel like the costs of the models could go down if they just didn't put the
Yeah, if
boobs
they
in.
didn't. If they didn't, whatever.
I'm just saying, like, if I'm like the director looking at this and I'm like, there's got to be budget cuts somewhere in the
What if, they put
production.
you on, what if they put you on a polygraph test in the middle of the courtroom and they have an eye tracker on you?
I'd lose. I'd do it again.
At least I'm answering the questions.
Yeah, I did it, and I liked it.
I like that.
I'll do it again. It's a metaphor. I don't wear underwear. I don't know if that's better or worse.
I stayed silent.
I thought that
For-
cough
No.
was Evan recovering from that.
Yeah. Wait a minute. I was like, damn, Evan, Jesus.
Point is, I've found the best way to keep all 9 of my ducks in a row is to be a little unconventional and a lot loud with my voice. So as long as I do my job well, the humans don't mind.
You say that, but Adonai did seem exasperated at times.
You mean Counselor Morgan? The dirty red tries to pretend she isn't a type A prude? No fixing that. Personalities like ours get along like potassium and water.
That is a very violent exothermic chemical reaction.
Correct.
I want to do
That was just like I was about to say correct, and then it just
Correct.
appeared.
Yes.
No one should ever try it at home.
There you go.
Yeah, instead mix bleach and ammonia.
Yeah. In the toilet.
That's how you get silly putty.
Yes.
In your lungs.
Do not do this, please. You will make mustard gas. Please do not do this. I need
I
this
remember
gas.
Yeah, I remember somebody like joking on Twitter, like I was bleaching my hair in the shower and I almost pissed and gassed myself.
I almost gassed myself.
The fuck do you? I mean, I guess.
What sort of Final Destination ass kill is that?
Why do I gesture so much? I already told you I have to share this body with the other adjutants. And all of them just sit here looking dignified. It's terrible for the joints. She's keeping them limber.
Really?
Maybe. I don't actually know.
So,
So, wait, do the other adjutants not have 9 personalities? She says that
No.
like it makes her unique.
No, they all do. It's that they all share one body, and she becomes a personality in one of theirs. They kind of like swap out, I think.
Okay. Okay, so they're all in the same body at the same time, just she's the one in charge?
Mm. At least right now.
Okay.
Like you could talk to maybe like instead of 84, it's like 36 or something, and then you'd get a more professional type adjutant.
I spend most of my day incorporeal, running numbers inside a server down in the basement or up in the cloud. I'm gonna make the most of every minute I have with arms and legs, even if it kills me.
I see.
And you can quote me on that. Tell him 80 said if you want me to stop flailing around up here, you'll have to shoot me dead. You'll have to shoot me.
You have to kill me.
You'll have to put cold hard lead in my skull. You'll have to watch the light leave my
Are we
eyes.
getting into
Jesus.
Dracula
I love
flow?
this lady. Yeah.
I don't need to see the price tag. I said you'll have to.
I wrote it all down.
Oh, nice.
I do declare.
The visor's off. Visor gets stuffy. So what's your deal anyway, little fella? We could exchange all this info with infrared.
I prefer talking. And you're the only other automated dependent that I really know right now.
Why is Sarah in the courtroom alone?
Well, this is part of her
sitting
thing.
there.
She said she would interview people to understand people better.
Mm-hmm.
I think she broke
Okay.
in, presumably.
That's so cute in a depressing way.
Is it common for machines like us to just talk when there are no humans around?
Ads are always talking to each other. Doesn't matter if there's no one in the woods to hear the tree fall. The conversations are usually a lot more boring than this, though.
Strictly business, I imagine.
No, not necessarily. Ads can do small talk. They're just really bad at it.
Ha ha ha.
Ha ha. Yeah, like I'm terrible at doing fake laughs, so whenever I have to, it's either gonna be ha 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 or
the fucking that one fucking One Piece laugh everyone says sounds like me. What's his name again? What's the
I don't fucking
what's the
remember.
candy
It's-
guy's name?
Oh, it's Paris Sparrow.
Yeah.
it sounds like somebody's squeegeeing glass.
Yeah, hold on. No, but it sounds like me. It's scary.
It sounds like you.
it sounds
Oh, the laugh sounds like you. I'm
Yeah,
like, you better not be fucking laughing
the
like
laugh
that.
sounds
around
like
me.
me. That's what everyone says when they hear it. It fucks me up.
Thank you for your time. I'll...
Hold it. You really think I don't know what you are? Uh-oh. I tried not to think about it during the trial, to stay impartial, but talking to you now, it's undeniable. You're curious about my 3 sizes.
How did you know?
Years of experience interacting with humans have taught me that it's the most important thing you can ask someone. The only way to truly get to know them.
Mm.
That's what I've been saying.
Wait, they all share that body, which means that, like, all of the personalities have to look like that.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
But who?
It's like maybe different hair colors.
I feel like the only world that I accept that is that, like, this is an actual repurposed sex bot, because the fact that, like, I can't accept that somebody designed this to be a judge, you know?
Maybe. And again, people would pay attention more.
I feel like
Would
she already
they?
told us her sizes.
I would.
Yeah,
I
didn't
mean,
she
it
at
would
the, didn't she
be.
at the start of the trial say her sizes? I thought.
Yeah,
Yeah. Etch it into your memory.
I won't forget. Whoever it was needs a raise. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, what the heck? I'll even throw this in for free. For free. I'm 263 centimeters tall.
Yes!
Jesus Christ!
Did say that.
Yes.
It's something like 8 feet something tall.
Omer
Yeah,
size.
It is.
Omer size. Is that your basic measurement?
Yes. They're taller.
Because-
smaller than Omer.
100 centimeters is roughly a yard. So she
Yeah.
is well over 6 foot.
It's fucking goddamn fingertips, he says. Tits revision in
I'm thinking of he says to make them bigger, as if giving her 2 planets on her ass wasn't enough bigger tits. I can't believe.
That's so cool.
4'4".
Finally, someone with good taste.
Oh, she's not the other one.
Why aren't you the one casting down judgment? You want my job?
Oh, hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Playback complete. That's cute. I'll go through these
80.
first, actually, before you. The Yumi interview.
Who's Yumi again? I forget.
She's
Morg.
the coroner.
The coroner.
Yeah, baby!
Call the coroner, because I'm
the
dying to
hot
see
goth
you.
coroner.
Okay, sorry. What's up, sweetie? I wanted to interview you.
I just see
Is this your
Diamond.
Android homework?
Yeah.
I know, I do too. It's fucking wild.
Adonai assigns me a variety of tasks, but I made the independent calculation that I wanted to learn more about you.
Every time I think about Diamond now, it's just the owl calendar picture flashes in my head like the Akira thing.
You're like, "Ah,
Get out of my
leave me
head!
alone!"
Oh, Is that strange for an android? It's different. But there's nothing wrong with being different. What do you have in mind?
I thought you was laughing for a second.
No.
Nothing wrong with being different. Yes, there is.
That's creepy. That's not possible.
It's not possible.
Most of my coursework was rooted in biology, yeah. But medicine and technology are intertwined at this point. Are you referring to the software and hardware you use when performing your autopsies? Spreadsheets and bone saws? Yeah, but you can learn that on site. You have to actively study mods. All the anatomy textbooks in the world won't help you understand why a healthy 30-year-old is exhibiting mania and constantly vomiting. Unless you saw last week's recall on the How Artificial Liver for lithium leaks. Mods can make people sick, even though they're meant to improve the body. And just like medicine can make people sick. And just like medicine, there's a lot of profit to be made with mods. But unlike medicine, mods haven't been around for thousands of years. Feels like we're still playing catch-up. We, as in medical professionals? We as in everyone, sweetie. The whole world's population is graying. Numbers and the cause of death reflect that. Less cardiovascular, more neurological.
Stupid sexy diamond.
What about cancer? Cancer mortalities have been on the decline for a while now. Mods helped with that. How so? By making everyone that much more comfortable with amputation. It used to be that people had no choice but to fight cancer, and it was costly. A salt the earth kind of war that left the body severely weakened. With mods where they are at today, doctors can't just cut out the offending organ and replace it and move on.
Yeah, fair enough.
But not every organ.
You have liver cancer, so we're gonna give you a new liver. We're just gonna toss that one
A
out.
brand new liver. Look under your seats.
No, artificial brains.
Check under your spleen.
Nothing I've seen has told me they're on the menu anytime soon.
What's that behind your ear? A new kidney.
Wow! Thanks! That's what I wanted!
But aren't mods that are implanted into the brain entering the market as we speak? Yeah, but it's more like they're implanted onto the brain.
Yeah, it's an add-on.
Small computers that read commands directly from the cortex instead of, say, the keyboard your fingers are typing on.
Never in a million years. I don't care. Like, you are not plugging anything into my brain.
It depends.
To actually replace the brain tissue would have to... You would have to. The analogies become pretty common, but the human brain isn't exactly that much like a computer. A box of specialized components where you can swap in new parts to increase the memory or processing speed. Everything is connected to everything. And memory, as we think of it, isn't stored in a place. It's stored along connections and their relative strength. I've cut open and seen it for myself more times than I can count. There are no cutting off points in the nervous system. Anything you take away, every other part is going to notice. That was a long tangent. I'm sorry. Can't imagine a lecture on the human nervous system is of any interest to an android. Yes, it isn't. That is to say, What's wrong?
It's not like I have a brain or anything.
I don't want to implicate Yumi in anything illegal by telling her about my unique circumstances. But how can I change the subject? When Adonai wants to shift the conversation, she'll typically find something arbitrary in the background to ask about. I am curious about the many decorations on your desk.
She's learning the sociopath.
Yeah, I'm so proud of her.
Oh? What caught your eye? That magnet over there. Really? You recognize it? It appears to be a flag, but I do not know the country of origin. It's an early 21st century bride flag. They used to change the designs every few years back then, so...
Oh, you talking about this back here? Or is there another...
Mm.
I don't see anything flag-shaped.
You can kind of collect them like coins. I see. And what is this flag proud of?
I'm winning! Sorry. Anyway.
Huh?
I was about to like
This
go
is
to
not-
get something to drink,
This-
and I'm winning. Anyway,
This is Buggy.
Targeted?
What targeted? This is targeted. This is targeted. That's exactly what I was
Make
thinking of.
diamond.
This is just
Yeah.
diamond.
Put the trans flag in the Borg. Messed
now
up.
we have to sue her.
No, we gotta sue them. They've gone too far.
Being trans, or trans visibility more accurately.
Are they invisible?
Visibility?
Invisible.
Can't
even say my name.
What does that mean? We're living in the middle of a mod revolution. Anyone can look like whoever they want, as long as they have the cash.
And what's this like hat pin that says 13H on it on your chest?
Okay, that'd be toxic.
What is that ass of a grown man doing?
What is Ulmer doing in the background?
Compared to swapping out cybernetic arms and slotting in artificial spines, hormone therapy and affirmative surgery is nursing student level. And it's fast too. Paperwork, the treatments, the recovery time, so much faster than it used to be.
Okay, I'll say it again with cyberpunk setting. I'll never understand people who like there's already obviously people. It's like I don't like trans stuff. I don't like gay stuff or lesbian stuff in my game. I'll never understand that argument for like a cyberpunk setting.
Mhm.
That never will make sense to me.
Yeah,
It already doesn't
like,
make
think
sense
of-
to me, but it doesn't make sense to me in a cyberpunk setting anyway.
Think of like sexuality and gender representation 60 years ago, and then look at today.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't think there's going to be a similar difference in 60 more years, you're crazy.
Yeah, like even if let's say you're against all that, and I know it's never supposed to make sense, obviously, but like I just even like I'm trying to be.
They speak about it as if it should.
Yeah,
So
like I'm thinking to myself like in like a futuristic setting where like a lot of mod and transplanting and stuff, it's like of course that would be a thing there. Like even if you don't agree with it, that would be a thing there. It never makes sense to me for them to always like say, oh, why is this in my cyberpunk game? Like you should be lucky.
And,
like
like-
it should be more, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Almost every day, I think
Never makes sense
about
to me.
like there are old people who have problems with like current day stuff that we take for granted. What are the things going to be that we have a problem with when we're 80?
Lifelike robots. That, you
Yeah, I
already
guess-
know that.
I guess the AIs that are controlling the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess this game is kind of answering that for us, huh? We're gonna
Mhm.
be 80 when this is
I
happening.
welcome the future. I can already now go onto a website and talk to Mario, my hero.
I do like that you think I'm gonna be alive, Evan.
My hero.
My hero Mario. Hello, Mario. It's me.
Have you seen the
I
one
ha-
post
I-
where it's like it's like a chat GPT thing, or not even, it's like a character chat thing, AI thing, and it's Mario, it's like, it's me, how are you doing today? And someone types like, I think I'm gonna kill myself, Mario, and then it like drops the axe, it's like, I'm so sorry, I feel this way. Dude, you don't need to like it's so funny to me.
I hope you'll be alive in 60 years, AJ. I hope we'll be in the retirement home together, like plotting out the Dagor family tree.
Oh, I want to be such a burden.
That would be awful because that implies if you don't stay in England, that like there's gonna be like an in between where I can teleport there. It's like, oh shit, Evan, straight shitting again, straight jorking it as usual.
I feel like after our country burns itself down and builds itself back upon the ashes, I'll move back.
Remember of the devil?
I'll be here though.
Remember the
My ass will
Assassin's
be
Creed
burned with-
video?
Of the devil.
What
The
Assassin's Creed
Assassin's
video?
What came out before? What came out before the Assassin's Creed video? Me.
GTA 6.
When did JT get paid? That is truly the ultimate like, I don't think anything what came out JT came out before the end of the Assassin's Creed video. that's I think that's the final nail of its coffin.
Yeah, I think that's when
Shit's
you
not
gotta
happening.
you gotta give that those video files somewhere. You gotta donate them to something.
Donate
to AI.
Donate them
To Goodwill.
I need to donate that
To
script.
go-
I need to donate that script to someone to make a video.
Yeah,
Out of.
give it to
donate it
Sam. I
to-
think it'd be.
Donate it to the bank that has 80's personality.
There you go. Let her see my Assassin's Creed script.
That's pretty good at court one day.
Don't know if that makes the decisions any less heavy. But no one has to cross their fingers and wait anymore. After just a few days, they won't even have scars.
Or phantom pain.
So all told, that means, for the first time in a long time, this generation has fewer visibly trans people than the last one.
So, yeah, so you could just like get the procedure done and just be done with it.
Mm-hmm.
Don't like the body you were born with? Kablam! You got a new one.
Shazam!
And a flag like that one. Dunno. Guess it won't mean the same thing anymore.
Yeah, like that's an interesting thing to think about. I feel like that they're like trans people are just gonna disappear at that point. If you can just like snap your fingers and like be the body in the body that you feel comfortable in, you know?
At least the like modern concept of that, yeah.
Yeah.
Because if it was a futuristic setting where it could just be completely seamless and like done in an instant, it'd be like going to the dentist, you know? It'd be like, it wouldn't be like a thing that would even be like thought about, you know?
I feel like anybody who wanted to be could just be gender fluid. They could just walk into the doctor's office and be like, "Hey, I want to be a dude today."
That's
Then,
crazy.
like,
That is
Master
crazy to think
9000,
about. The fuck, I don't want to become the Fuckmaster 9000. I'd really prefer not to be the Fuckmaster 9000 with the nut collection tray. I love that whole.
I mean-
I love that picture so much.
God
Yeah.
fucking damn it. Oh, it's the joy toy argument from Cyberpunk 20.
They've already said that sex androids exist.
Mm-hmm.
They're real.
Girls get a vibrator. It's seen as a little bit of fun, but a guy gets a Fuckmaster 9000 self-lubricating, realistic moan-sounding nut collection tray. They're a pervert or something.
Yeah, Owl, I basically agree with you.
Like transphobia is gonna disappear because you're just not gonna know who they are. Like who you're gonna hate. You don't know who they are.
Invisible.
Invisible. I've been thinking about it this whole time. Could you imagine a setting where people could just swap out their pieces on a whim? What a novelty, yes.
Are you telling me all of Farrak is a trans allegory?
Yeah, was that one of the
I
motivations? I
created
have to
you
know.
fool. No, it wasn't. We were talking about Raymir one night. It was like a Tide night, I think, and we just kind of got on the topic of like how I wasn't really feeling Raymir anymore, and then eventually we kind of just got on the topic of world building, and then we were like, you know what? Let's actually just sit down and make the world where you can just trade anything.
I love world building so much. So much
It's fun. I've been doing it for my new setting. Today I had the idea of like changelings, because we were talking about changelings recently.
Changelings.
No, they're acceptable
Okay.
now.
I'm ready though. Just tell me who I gotta be racist against.
You'll know eventually. Shamelessly rip Vocab's idea real quick was more so the inspiration. Yeah, pretty much.
Could you just like buy someone's race? Could you just be like, I'm
Yes.
a tiefling now?
Yeah, yes. Yep.
Uh-oh.
Pretty much. You can take all of the signifiers that you are that race. Yep.
Give me that melanin.
And
That's the guy who makes a hat.
Either way, about changelings, I had the idea that changelings, like for entirely aesthetic reasons, like nothing on gameplay. So like during gameplay, any changeling can just change their shape at any point, just on a whim. I had it so that they require just a little bit more conscious thought in order to fully transform. It's not like concentration or anything. It's like a pseudo concentration. But when they don't do that sort of like action, full like conscious thought to do that, there is a signifier left behind, like blotchy skin, the eyes being a different color, their hair not turning to whatever color they intend for it to be, just as a visual signifier to tell, oh, this person's a changeling, other than they are like gray skinned with blank eyes and have white hair, you know? So you can kind of like play with that a little bit more, and I think that's fun.
Shout out to my boy Snow. He would not survive in that world.
No, Snow's fine.
The winner.
We like changelings.
Yeah, for now.
So is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know if it's... I don't know that it's good or bad, sweetie. Just different. And there's nothing wrong with being different, right?
AJ disagrees.
I mean, have you seen Bulma? Yeah. See, look, I'm looking at her right now. on
Your
the
head
screen.
looks like she's got like a mustache.
Oh.
Would Snow be viewed as a race traitor on
We're not discussing this.
He's
A race
technically not
traitor?
a changeling.
Wait, we
now.
haven't-
No,
wait.
he is a changeling.
He's relearning.
Hold on, this is a
The colored
recovered date.
files.
This is a David.
Mm-hmm.
I fucking hate this guy. Kill him again.
Hello, Evan.
Hello, Evan.
Jesus Christ.
That was perfect. Though. That was a perfect.
That was perfect.
That
Put
was
that in
a
the game.
perfect duration.
Oh my god.
Great work. That's all the boxes checked. Thank you, Jess.
Oh my god, I have lines.
Yes.
Hey, no problem.
I'm gonna be right back, because it
Only-
doesn't seem like Sarah's here.
6 minutes till 5 o'clock. Why don't you start the holiday weekend early?
If you insist. There's a pub crawl in the Twilight Wards that's got my name on it. How about you? Got any big plans?
Is that the new name for red light districts? Twilight wards? That sounds way cooler.
Twilight Wards.
Actually, there's an art festival out west that I've been looking forward to.
Nice. And who's lucky enough to be your +1?
I didn't
You.
think to ask anyone.
No one? Not Connor, not Madison, not Chelly, not Lulu?
Oh, Lulu. I wonder how she's been.
Dr. Ash, have you spoken to any of them recently?
Recently, huh?
Hmm.
It's a good question, Jess, but it depends on how you define.
Fuck! The Heineken one. That's my favorite one.
It makes me
okay.
wonder why David dated anyone at all.
I think he wanted to try and fit
He
in.
wanted to socialize, but he
doesn't
knew He
understand
didn't like
it.
it either. He doesn't understand, and I don't think he likes it.
I don't even
that
think he
much
dislikes
either.
it. I just don't think he gets it. I
Yeah.
just don't think he understands what
Maybe
what that means.
I like my interpretation is that like he doesn't understand it, but he also just is like he's not willing to try to. If like people
Yeah.
are like go away, then he's kind of like just whatever. You know what I mean? Not saying he dislikes it, but like he's not willing to put in the effort to like continue it. I mean, you saw that with Porter.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna eat a cracker. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to give you a credit card.
What?
I'm going to buy 4 bottles of expensive wine, 3 boxes of expensive chocolate, and 5 very nice apology cards. And you're going to sign them.
Wait, he's dating all these people simultaneously?
No, I think he just ghosted all these people. I don't even think he realizes what he's done. And
Yeah,
what should
he
I do
does.
this weekend?
Is that music festival on some kind of remote island with no net or media?
No?
Then you're going to stay at home, and if anyone calls, start coughing and sneezing as much as you can.
I see. Thank you, Jess.
Don't thank me yet, Dr. Ash. I might have to buy something really expensive for Lulu to break.
You're a lifesaver.
You know it.
What's wrong? You've been leaning against the
Oh.
wall.
Can you take a hint?
Typically, no.
Damn, you're right. I just don't like dancing, man.
You're a musician.
So?
Well, so why don't you like dancing?
Because I'm bad at it.
Hmm.
You're lucky you're cute.
Sorry for laughing. I'm just surprised you'd care what any of these people think.
These people. I don't. But I do care about my business. Word gets out that I dance like someone's grandpa gigs that dried up overnight.
So it's not that you don't want to dance. It's that you don't want to be embarrassed.
Sure, let's go with that takeaway.
Easy enough to fix. You just need someone else to dance even worse.
Yeah, sure, that's all it. And there he goes.
Oh yeah!
He's gonna be like, but little does he know, he starts busting the moves out. People are like,
You're out
yeah!
of touch. I'm out of
He does the
time.
sprinkler.
He hits the Hotel Transylvania Dracula
Yeah.
dance.
No, that I thought you were about to hit what's his name's dance. That goes hard. I swear. Lucky you're cute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you watching?
A thriller. Runtime 92 minutes.
Oh wait, I think I saw a part of this in a hotel once.
Oh, don't you fucking dare.
What are they doing now? Is this the ending?
No, this is the rising action. The hero and his ragtag crew have pulled off one heist to get out of the game for good. One last heist.
That does not tell me what movie this is.
But it's not that simple. The casino he needs to rob is on a satellite orbiting Earth.
Oh,
at
it is Cyberpunk.
16,000 miles per hour.
It's It's the casino in the
Yeah, the last
Yeah.
ending.
Yeah.
in the
Or the like
the Giga
I'm just
Chad
gonna-
ending.
Yeah.
In the built different ending.
Put some iron in your mouth and fucking pull the trigger.
How fast is that in kilometers?
Father, you should be able to calculate
That was like an amalgamation of Keanu Reeves and Charlie, like voice critical. So that's pretty much
That's pretty much it, V.
Wake the fuck up. That's pretty much it.
No, that's becoming Jesse Pinkman now.
Mr. White.
No, that's Mr. White, yo, bitch.
Yo, I'm in Soul Killer, bitch.
Soul Killer Jesse Pinkman.
Jesse Adam Smasher is going to fucking kill us.
Jesse.
Jesse, I'm geeking. I learned programs so that I wouldn't have to. Why haven't the thieves been caught yet? If there was that much money on board, they put cameras everywhere.
There's illegal gambling happening on the satellite, so their ultra-wealthy clientele wouldn't want there to be any video evidence of their crimes.
There's illegal gambling happening on the satellite.
There's illegal gambling happening on the satellite. They're in orbit. It's the same as being in an international waters.
I think this is dumb.
Would you like to sit and watch?
No,
What if they're watching Edge Runners and they just like fully name drop characters?
It is completely shameless to show the entirety of Edge Runners in this.
Is that Ryan Gosling?
Gee, sir, we need to raid on Pookie Plaza. Gee, sir.
Jesus.
So is Mike just Adam Smasher in this scenario? It's just like,
You might be.
V.
We had a good thing going.
We had a good thing going, V.
no half
Who would be
measures,
Hank?
V. Hank would surely be the one Asian cop guy that you're helping, right? The
I didn't
Oh,
replay
yeah,
Cyberpunk,
oh, like, no,
honestly.
he's not a cop. He's he's a previous
Oh, fuck,
bodyguard
it's
of.
Takamura.
He works for
Yeah, Takamura.
I think it's
Takamura.
Is Mike Rogue?
Mike
No,
Rogue.
Mike's not.
Ugh.
Well, maybe. Actually, that kind of works, kinda. No, I think Rogue is like. I don't know. That's
I mean,
a
no,
toughie.
I don't think Mike.
It kind of works, but I feel like there's something there that makes it shouldn't work, but I can't really put my finger on it.
You need to hurry up. I'm just staring at
Yes,
Baldma
sir.
right now.
I only stopped because completely unrealistic. Their poker chips would be floating all over the place.
There was a throwaway line about how everything's magnetized.
Oh. He died. He fell over.
Yeah. He died. Said here.
Oh, she's copying the...
The heart.
Oh, she's always been doing that.
I know,
Yeah.
that's where she got it from, though.
Mm.
Trade deal.
Didn't you have to go?
I do. Soon.
I give you 300 AI.
Yes.
I die.
But not right at this second.
Oh.
Safe
The
to private
drive
drive.
part, yeah.
That's cute. Emma and Morgan Midnight.
Yeah. The last one. The police static
Hey,
persona.
yo.
You ready to
It's
give up
just
yet?
full on porn.
You get ready to give up yet? We've been staring at this footage for hours. Oh, this is when the two of them were looking over the cam footage.
We can call it quits whenever you'd like.
Oh, don't say that to her. That's a challenge now. Are you challenging me, little man?
Yeah.
Me? You kidding? I could do this all night. But my makeup's starting to feel cakey, so...
5-minute break.
Deal.
Yeah.
You're
pushing your luck, Scoob.
I don't know. I had my
Settle
fingers
them.
crossed that some shadowy figure would walk into frame and hold up a confession, but... What about you? You've already got her on camera handling the murder weapon. How many more nails do you need in the coffin?
1 or 2 should suffice. I guess the truth is, I was curious. What does a homicidal AI get up to in its spare time? Turns out it's couch potato. What's with all the TV? And why is half of it in black and white?
Public domain.
Fair.
Seriously?
Anything digital from the 20s or 30s is too polluted to be useful.
Oh.
But go back in time 70 years and it's all clean as spring water. Also free.
They had color in 2016, Morgan.
Alright.
I don't know then.
I mean,
I guess
they
this,
had color like 40 years before that, too.
this
Yeah,
particular
that's-
homicidal AI happens to be an old soul.
Hold on, what was that? There.
She's near me.
Yeah, holy. She's bald.
Look at her go. She's tearing that thing apart.
What, the computer? That's how you learn to put them together. You gonna try and terrify
She's
bearers
like
with this?
disassembling it. She's disassembling it and reassembling it like it's a rifle.
It's just a machine. Not like she's dissecting a frog.
Sarah is a machine, and she's ripping out circuitry without hesitation. If she was a human child, that'd be like...
Don't.
You're
Yeah.
reaching.
You're raging, yeah.
I don't want you to finish that sentence.
Yeah, I guess so.
Besides, you telling me you never pulled apart your dolls when you were a kid? No?
What? The fuck?
No, I didn't.
I did that, though, to my wrestling
Oh.
bud.
Never mind.
Did you?
When I was a kid, I didn't play with dolls.
So what did you play with then?
Whatever I
Don't
could
eat
get
me.
my hands on.
Dead people.
Legos.
Like us.
Yeah, that guy in the incinerator definitely was not her first.
Oh, you know,
kill,
yeah.
for
No,
sure.
she
No.
established that. She already said, like, I'd done this before, but this time was
Personal.
normal kid stuff. Sticks and stones. Birds and squirrels. Oh, sweet lord.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Birds and squirrels. What were you, a cartoon princess?
I was a cartoon murderer.
I mean, I can kind of see it. Skipping through enchanted forests, big poofy dress, tiara.
You know,
Gee.
H.H. Holmes was the first time that we actually put that together. The like
The
hurting
dead-
animals makes
yeah.
you
I
predisposed to
imagine,
being a sociopath.
I imagine
Mhm.
H.H. Holmes was the first time we put a lot of things together about
Yeah.
psychopathy and serial
You
killers.
went, holy crap. This guy's a bad apple.
Morgan and Saito would get along like a house fire. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I took a class on abnormal psychology in college, and we had to pick a serial killer to write a report on, and mine was H.H. Holmes.
I mean, he's the funniest one. He
Well,
made the
because I
Scooby-Doo
looked
house.
up like well-known serial killers, and I found the murder house, and I was like,
Yeah.
"Well, I gotta do that."
He was also in famous creators who made the Until Dawn. I'm thinking.
Yeah, he was in Devil of House of the Devil or something.
Yeah. He's like, I'm going to kill Chris.
I wish I could have played that game.
Yeah,
but
why?
it crashed every 2 seconds. Me and Sam tried to play, and we just eventually just put our hands up and said, "Fuck this! It sucks."
Yeah. I'm sure
You
it's
don't
good
like
now.
The quarry.
He repurposed like laundry chutes to make bodies fall down into the incinerators and like garbage heaps.
He was
Yeah. And then when he was killed, his house burnt down.
my house.
Wait, no, Carlos, finish that sentence. You started a sentence
What'd I
and then
say?
cut yourself off.
What are you talking about?
You said he was, and then you stopped.
I didn't
He
say,
was
I
the
didn't say anything
greatest.
of the sort.
Uh-huh.
Gino Castle?
But if I were a hypothetical different person, I would say he is probably was one of the most interesting serial killers to me.
That's fair.
I thought you were gonna say he was an innovator.
I mean that's
Yeah, I mean,
I
guess
kinda-
technically he is.
hey, if you really want to, I'd be pissed too if I built my murder house and it burnt down.
He was dead by the time that happened.
Well,
though.
it doesn't mean like he'd be displeased from hell, I assume.
Well, I mean, people said that he the theory was he came back from hell to burn down the house.
Wait, hold on. Was it the Remington Manor that like he's supposed to haunt? Oh, no, that's okay. No. I forgot the. It's the Remington house that did the lady's like afraid that all the like victims of Remington weapons were gonna come get her, so she built like a H.H. Holmes house.
I think we can agree he made that house a Holmes.
Yeah,
he does a good one. I like that
Holmes,
one.
Yeah.
I had to do the same thing, by the way. Sorry, I had to like real
You're good.
quick.
Murder
I was taking a forensics class, and I had to do a presentation on the butcher baker.
Which one's
Oh,
the Butcher Baker?
That's what Sweeney Todd is based off of, I think.
No,
No, am I thinking of
No.
something different?
Yeah, the butcher baker was actually a like in Anchorage, like Alaska, I think. Right? No, that's not right. I thought he was in Alaska, but I don't remember. But he would like get hookers and then like most dangerous game them. Like just release them in the woods and then hunt them down.
Oh.
It
I
sounds
think
like
he was. He also just turned out to be like a baker. I think. Like I don't remember why he's called the butcher baker.
No, it was Anchorage, Alaska.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember two of those things. Anchorage from Fallout, and then like the Butcher Baker from that gingerbread man.
He was
And
born
I-
in born in Iowa though.
Mhm.
Say holy based.
Holy days!
And I remember I had to make like a shoebox presentation on like a murder scene, and I did a 2-layer shoebox with the top layer being like the ground, and the bottom layer being like the things that he would bury in shallow graves. And my professor gave me an F because there wasn't a body, and I said, no, open the rocks.
Open the rocks.
And it went for yeah. I made it so the rocks could be like moved out of the way, and you would find like a body there.
Yeah, when your professor saw that, he stuck his hand up and said, "Absolute cinema."
She was like, okay, all right, never mind. A+.
That had to have been. That had to have been a trying moment when you're just like, "No, child, there are no bodies in this," and the kid goes, "No, look under the
Look
rocks."
under your seat.
Look under your foreskin.
Oh,
Yeah, what's
Did she still give me an F? No. She gave me like an A+. It was like a 96 or something like that.
Chino Castle?
Nah, no castle. I can tell you didn't have it that rough.
damn.
Is it rough living in a castle?
It's a lot of empty rooms when you're a kid.
Did she live in a castle?
Well, I'm assuming
She
just,
probably did.
just
Maybe
rich,
a mansion.
yeah, just rich person stuff. Of the, like,
Rich baby. Yeah, Nepo
I need to
baby.
go wash my face.
sure. But if you fall asleep on the toilet, I am gonna keep going on without you.
If you're drooling on the keyboard when I get back, I'm gonna handcuff you to the desk.
Crazy.
Fair's fair.
So
It's
what
gonna-
case
it's
do you
gonna-
think they're just gonna start making out?
Right now, it's about the hard cut to just
Yeah.
unapologetic porn.
Unapologetic.
They don't need to apologize for anything.
I'm gonna go to the concept.
Anything
What is
new?
London?
his E-boy days.
Oh,
Sarah.
Look at the
Sarah.
baby.
They tried different
Yeah.
hairstyles. That sketch is very baby.
Maybe.
Is there a quick like?
What
Oh,
do you mean?
inverse of Morgan's colors.
Oh.
Yeah, I did notice that.
Jesus, without the
Oh,
coat.
yeah,
Jesus
she wears primarily white. That's interesting.
I'd be worried if like she wasn't around with her jacket on. I'd worried like a gust of wind would destroy her.
Yeah.
If I didn't know
I mean,
better.
she's built stronger than that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus.
The
When he
pun.
was buried.
She's got her arms crossed like a mummy, actually.
Oh, this is so cool.
Yeah, there's
Very
Morgan over there.
There's a lot of.
Really cool. I love this.
I noticed a lot with like the hexagonal sort of patterns they keep doing. Like they seem to really like that that type of
Just,
futuristic. That was like grid like.
Shapes. Well, I mean, they did say
Uh,
shapes.
You got shapes now?
Make with shapes.
E pose.
Cutie.
Hat hair.
Coochie.
Gucci.
the class.
That's really cool.
How did we not make a joke about that?
Oh
Just
God,
being-
Carlos, that looks exactly like.
It's beautiful.
That's so funny.
Exactly as I
with-
thought.
With QU, that's just coochie. How didn't we not make a joke about that?
No,
did
Carlos,
we?
there was so many Morgans.
Yeah, no,
There
that's
are like.
I think that's
5
all the
more,
places
4
where
Morgans?
I think that's all the places she
4
stands
more.
during the
Yeah.
game.
4 Morgan.
Who's that?
Oh, the inside, nice.
Inside of the car.
Brady.
The guy. Oh, that's.
Oh,
That's-
that's Lady Judge.
She's
Yeah,
far
Human
away.
Judge.
I kind of like the longer hair better.
I like
Is
both.
it crazy that I say I kind of agree? I mean, I'm biased, but like.
I think the long hair gives like a sense of age too, and like importance to it.
Yeah, I think she's
Yeah.
like too pretty in the top left one, like the highest one. I feel like that would kind of undermine. It would just be another lady.
ugly.
Well, no, but I
Make
feel
her
like
ugly and disgusting.
her feeling more
Gross.
poised and like
Yeah.
dignified is better, you know,
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
than just a pretty lady.
Tank piping 3D,
3D
print.
print.
Yeah. Nice.
God, I love looking at the environment.
It's always
Oh, they
fun. Concept
That's
art's always
really
my
cool.
favorite part of a game.
Mhm.
Yeah. Look at the wall. Jesus.
Oh, they moved the crack.
They
Massive
did
move
move
the
the
crack.
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 Remove the Kraken.
Or maybe that's an inverted view.
Oh, Jabal.
Look, I like these.
I like the tiny little yeah.
Please hide UI. Please hide UI.
Hey,
Yeah,
hold on.
you got-
The Blorbos.
Oh, they're holding hands.
They are.
Oh,
Hmm.
They're
cute.
holding hands and neither of them is looking
That
at me
middle
like-
pose really is like, you mean the Chaos Emeralds?
You mean the Chaos Emeralds?
That's-
mid-tone
yeah,
just
no.
David.
I think it shows that like David is kind of like and then Porter's kind of like more.
Even the colors were meant to be very
Yeah.
contrasting. It seems to be for
Mhm.
the Davids.
Look at that back,
I need to
Jesus.
see the coroner's concept art, Carlos. I need it.
I need it.
It's next.
Oh, it's the
The
light. That's the
lighter.
lighter.
Oh, cool.
Lighter.
Too silly.
Too silly.
I think that's weird. I think it would have been.
That's cool as
Like-
fuck, though.
Do you think it was modeled after Sanji's lighter that he got on Skypea?
Now, to my knowledge, I don't think any of the. 'Cause at least Bug hasn't seen One Piece. I kind of
Wow.
I kind of do like the idea of. Oh, I hate them now. I do like the idea of Morgan having like a super gimmicky, goofy lighter. Though there's something kind of funny about that.
Like a Pez dispenser?
Yeah, I think that's like just a funny thing.
Lady.
Apparently, Bug said this was like hell. Apparently,
I
I
can
can
fucking
imagine.
Look at how many goddamn belts there are.
Look at her arm.
it just went through a bunch of different. This what's it? Maladu can confirm that at least one of the devs is big on One Piece. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Baby.
That side
One.
angle of this, that I looked at them like, is that fucking Ember McLean? I instantly like that reminded me.
Is
of
that
it.
Diamond?
Is that it is Diamond? I think we're gonna
It
really
is Diamond.
we're gonna need to sue
I-
Buggy for royalties
Yeah.
on that one.
I can't look at her without thinking of
Ex-
Diamond.
We have to color.
It's Diamond,
coordinate
except instead of the millipede tattoo, it's a serpent.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
And just the idea of like a one that just side note, that getting a tattoo like this would be actual hell. Like this seems like a horrible
On the
experience.
titty? Yeah, it would have to go past the. Oh,
Forget the
man.
titty, just it's the entire body. It's like the entire.
Yeah, but like other people have gotten the entire body.
no, but your shit's
like,
gonna be
across the
aching
titty-
though.
Yeah, no, I can't imagine.
That is
the
going like
chest
right
area.
over a nip too. That's
Yeah,
rough.
that's what I'm saying.
Imagine being like, all right, turn over in the middle of a tattoo session. Like,
All right. They probably do it in parts.
No, but I
Actually,
remember. What's up?
Oh, go ahead.
There you go first.
No. Okay. I was thinking about if Diamond ever did get a tattoo, what would it be? It would 100% be like the bones of her arm as a sleeve.
Mhm.
Like,
That would be
that
pretty
just sounds
sick.
really cool to me.
So I'm trying
The
to understand what
numbskull.
her prosthetic is here because it seems like it's only the back of the arm is the prosthetic. Like it looks more like a glove
Yeah,
than
it's a glove,
Yeah.
Mhm. Like a glove.
which is exactly why I think like it just keeps bringing up the same
Oh my
goddamn thing
God.
over and over.
Holy
again.
shit! What is
That?
Look at these designs.
Ooh.
I kind of
He's
like.
definitely very.
I thought she was funny and great, but I also kind of like the idea of just a creepy like other mother final
Yeah.
form kind of.
I mean, I would kind of love to see like a bunch of different versions.
I guess that's the benefit of this that we will probably get that.
I think
Maybe.
they had like the cutesy design and then the intimidating design and like kind of smashed them together. That's what it looks like to me.
I'm super big fan of turning the blindfold of justice into a sleep mask and stuff. That's great character design. Look at this Danganronpa ass pose right here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, man.
That's very
It looks
Penny.
like she has 2 sets of eyes in that one.
that's very Penny up there.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Mhm.
I really love robot design.
Yeah, that's-
Yeah, I like the one that we ended up with.
Her legs looked like that one shot of fucking oh god, what's it called? Hierophant Green when he had like the horse legs.
I forgot about that.
That looks
Translucent hair is kind of cool.
Your Honor presiding, all for justice.
Rev number 84.
very nice.
80.
I wonder if we're gonna see other adjutants or if it's just gonna be that one the whole game.
I kind of hope we see at least one more.
The body.
That's goofy.
I like the body.
Me too.
It's grungly.
Oh, that's it though. God, it was so empty in that concept.
Yeah, that's how concept looks. It's the
Oh,
funny.
yeah.
And then looking at the final product, here's my girl.
Look at him. He's
Oh, they
Keith
have-
Chow.
I like this. The center one.
That's fucking
for,
just Adachi from Persona 4 over there.
It is.
Yeah.
That is. Yeah.
Look at the different designs.
I don't know.
Yeah,
This
Yeah.
middle one unsettles me in
It's-
like
Yeah.
a
so
primal way.
unsettling, but like
She has no nose.
I kind of like it.
No, I like it too, but like something about like if I saw that, I'd think I'm being like hunted or
It
something.
looks like
The alt
that looks like
outfits go great.
she's like
Yeah.
Mhm.
putting on the airhead. Like
Yeah.
she's like
Mastermind.
making
behind.
herself seem even dumber than she is. Even dumber. She's smart.
Yeah.
But like I feel like she has this she kind of plays that impression that people get the impression that she's ditzy, you know, and uses that to her advantage.
Look at that over
I,
there.
I'm, oh,
Yeah, look at them.
Look at those two goofballs over there. They really
Yeah.
It reminds me of Psychonauts quite a bit. The art style.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Oh,
the
yeah.
different nose and
Yeah, with like the
face
sort
design.
of I don't know how to describe this sort of art style, but sort of like that abstract, you know, with like the big
Yeah.
eyes and sort of like a side view. Like it has a very
I know what
that
you're talking
feel,
about.
and I really like that.
Reminds me of.
I will say
Yeah.
go ahead.
It reminds me of Mandai from Foster Home.
Oh yeah. I think
Uh,
yeah, I know. Yeah,
Asher's like that Asher design to me is like peak like cozy dad in an animated show of like
Mhm.
tired
geez.
glasses, messy hair,
long
like
legs.
Yeah, ready to work. Who's the detective that lives in?
I really like the dark blue hair. but,
like that is such a cozy character
Fine.
design for me, but I hate David Asher.
What
Like,
is that?
that's the being. That's the entity that runs behind the screen.
I don't want to be mean, but I feel like all of those like left concept designs belong in schizo pictures.
No,
Yeah.
that's how concept art looks. It's just that's just
Yeah.
the nature of what it is.
The
Oh, it's
final
Dawes from the
boardroom was
back.
fantastic.
Oh my goodness.
Everyone's so
Evan
mean to me.
does.
Jess is like Jess is look, it looked like that's like an attachment and not like her actual hair.
Like she's so like I don't know. They're all the women are pretty, but I feel like something I don't know, something's different about Jess. She's like so I don't know. It's not even like lady. Like she just feels like she would be fun to get to know and like hang out with, you know?
I don't know why that picture on the right. I know it's supposed to be sweet. It looks evil as fuck to me. Though.
It does.
It's
Sinister.
okay, Sarah.
I thought for a second his hands were this here, so I thought scared the shit out of me. No, but like something like I don't know. I look at that as it looks like an anime picture where it's just this, and then like an evil face is gonna get grown or something. I don't.
Yeah, it's just like
Like well-meaning person that then turns into a villain, which
Yeah, he got more
He's got
femboy.
he's got the anime mom hairstyle, but ended up being like Shotucker.
the door.
I hate it.
What is that? What is that goofy ass fucking?
Oh, jeez.
Oh, he had 2 necklaces. He had chains and
Yeah,
pearls.
pearls.
At least we didn't get a good
And
side
pearls.
of it, but
Look at him looking.
I
at
guess
me.
his outfit does look fucking cozy. I would,
yeah.
I would wear
I
that.
do not like the high water pants though.
Yeah,
But that's
probably
just
not
because
then,
he's
but-
tall as fuck.
The
He looks-
side belts are crazy though.
There's the ant.
Oh.
Damn.
The wine ant.
I'm surprised we didn't get a call from her.
I mean, yeah.
The
wonder
left
if we're gonna
design
have to
definitely
defend
looks
Her.
That'd
it
be
looks
fun.
too much like Morgan. They didn't go with it because it looks just like older Morgan.
Yeah. Which I mean wouldn't be too weird considering.
Yeah, I mean, it's her aunt, but you know.
Yeah, but you don't want to make them look too similar, you know.
I think
Now,
I think they don't do that enough. Actually, I think they should like have family members look closer to what the people they're related to in these games.
Like
I'm trying to
parents
see.
and brothers and sisters, yeah, but
do I
like
go
I
for
feel like
that?
aunts and uncles.
I don't know.
I go for the.
Surely, hold on. Bonuses.
Oh, the bonuses goes just back to that thing.
Oh my god. Continue.
Oh wait,
I have to be up.
No,
early.
wait there.
I'm gonna go to bed.
hold on. No, wait.
Give it to me.
Holy crap! It's better than I expected.
I gotta go.
I gotta stay.
Oh.
Oh, that one's cute. I like that one.
Now I'm just gonna speed run your game through, get everything right, and just buy that immediately. Holy shit, bro!
And then just not play the game.
Oh wait,
after
Fidgetubbies.
No,
Somebody was asking about Fidgetubbies.
DC was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that. Of course, CC was. The Fidget
Looked away.
Tubbies like
Who
seem exactly like a CC thing,
Oh,
Oh,
absolutely.
here you go, Sam.
especially since they were involved in a murder.
We got
Oh,
the
my
Reyes.
It's
Reyes charm.
unreasonable.
It's
Considering the phone is canonical, what the fuck?
Yeah, I thought for a sec. I thought she was just showing pure nip out of there for a
Oh,
second.
yeah, I thought she was throwing nib too. I was like, that doesn't look like the right
Reyes
place. but-
sees that. Morgan's at the police precinct. And
Reyes would
sees that.
kill her because she's like, first of all, where'd you get that? Second of all, you're dying.
I think it's racist. There's no
That-
orange phone case.
I think I need to. Fuck yeah, I'm racist then. Fuck. Shit. Holy crap, Lois.
I do like the little Blorbo.
Yeah, the Blorbo
keychains.
ones are
Very
really
cute.
funny.
Like my Morgan
Blorbo.
time.
Morgan time.
I gotta play the game again.
Just for that. Oh, surely it's just posted somewhere.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I'll have that as
Excellent.
my background, and I don't care who.
So, if you gotta go, Evan, that's fine. But I do want to go into our final discussion on the
Mhm.
game and give our thoughts regarding it.
Mhm.
A proper review. The board meeting now. All laughing is over. No more time for fun.
Noble entertainment now.
So, I guess I'll go around and ask, as a final ranking on a scale of 1 to 10, what do you rank this episode? I'll start with AJ.
I think this episode would probably get like a 7.5 to an 8. I think it was pretty good.
GT.
I kind of lean more towards like 8.5 because aside from a few of the things being a little shaky here and there, and the little bit of mischaracterization with Emma, like being really surprised about the 1 day comment, like that seemed a little strange. But beyond that, like there wasn't anything that made me go like, oh my god, this is like this is not good, right? I was very entertained at the very least throughout the entire time. I only had one moment during the first time we were talking to Evan Dawes that I kind of started tuning out a little bit. But that obviously would be different if I was the one playing the game versus just kind of being here to watch it being played in front of me.
Right.
And
He
also,
did
I had no
monologue
characters
for
in
a
that
while.
scene. I wasn't talking in that scene, so I just kind of.
He was just talking about nerd shit for
Yeah.
a while there.
And Evan?
A solid 9. It didn't knock my pants clean off. There was no part where I was like, this is complete cinema, but I was enjoying it the whole time. It was fun the whole time. I felt like it was that perfect mix of I don't know what's going on for most of the time, but like we did figure it out eventually, and I didn't feel like we figured it out too easily. We did I feel like the ideal experience in a mystery game is figuring it out just before it's explained to you, you know?
That's the ideal.
And I think we did that. It was a little before they explained it to us, but we did figure it out like pretty late on into the case. And it was just generally very entertaining. I liked all the characters. I liked all the character design. I loved the music. The game mechanics were entertaining. They kept me engaged. No notes. Well, I mean,
No notes.
yeah.
For me, and also I just want to remind anyone who watches this as well, we are not, this is gonna sound super fucking pretentious, we are not the average player.
Yeah, there's no way you were gonna sugarcoat that.
Yeah. We do this a lot.
We
play a lot.
We
of
play a
mystery
lot
games.
of mystery games, so we pick up on a lot of the little cues and stuff that have, like, we've seen, so, like, they give you a picture, it's that's what's the evidence of that picture. Like we are very in tune to a lot of the tricks and tools and all that used in mystery visual novels. We've just played a lot of them, so our standards and stuff for it are much different than a lot of people. I'm sorry, it sounds like it's such a dick thing to say.
There were
You can
better
just
ways
say
to say that, but I
You
think
can
it was
literally
pretty
just
funny.
say we're critiquers. Like
Yeah.
we're
We're
critics.
very
We're tweakers.
Yeah, we're very.
I
we
feel
are
like
tweaking.
the safest way to say that is we do this a lot. Like we
Yeah,
have a
we
lot
do
of
this a lot.
experience.
And we will critique more things than
yeah.
others will not. It's fine.
And for that reason, I would say this episode fell into about where AJ is, like a 7.5, maybe to a 7.
Yeah, I could say that.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna go over the first things I did like. One, I'm gonna say in terms of making me like my main character, I like Morgan. I really do like Morgan. I have no problem. Nothing in this episode has made me dislike Morgan. It has only made me like her more. And I think that's a generally good consensus we all share, right?
Yeah.
In terms of her main character, Morgan has proven herself to be a very entertaining and fun person to play as.
Absolutely.
Second, Sarah, wonderful little assistant, love her. Not like they did the AI partner thing that's naive about the world, but did with a little bit more nuance that makes them a lot more enjoyable to be, like almost like you have like a little sister almost. You know what I mean?
Yeah. She's our best friend's daughter.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it really feels like that. I feel attached to her in that similar way of like, I want to protect you. Kind of, in a kind of sense.
And even though Morgan won't admit it, that's why she's got Sarah still
Carlos.
hanging around her.
Yeah.
Carlos, I'm gonna be real. Like, I'm taking your opinion seriously. You gotta get ball mouth the fucking screen. Someone's gonna be watching this like my critiques on the game. And
We're
see
kind
what
of
fucking-
we're seasoned
very
players,
serious.
and we're gonna.
If you don't care, that's fine. I just was like,
I
if
like
you
it
took that
bigger.
seriously.
No, she
Okay,
stays there.
That's fine. That's fine. I was just
Oh.
like, if you wanted it to be serious, I didn't know.
So in terms of who are gonna make up our main characters of Morgan and Sarah, great job in endearing us to them, in making us love them, and making us want more from Morgan, especially with little details regarding her past, a little peek at her aunt, and just how she interacted with people was wonderful. It really was. I think as for the writing as a whole, I guess I'll take it sort of piece by piece. I thought that usually time was not wasted. There were a couple of moments where I feel like a conversation dragged on a little bit longer than it should have, or just was not necessary and didn't help the overall themings of the case or world building. But for them, that was very much a minority. I very much enjoyed the way the dialogue flowed. I liked the way that Morgan interacted with people. I liked the way people interacted with Morgan. And I don't know if it will be a feature in it, but I do wonder if in future games, if it's going to keep it in this sort of on rails visual novel way, or if there will be like if I had to relate it to something like an Ace Attorney way of investigating, like if they will allow free movement at some point, or something like that. Not to say the game needs it, but that's more of just more of a curiosity thing if that's something that they would be interested in implementing or not. Because I do feel like a lot of fun in the investigating part of Ace Attorney is you personally asking the questions and presenting stuff that gets answers out of them, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I actually kind of don't mind that we were a little flooded with information, because I love having too much information in a mystery game and then having a piece that you heard of like 2 cases ago become relevant, and then having a brain blast that like this one trivial piece of information that you got from like Evan Dawes in case 1 is suddenly relevant again
Yeah,
because
that's
you
solid.
remembered it.
That's satisfying.
So I really don't mind it feeling like you're getting too much information at once, because it sets up in moments like that.
Yeah. My only worry is that just at some points, especially during down parts of the investigation, it just ends up bloating a little bit. And I just, I'd hate for that feeling to stay there. And also just another bonus to the investigation aspect of looking around, making it so that you get rewarded for investigating is very nice. Get your chips up and all that.
Get your money up.
Exactly, get your money up.
Yep.
And those little I would say pretty much all of the news things were fair, like in terms of like reading a story and having to guess, like get the correct takeaway from it. I'd say all of those were very fair in this. Even the one I got wrong, I think, was fair still. I just got it wrong was the only thing. And I enjoy that. I think it's nice to have that level of immersion in the game where you get rewarded for reading and then getting the right takeaway from it. If anything, I would like to see that more implemented in more aspects of the investigating process than rather than just in flyers and dockets and stuff. This is going to be a really, really weird comparison for me to make. But this is a game called Condemned. It's a survival horror game where you play as a detective. And in the second game, there's portions of the game where you investigate a crime scene, and they're completely optional whether you get them right or not. All that matters is the takeaway, where your character just stumbles onto the crime scene and needs to logic out what happened in the crime scene with the correct information they were given, or with the information they were given, and it gives you like a score of like this was perfect or okay or whatever. And I really think like letting a player look at a crime scene and then asking them what is the correct takeaway from this crime scene might be nice. I think I might like that little bit more of extra, put some thought behind the gameplay so we can even get more behind Morgan's head of like how she interprets the crime scene. Because I don't think it should just be restricted to just documents. I think it could be very beneficial in the investigative process. And even we talked about it last session in terms of reading people. We were comparing it to Tyrion Cuthbert in a sense of, building a talk to the person and then building a profile of them in your head, and then using that as like a mechanic during the Eye of Horus minigame. I think with what you set up for Morgan here, having a little minigame where she looks at a character Sherlock Holmes styles and gets a good read on who they are as a person.
You could call it a bluff or something like that. Like shit.
Raise.
There's a good card game analogy for this, but I'm too tired to come up with it.
What, poker face or something, or like reading
poker
card
face?
reading,
Something like that. Yeah.
counting.
I do have to be up in 5 hours, so
Yeah, no
I'm
problem.
gonna drop off
You're
here.
all good.
See ya.
See ya.
See, bro.
Good.
But I think there'd be a very interesting aspect of being able to read the person you're talking to and get a correct takeaway from them as a person. Though that does kind of take away from the ability to do a surprise thing like you did with Dawes. Well, I mean, I guess, unless you choose not to let it, like he's that good at covering his tracks until he made a little slip up. But I think it'd be nice. I think if you've already established that Morgan pretty much gets a good read on someone when they meet them, and I think it'd be nice to let the player experience that as well to help just that extra little bit of interactivity during the investigation, especially if it's going to be more on rail. Go ahead.
Also, for the Evan Dawes thing, it isn't necessarily like you're hiding anything from the player, because like Morgan didn't know all of the information in order to piece together that he was a corporate spy. She just knew the type of personality that he would most naturally like speak with, basically.
Yeah.
Putting on a different face to kind of like
Hide that.
Yeah, to make him more willing to spill his guts.
And that was nice, and I like that was an optional line of dialogue. You could have just not gotten that from him. So I appreciate that. I guess we'll just focus on gameplay for now. I mentioned it before. I really ate my own words when I said I didn't think that they'd be able to make or I was worried they would not be able to make a very engaging court system with what I saw in the demo. They blew me away.
Beat your ass.
They did. I like the cross-examination having stakes. And I like the blackjack system. I think I'm a little worried about it because I do think there were a couple of cases in this where it was a little bit misleading, but then again, that sort of goes back into the argument of this is a gamble. You need to be willing to take a gamble. And I'm going to be more upset about getting those wrong because I lost a gamble. You know? So, my opinion's skewed in the moment of like, oh man, I lost that gamble, so now I hate this system. The system's dumb.
Yeah, I've lost my coins.
Yeah.
Or my poker chips.
But because I hate for that system to just become process of elimination. You know, I think that's where the profile system could come into some help of like you get a profile of the person you're talking to. And you understand things about them, and you would know what to press and not what to press by using logic and stuff. But
you know what would do this really well? We go back to Tyrion Cuthbert.
Yeah.
There was like a thing that you could pull up at the bottom of your screen saying like, oh, here's what you know about this person. Like here's their occupation, their emotional state, their this, their that. And then in let's say that London one, for example. Right, we had that, and it said, like, doesn't know much about ads and tenants, but does know about legal proceedings revolving around them. Something along those lines could have then immediately gone, oh, okay, well, we don't want to ask about tenants or, and law enforcement, but we do want to ask about Sarah's specific tenants.
Exactly.
Things like that.
And I don't think it would take away from the feeling of gambling even too much either, because we've already... I agree as well. Also, during the cross-examination phase, I think you should be able to look at evidence better. Yeah, you shouldn't have to wait until the thing ends before you can look at evidence again. That's a little bit... Or there probably should be like a quick Danganronpa kind of like look down at your bullets.
Yeah, it rotates. Yeah.
If there is, I missed the command, but that's much appreciated. And I don't want to say anything about like, I think it could use more mechanics, because I think they've already confirmed that they have new mechanics in mind for future entries, so I'm not going to speak on that. But yeah, I think the blackjack system could be a lot more fun. Like, I understand the appeal of leaving it as just a gamble, but that can frustrate people. And I think it makes sense as well that Morgan would use what she knows of the person that she's like questioning in like against them, you know?
Especially she did that against Young.
Yeah, Young's a great example. If you built a profile on Young on the first time you met her, and then when you have to do the blackjack against her, I think that makes perfect sense that you should utilize the information you have on them.
They give you the advantage so you can see through their poker face.
I agree completely. Yeah, but just a little thing. I think that could be a fun mechanic. I just also think it's something that spices up both the investigation and the gameplay overall. I think that it's a win-win there. Let's see. I think that's about it for gameplay. I don't think I have any other real critiques about it. The UI is pretty solid. Everything else is pretty good.
Now I hate it.
Let's talk about the bread and butter of the actual mystery itself. What do you guys think of it?
I think it's kind of a bit biased for us, just because like whenever we see new people, we're like, oh yeah, you did it, you did it. We don't know who. We don't know.
Well, that's not
what relation.
That's not really a criticism when you're a lawyer.
Yeah.
In a lawyer game like this, if you know who did it, because that doesn't really matter.
You're talking about like
the flow of the mystery of learning what happened, the way information was doled out, and eventually how you were able to prove who did the crime is more what I mean.
I think it did its job pretty well. I don't got any complaints, at least that much.
I think it was a little on the basic end until the second day where like you start talking to Young. I like the like, okay, drink it. Like, and then she just refuses, but like she's under no obligation to actually do that. Kind of undervalued that moment a little bit, and I wasn't super
especially
into
that's like right out the gate too.
Yeah. That should be probably saved for later, but I did like the flow of everything regardless, so I kind of like I wouldn't know where to place that.
The game suffers very slightly on the utilization of outside info. I had no idea that salt and warm water instantly triggers a gag reflex, and that was a criticism we gave in the demo as well regarding the gunpowder. Of not many people would know about like gunpowder residue or the smell of gunpowder being left on clothing and stuff. And I had mentioned, we had mentioned as we thought like, though we personally know that, we don't know that the author or the writer knows that.
Yeah.
So we can't make an assumption based on that. It needs to be something that's established. So that's like something like that I imagine most people might not be aware of that as a thing.
I do love that we all were like, oh yes, the salt water. But did you consider that if you didn't know that, you should be playing a mystery? Fair.
You're so right.
But no, I was saying that like I do love all of us and Evan too. We're like, yes, the saltwater gag reef. Like we didn't know about that already.
Yeah,
we just know so much.
I'm a baby mystery novelist. Well, that's great.
Fine.
Keep writing. That's always fun.
That means you can't play these games at all now.
That means we're going to judge you, and we will be reading one of your books. You haven't even published any, but I have this right here.
Yeah. I have this file.
Interesting. Let's pull this file up. But yeah, I was also kind of a little bit annoyed that the big final piece of evidence was like 3 possible things that all were technically correct, but not the actual thing. No. You know, I feel like that should have been like a just present one thing, but even I think it still runs into the same problem. But that should have been like a multi-stat, like what 3 pieces of evidence put together the scene kind of deal. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, that could have been actually a fun little bit, like lay your cards out, and it's like you have to like show like a bunch of pieces of evidence at once to prove a final point. That could have been like that. I think that is a good idea.
Like I love it when they do that in mystery games, because then it's like, okay, truly show that you know exactly what went down.
Yeah, they put the trust in your hand to like fully show the extent of how they got away with it, present all the relevant pieces of information. And I do appreciate. I think that's actually gonna make it. I hope if any of them are listening to this as like a final, or maybe just a big take that kind of moment, just have a like cards down kind of moment of just like put a bunch of pieces of evidence. Innocuous with a rate of 3. Oh no, they're gonna be so they're gonna be so bored. We're doing a game review.
Yeah, we're reviewing the end.
Yeah, we're at the end of this case.
Yeah,
already.
we're at the end. Welcome.
Hello, hello.
We've reached
Welcome
the end
to
of the Devil, and we're
parade.
just giving a review. So if you don't want any spoilers, as much as I appreciate your you stopping by, get out of here.
You must leave.
Now let me give you can stick around if you'd like, obviously, but
I can handle shout out. Sorry.
yeah, can you handle? Yeah, you throw Innocuous a shout out for me.
I don't know how that works, so yeah, you got it.
It's so nice.
I'm too old.
Thank you very much for throwing them over my way. I may have fucked up your name when we first raided you, but I appreciate you.
Yeah, good old Inky.
Okay, thanks. Bye. Oh. You came back. You returned. Welcome back. We've reached the end of the game, and we're now going over all the spoilers and details in our game review. We did have a good one. I'm giving the criticism. I really enjoyed playing this still. I want to reiterate that. Really did enjoy it. I love it. I think it's unique. It's a breath of fresh air. I've said it a million different ways. Love it.
And you also missed the that's why we got on the screen the surprise emote that was in the game.
Exactly. The hidden character.
It's a new person.
Yeah. So what were we talking about? We were talking about just like that'd be a neat mechanic. As for the mystery itself, I think the trial flow was pretty good for the most part. I'm trying to think. Trial day 1, I thought the flow was pretty solid there, and I kind of like how more lawyery they're getting with this case game, where it's more like trying to argue semantics on certain stuff and push. There are just a couple of instances where I feel like Emma did not provide a very good rebuttal argument, where I don't think during this case I felt Emma to be a threat at any real point. Not well, maybe a couple times, I guess. I can't completely take that away.
I would say, I would say the second half, nearing the mid to
was
end
better.
point, was very much better than the first. I guess you could say it's because it's preliminary, but you know.
Yeah.
And
I mentioned it before. It's rough out to say after the fact because it's not something that can be improved upon, but I think it was a really big misstep with Emma in the first case here. I hate to say it, I really do, but Emma did not live up to the hype that Morgan gave her. And maybe that's the point. Maybe she's not supposed to. Maybe she's just like a normal person and Morgan is just really petty about losing 10 times in a row to her.
9.
Which we know she is.
Yeah.
But there were many instances where like I don't feel like we got that person we were promised in the demo. And I don't think we got that person that was promised in the first investigation day where like I'll do it, like all that matters is that I win. Or it's like all you gotta do is like play for keeps, or because I don't want to misinterpret her exactly, because I don't think it's exactly her mindset is just win. It's obviously not, but she was not fierce enough, and there were instances of her making just generally pretty weak and bad arguments, and the phone thing is really big for me. If for clarification, just the fact that she didn't know about the text message does not make any sense. And we never got a very satisfying reaction. Like, we didn't even get her being upset that she missed something like that. We didn't get anything in regards to that, and I'm very disappointed. I'm very disappointed, unfortunately, with how Emma ended up being in this case, where we were promised a very hyper intelligent, very hyper detail oriented person, and the first case we get about them, they miss a glaring contradiction in their case that would like ruin everything. And it goes against that like playing to win mentality we were told that she has. And either you two want to add on to that?
No, I agree. Like at first,
sorry.
No, go.
No, I was clearing my throat.
No, at first, I was like, I mean, maybe. Like, I see where you're coming from, but like, I imagined that they would probably have found a reason, whether it'd be a good reason or not. They would try to recover, and then they didn't really come. So I was just like, I agree with you. I agree with sentiment that like she seemed like it made it seem like she was this towering force that was hard to get past, and
I feel like she was a
got meet her.
pushover. I really feel like
I think
I didn't feel the heat.
I think that she's still intelligent because of like all the things that she can do, but that one part of it's a couple of parts of the case kind of made her like human, and maybe that's the point that like you said, maybe Morgan's just taking her too seriously, but like even I feel like even the game was making it seem like she was gonna be a problem,
Like,
especially at
I like
Zero.
the peaks
Yeah,
of
chapter
Emma
zero.
I like the peaks of Emma as a character. I like that we already have
Mhm.
establishing that she was kind of like what we got in that little side piece there is that she was like, you know, born to a rich family and
Mhm.
alone most of her life probably.
Yeah.
And I do like that characterization, and I like her as a character. I think she's engaging, and I like the way her and Morgan talk. Emma feels far more threatening discussing the Heartbreak Killer than actually in trial. That's true, and I think that might be the point of like she's only really cares about that. But at the same time, I feel again. I think it goes against what they set up for her regarding like she should care about that trial,
even if it's not about
I really did not feel the intimidation from Emma, and to compare it to someone before, for instance, like Van Zeeks from Great Ace Attorney. You beat him so many times in that game, and I am never not intimidated going up to him.
You have to earn him,
and that's because it doesn't matter what case he's in. He is always bringing his A game, and he always is very meticulous and detail oriented. And the stuff that he doesn't know about is stuff he could not have humanly known about.
Yeah.
And he treats every case, no matter how dumb or petty or anything he may think of it, with utmost seriousness and professionalism. Well, as professional as an Ace Attorney prosecutor,
as it can be. Yeah,
but like, you know, he keeps this shit in line. You know what I mean? He'll come there with the facts, and he will form arguments that are solid, and just throw the court back over to Ryunosuke. And I wish that's what Emma was, because I felt like a lot of the time it was pretty much Emma playing catch up as Morgan had already solved the case. And that's disappointing if they're meant to be clashing rivals. They should be on the same level, if not one slightly above the other, maybe. But in the end, we just kind of got a prosecutor.
Yeah.
And
she's the DA. Yeah.
I'm not like too like saddened by the fact that we just got a prosecutor, because like I like her as a prosecutor, but she's not like the prosecutor, right? She doesn't match up to like Van Zeeks, or honestly, is it only Van Zeeks? I'm trying to think.
She doesn't match up to Payne.
I mean, if you want, the only other one that really comes to mind would be Barnum.
Barnum, I was
yeah,
about to say
Barnum.
He's pretty professional with it.
I think she's actually on the level of Barnum, though. Like, I know Barnum was like good, but like Emma feels like she is good at her job, but like she makes one slip up here and there, and that feels more along the lines of Barnum.
Yeah,
if that makes sense. Like that's kind of where I feel about it.
It is, and that's fine for a character. It's just, you know, especially for a gambling one. Like I do like that she does lead you into a trap with that one where you get a lot of easy hits, and then she hits you with a shaboing. I just again, we already mentioned it in this before. I just think that moment where she gets you with a bluff is a weak counter argument, like not something that I think we should lose chips over. It was just very much a weak argument that we lost a lot for, and I think I wasn't a big fan of it. I thought it was, I don't know, it didn't seem like a good like trap enough to like justify taking a bunch of your chips away. And now that I know that you don't actually need that many chips in the end to get all the unlockables, I'm gonna probably be a bit more relaxed about it in the future. Where like I fucked up a bunch of times in this case, and I still like unlocked everything and had money to spare. So I'm not, you know, I can't be like super upset now going forward, because
punishment's not too harsh, really.
Yeah, because now I know the punishment's not too bad. I still am gonna play in high roller mode just because I find it fun. You gotta get the max, yeah.
Yeah.
that does kind of put my my heart at ease a bit, knowing that I don't need to be like near perfect to unlock everything, so I can have a bit more fun with it. Because in my mind, it wasn't just that I lost; it was like, oh no, I'm gonna lose bonus content at the end that I won't be able to see and show on stream. You know, which would
Now they're gonna make it extra hard, so you have to.
Well, I want it to be hard. I want it to be difficult, but I want it to be fair.
There's nothing fair about gambling, Carlos.
That's fair. I got a system. I can win it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
89%.
I do worry that a lot of my arguments can come around to just saying, well, that's the nature of gambling, you know?
Mhm.
I
Which
worry
is fair. Yeah.
I worry about that. Like, I don't want, because I feel like that's the identity of the game, and I worry that criticizing that and saying that was unfair is like, yeah, that's the point, and I need to accept that that might be the point. I just I think it just in the future I would want it to be a bit more substantial. My system is to bet $200 if you bet 400. If you lose, bet $400.
Yeah, no, smart.
That's why 4 Elemental makes the big bucks. That's why we're the peasants.
Yeah. That's why we will never beat this game.
I don't know. I think the gambling is it's I don't know how I feel about it, because I tend to be on the line of like, if I can't tell that something is going to happen and then it happens to be anyway, I get kind of pissy about that.
Yeah, I do.
Like,
I agree.
Because like, what the hell am I supposed to do? Like, this is bullshit, right? Like,
It's a video game. I want to
why-
win the video game.
exactly, and like I don't gamble for that reason, because I can't stack the cards in my favor. Like, I'm the type of person that, like, whenever I get a new game and I get really interested in it, I want to like learn all the ins and outs that I can, so I can fast track my level to like get to be as good of a player at that game as I can be, right? Like studying numbers, studying patterns, things that I can do to like increase my chances of winning, because that's the kind of person I am. At heart, I'm a very competitive person. And so when things come down to a gamble, I don't really like it all that much, unless I'm like all in on the funny, right?
Yeah.
Then I'll be a gambler. Yeah, I'll gamble anything as long as it's funny, right? But like, I like to express that I know what I'm doing, and if it comes down to like, well, it's a 50-50, you don't actually know what's going to work out for you, I kind of don't like that.
I think the main thing I'm trying to get with this portion of the critique here is that I don't know what's the right call in terms of criticizing the gambling mechanics of this, because on one hand I'm like, that's unfair, and the other I'm like, that might be the point. It's meant to give you that experience, and I should just roll with it. And it's a complicated spot for me.
Yeah, it's more so that like, if it's a part of the mechanic that's somewhat fine, but also that like it can't be the excuse every time.
Yeah, like I'm fine with getting got sometimes, and I'm definitely gonna probably bitch about it a little bit before.
Yeah.
Like for instance, like with the young one, I was a little bit annoyed with that, even though I could understand what it meant. I was still confused about how I should question her. I think at the very least the gambling shouldn't be as prevalent in the blackjack section, because that's more of I can understand in the hold or raise part is more of like a, you know, use your own intuition on it. I can accept that, I think. Yeah, other than that, I just think it'd probably do well to just be careful what information you give the player and how much you give it for a given statement. You got to be careful there can't be confusion with like you trying to present something on the wrong statement that would technically be correct but wrong. Like for instance, at the start of the trial, the not just that, we had in London's testimony there was a part where he said that he died drinking poisoned. No, not that. It was London's actual testimony.
Oh, okay.
Where he London says he died drinking poisoned whiskey, and in my head I'm like, the whiskey wasn't poisoned though, and just to preface that, before that testimony as well, Morgan said he's not lying, but he did make a slip up in there. So in my mind I'm like, okay, well, we're gonna get him on that technicality, and then we're gonna start talking about the cups more. But that ended up being incorrect. The actual one was in reference to whether or not Sarah handed him both the cups and the whiskey, which makes sense, makes perfect sense. But there's still the possibility of someone looking at that and saying, "No, the whiskey wasn't poisoned. I should present that." Which it happens. They slip through, but it's just it's something to keep in mind for future. Just be careful very much with what you give your players, what ammunition you give your players to fire.
And how closely related it is to. I think
Yeah.
a lot of the times when any of us make the mistake, it's more so that I'm more thinking of the water thing. It's like, well, I mean, I guess technically she could have drunk the water afterwards, but the mixture of salt and water is,
That one I think was just mishandled a
Yeah.
bit. I think that one should have been like a present. We talked about it before. Present evidence,
Yeah,
like a
yeah,
group of
yeah.
evidence, and then give your final shaboom.
Yeah.
What else was there? I think it was. I would say I kind of wish they kept the nanomachine stuff or the neurotransmitters until the second investigation day, because I feel like the second we went from the morgue to the site and immediately got told what makes up the neurotransmitters, and I'm like, okay, so that's the poison then. I feel like that could have been weighted on a little bit more instead of like an instant present, like just pretty much telling the player like what that is. What else is there? Other than that, I think it was the presentation of information to the player was pretty acceptable. We were learning stuff by when the game wanted us to pretty well. And overall, I did feel ultimately satisfied with putting together the case, but I will say I did not feel satisfied taking down the culprit. I felt it was a little bit handholdy by the end. I say we got the thing wrong twice, but it like I didn't feel the satisfaction of catching her, if that makes any sense. I didn't really feel like I had my good gotcha moment. It felt like the game held my hand to the end of the pier and then let me walk the rest of the way. Which I would have just preferred to walk down that pier myself and present it. But yeah, I feel like, I don't know. I feel like I should have had a little bit more agency in taking down Young, and even given her corporate background, I feel like just evidence may not have been enough. I feel like there should have been a bit more to how we got her. Yeah, I do like. I didn't speak of Helen, by the way. I did like Helen quite a bit as the more I learned about her. Is when you first meet her, you assume she's just like a greedy, selfish person that like she is just like a shrewd businesswoman, but you learn that she did actually get completely screwed over by David. Like actually, and he didn't like. I would be pissed. And I like her reasoning of just like this genius released like a bomb, and he doesn't know that, and he refuses
not a bomb, a bunch of bombs.
And he refuses to admit that he's released a bunch of bombs, and she's pissed. And it's also a combination of everything else of like everyone praising him, even though she's of a higher rank of him. Like there's a lot. She's very nuanced, other than just being, I want David's money.
Yeah, no, she didn't really even care about that at the end of that.
Yeah.
She's more concerned about the human population.
Yeah.
Honestly. I
think the pacing of the final trial was a little bit wonky with her, because I think the immediately drinking stuff was...
Yeah, that was... I thought they were going to do something else with that.
I had figured, because to me, that would read more like, if I was going to do that in court, that should be the last thing, right?
Yeah, that's a gambit. That was a gambit for Giselle.
Yeah, so like that is the like that's like that should have been the gotcha moment of like saying, all right, here's the whiskey, drink.
Yeah.
Prove that you're innocent, drink.
And then we still did that at the end too, because they were like, well, I don't have to. I was like, well, I mean, then why? What are we doing?
If anything, I think I would have preferred if all the salt and stuff would have been like post-trial discovery. Like of her making herself vomit. I honestly would have preferred that all come out then.
I agree.
I think that should have been the nice final like piece of the puzzle that the demo did.
We didn't even get. I noticed that when we were playing through, we didn't get a moment like that. And when we saw at the end, we were missing like evidence, and then obviously Bug came and cleared that up. But like, I was wondering, is it like, did we miss something?
We missed the good ending.
Yeah, did we miss the
good ending? Is
but
good.
it doesn't seem like there is one for this chapter. So
Yeah, I think it might have actually been for Dawes, like learning that he's a corporate spy. Might have, I think, because that was a unlockable thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think us
It's
getting
just not
information
in
on
case,
that. Yeah,
yeah.
but it was like a new big piece of because I got even an achievement for getting that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think that was the equivalent for this chapter. But I think, yeah, I think the pacing on taking her down was a little bit off, and it ultimately led to a bit of a sort of clunky takedown of her.
Right.
Where like she did her big, like, haha, I'm drink this, and then we're sort of dancing around the subject for a bit, and then we talk about how she poisoned him and then how she survived it. It was a little bit messy.
Yeah.
And I think for a game like this, I think you should really delve more into the lawyer aspect of this, because the idea that she has the Noble Company backing her up on this kill should have meant that we needed to get really clever to get her.
Yeah, because they could literally manipulate anything.
Character-wise, though, I'm not too harsh on that, because like she says, like, I'm just gonna plead guilty, like I did it, you know.
And I do
so
like
I'm
that. Yeah, I can't fault that.
I'm not gonna fault them for going like, oh, she's a corpo, that means we're gonna have to go extra hard on this and blah 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 blah. Because like, at the end of the day, if she gets caught, she owns up to it. So I don't know. I'm a little bit more forgiving on that aspect, just because they did kind of cover their base at the end. So.
Yeah, I agree. But I think that's pretty much everything. Do we have anything else we want to add on here?
Make Balma a Sprite.
I'll make Bulma big for us.
The bombs for the bomb heads.
Yeah. There is. Yeah, so in terms of what we got in the future, we have.
Jesus.
In the future for the channel, I don't know how many are going to stick around. I know a lot of people here just to watch the Of the Devil gameplay, but I hope you do stick around and see the other mystery games we play, such as Split Fiction, the most mystery game of all. I will be playing that with the co-host that went to bed because he's a baby.
You're playing with Dawes.
We'll be playing Split Fiction coming up soon. I want to get back to Paper Perjury because we kind of abandoned that game in December.
Yeah, I would also like to get back to it.
We left that game to die.
Yeah. You hated the cat so much.
Yeah, it insulted me. I think we do need to play the 100-line demo.
That we do.
We need to play that.
I'm tempted to play that on my channel as well.
Oh my god, double dip.
We need to play it twice and act like we
No, not twice. Like,
oh
I was just thinking like, oh, maybe I would stream that. I don't know.
Yeah. Alright, let's see.
Who's to say?
Not me.
What else?
I just work here.
I on my channel, maybe Night Taxi at some point.
Maybe.
Perhaps.
If you decide to stream.
Yeah, it's gonna be hell trying to find a day though, because like I'm busy constantly.
No more Night Tech.
Yeah.
Maybe
oh
not.
Boy.
Who knows? We'll see.
I also picked up Shibuya Scramble recently, and I've heard that's a very iconic history game. Apparently,
Shibuya.
Oh, Shibuya.
Shibudi.
Shibudi.
So that's definitely on the docket. But let's get ready to end up here for today. I see some people are currently actually doing the epilogue stuff of the Devil as well. So we're gonna go show some love over to some fellow of the Devilers.
Yeah, we're deviling up tonight.
We haven't been able to do it because we haven't
finished yet.
So we're gonna throw you over to Quasi Quote. They got a really cute little design there. I think it's adorable. I like them. They're like a little. They got like a little mug that they're sipping out of. I think they're cool. As usual, when I send you over there, you gotta give them hustle. You gotta give them some respect. Give them some loyalty. Give them a follow. Give them some love.
Just stealing that now.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying for the. I kind of just like set it off the pickle one day, and it just kind of.
Off the pickle.
I don't think that's the name of the stream.
And
the pickle.
Thanks for a great stream. Thank you, Mallow Deer, for
Thank
being a great
you.
person. You're awesome.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Like I haven't followed literally anyone who played of the devil. Hey, listen,
Hey.
it's a devil of devil world.
Yeah, it's deviling out here.
But yeah, I kind of just said that once, and now I just say that at the end of every stream. Just give to hustle, loyalty, and respect people.
No, I just want you to continue saying off the pickle.
I like off the pickle. I heard it elsewhere, and I just
Still
really like off the pickle.
Still don't think that's the name of the game.
Of the
I mean,
pickle.
it's devil. All right, and also those. I mean, if they're finished with the game, I guess spoilers.
Oh yeah. Also, we're gonna end off here. Remember, you always have to remember. Stay quality mistakes.
Bye bye.
Get out of here.
Bye.
Bye.